Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had a Thought Sight Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya's discovery of his quirk, ironically, was brought about by its hiding. Though the issue came to a head around 3 weeks into spring, the problems really started after the first of the children in his class's quirks had manifested while he himself had nothing. Most parents give 3 weeks after their child's 4th birthday for their powers to show before taking them to their local quirk specialist to make sure nothing was wrong, but with their own son being a summer child, the Midoriyas allowed more leeway on their end. Izuku, on the other hand, was eager to see what sort of powers he'd develop and spent every waking moment trying to see what would appear, from trying to move spoons from far away to blowing on his food in hopes of flames spurting forth. "I'm sure you'll get your quirk soon, Izuku." His mother smiled encouragingly as she watched him make another failed attempt to move the couch. Yet another test for potential object attraction. Just give yourself some time. "Now come on, it's almost time for lunch." Izuku pouted, upset that his attempts bore no success and that he was forced to stop, but obeyed his mother nonetheless. The months passed, slowly but surely, as still no quirk appeared. But still, the Midoriya family all waited despite their collective waning patience. Most of those in his age group were still waiting on their own quirks too, so they figured it to simply just being that their son needed more time is all. "So, kiddo," his father grinned from the computer screen, "whose quirk do you want more, me or mommy's?" Izuku, sitting comfortable in his mother's lap, scrunched up his face in concentration as he tried to think over his father's question as best as his young mind could manage. On the one hand, fire breath was rather amazing and a very hero-like quirk, and what child wouldn't love to have the ability to melt down things in a single breath, though his father's version was more akin to a small lighter. On the other hand, his mother's object attraction was great for helping people by grabbing things, and it'd make cleaning up his toys much easier. He frowned, squirming in his mother's lap until he finally brightened up, all might. Both parents blinked in surprise, staring at their smiling son, who looked as though he had given the most amazing answer ever. A few more quiet moments passed before the two burst out into good-natured laughter. They knew their child had become obsessed with the #1 hero as of late, but not to such an adorable extent. "Well geez, can't compete with that, can I?" The man chuckled while his wife poorly suppressed her own giggles and his son stared at their mirth in confusion. "Well, I'm sure whatever quirk it is, it'll be amazing." The waiting nearly rounded to a year before they finally allowed their anxieties to be acknowledged. The excuse of, "he's just a few months late on his quirk," can only go so far for so long before even you stop believing it yourself. Especially when every child in his age group had already manifested their own at that point. So they made arrangement for a trip to the free quirk clinic sometime later the week after with Dr. Arita Tsubasa of Mutsafa General. Hisashi had assured his nervous wife and child that Izuku's quirk was just taking its time to appear and the good doctor would say the exact same thing. Izuku was fine and having Dr. Tsubasa look him over would just end with him telling them exactly what they already knew. It was in the middle of his quirk examination that little Izuku's eyes had begun to hurt. It had started out as just making them feel itchy and uncomfortable, and he hadn't said much about it. When they were halfway near the end though, the pain had become excruciating enough to drive him to tears and force Dr. Tsubasa to stop just to figure out what was wrong. Several nurses were even called in to help make the child settle down so he could examine his eyes, and his mother came close to breaking down the room doors twice when his screaming reached the halls after being rushed out the room. Izuku wasn't sure how much time had passed, but it was at some point that the itching had thankfully stopped. However, when the doctor pulled away and allowed him to sit up, he had seen something. It was these tiny little lights, flickering over the man's bald head. At first, he thought it was just leftover glare from the flashlight used on him, but a quick rub and a few blinks disproved that. They were difficult to see and trying too hard to focus on them made his eyes hurt even worse than before, but every time he looked away, they would twinkle in the corner of his eye and draw him back. It almost looked like something, but he couldn't tell what exactly it was. The man turned back towards him. "Are your eyes still hurting?" Izuku, being caught staring, flushed. The lights. The doctor looked up at the lights illuminating the exam room, the lights over his head flickering even faster. "Oh, do you want me to dim them?" "No, the other ones." He tried to explain, pointing to the spot above his head. Suddenly, the lights stopped flickering and had begun to throb and shift, as if someone was readjusting a TV set. They were turning in strange little shapes he could barely make out. "QK? Wow," he whispered, eyes twinkling with glee at the sight. He wasn't sure what was happening, but it was stunning to look at it for the young boy. He wondered what the letters were supposed to mean. Then he remembered where he was. The doctor stared for a few moments, and Izuku covered his mouth, wondering if he said something wrong. His teacher had often scolded him for speaking aloud without permission, and he was expected the same to happen here. Instead, however, Dr. Tsubasa knelt down towards him, face passive yet radiating immense curiosity. "I see," he mused. "The lights, can you describe them to me?" And so Izuku, as best his limited 5-year-old vocabulary could, explained the little lights, what had happened, and what he could see now. Dr. Tsubasa said nothing during this, only making a few non-committal noises here and there until he finished, then stood. "Thank you, Izuku," he said, heading for the door. "I'm going to send in a nurse to stay with you to make sure you're okay before I prepare for your other tests. Is that okay?" Izuku nodded and watched him leave, staring as the lights stretched and twisted, forming what he could barely make out as very large words in neat, slim print. "Interesting. Tell client." But the door shut before he could read the rest. The taxi ride back home had been hauntingly silent. Neither mother or child looking each other in the eye. "You should probably give up." The both of them sat there in full shock, his all-might action figure falling to the hospital floor with a deafening clatter. His mother doubled over, silent tears dripping from her long lashes as Izuku stared out blankly at the man before him. Quirkless. He was quirkless. He couldn't have a quirk, because he was quirkless. He didn't have an extra toe joint, because he was quirkless. He wouldn't be able to pull things off the shelf with the flick of his hand, or toast things with just a single breath, because he was quirkless. He was quirkless. He was never going to be. Izuku let out a whimper and rubbed his eyes. The cab driver says nothing as he turned back to the road, but the lights above him flicker into words of concern that he dares not bring up to either of them. The lights he was seeing, the same ones blinking above the driver and his silent mother's head, were something called synesthesia. He didn't fully understand what it was, but from the bits and pieces he gleaned from Dr. Tsubasa's talk with his mother, a wire in his head was crossed wrong, and now he was seeing words and lights he shouldn't. It's not a detrimental disorder, nor will it affect his life much. I do ask that you call in if he starts saying anything worrisome or out the ordinary though. When they got home, the first thing out of his mouth was to ask his mother if she could set up the computer so he could watch All Might's debut video, the one he watched so many times he could actually quote it word for word without help, and caused his mother constant worry over him going half-blind sitting so close to the screen. Both parents often joked that he most likely made up a good 2-3 RDS of the view count. No such jokes were made, as she solemnly led him to the small little room that acted as his father's study when he was home to visit, set up the video, and let it play before leaving, most likely to call his father with the news of their son's diagnosis. She had not even remembered to turn on the lights in her rush. Though in fairness, Izuku never made a move to remind her either. "Can you see that?" The recorder shouted, pointing at the flaming wreckage. "He's already saved 100 people. It hasn't even been 10 minutes. So there Izuku sat in the dark, watching the large blonde man in red, white, and blue spandex who would someday become the national symbol of Japan's heroic system, emerge from the burning remains of a fallen plane with swathes of injured people draped over his form. "That's crazy, he's actually laughing." Another witness cried as bright, booming laughter cut through the horror and smoke like a well-forged blade. "It's fine. Do you know why?" He bellowed with a blazing smile as hot as the fire around him, causing the despair in the crowd's eyes to wash away as the light of hope shined through. "Because I am here. You should probably give up." Without a quirk, could he do something so amazing? Could he save people with only just a smile? Could a boy with only the shining words he saw above people really, truly become a hero? The door to the room opened, and they both already knew what was to come next. "Mommy," Izuku shook as he turned away from the video, tears spilling from his eyes in wet globs. "See, can I be like that too? Can I still be a hero?" His mother responded with a sudden hug, the lights above her head bobbing and shifting like a dying candle as she sobbed a sorrowful apology to her son. "My fault. Hopeless. I'm sorry, Izuku." Neither understanding what the other actually meant, they sat together in the dark, with nothing but their tears and their regrets. When it came time to deliver the news, the teachers had promised that Izuku would be treated no different than the other children. Izuku didn't believe them, not with the way their words of pity shimmered when they turned to look at him. They would do their best to teach him well and explain to the other students as best they could. Unfortunately, children being who they are, acted accordingly when the announcement was made, avoiding him, or mocking him with insincere pity, or pretending not to hear when he asked if he could play. But the words above them were all the same when it came to it. "Quirkless. Worthless. Don't want." Everyone seemed to turn on him, all except his friend Katsuki, of course. Kaken had taken the news of Izuku's quirkless status as nothing really interesting in the sort. To him, it was just a confirmation of what he already knew, that Izuku was a weak, useless Deku, only now with science to back up the claim. So he let Izuku still follow him around, still let him to praise the living daylights out of him, still allowed him to play hero and villain, and ultimately acted like nothing had changed. And Izuku, despite himself, could not see fit to leave Katsuki's side. Because even if he saw him as a Deku, he at least saw him as something, and being looked down upon was a much easier bitter pill to swallow than not being looked upon at all. Izuku wasn't entirely fine with everyone else being so far ahead, but the last thing he wanted was to be left behind by the one person who noticed him long enough to let him catch up. And he was happy, for the small moment, that nothing had changed. "What the heck's wrong with you, Deku?" Katsuki hissed, letting sparks dance threateningly around his open palm. "I told you to get lost, so why don't you? I don't need a quirkless wimp like you around." But nothing ever stays the way it was, not even relationships. Izuku had no clue what had occurred. They were fine a few weeks ago, running around the park playing follow the leader, as they always did during the summer. And yet now suddenly, Katsuki wanted nothing to do with him, shoving him away for his other friends, yelling at him for calling his name, and just all around being angry at him for having dared even exist in his presence. Katsuki had gone from tolerating to outright detesting him, and Izuku could not understand why. What had he done wrong? What could have happened to make Kaken so utterly hateful towards him? "Kaken," he cried, hopeless, tears stinging the burns littering his arms, "why are you being so mean?" Blocks of lights flashed and shimmered above Katsuki's head, and Izuku squinted to try and make them out. "Won't leave. Don't understand." Katsuki followed his gaze and sneered, "What the heck are you looking at, nerd?" And Izuku, being raised an honest, forthright child, immediately told him what he saw. And Katsuki, being a self-assured child constantly told how amazing he was, now being told he was apparently scared of his seemingly quirkless former friend, immediately responded with an explosion to said former friend's face. The latter years were met with more of the same. Izuku would see what sort of words the lights would make, people would ask what he saw, and when he told them, the results were anger and pain, usually in that order. Even with the excuse of his synesthesia, a lot of children did not like being told about Izuku's magical glowing words that only he could see. It made them upset, it made them uncomfortable, and a few even cried when he told them. Eventually, he learned the best way to avoid this was to simply keep his mouth shut and his eyes down. Didn't work all the time, but it made the beatdowns unrelated to his quirkless status less frequent. His mother would watch him come in day after day, rubbing at hurts that he'd claim came from roughhousing with Katsuki, who he hadn't played or spoken with since a morrow ago, or tripping on a staircase coming home, unable to speak the words that buzzed around her head like mad fireflies. "Is hurt. I'm sorry. My poor baby." But the last thing either wanted was to address the quirkless elephant in the room, so they proceeded forward the only way the Midoriya family knew how, tenacity and denial. So Inko pretended not to notice when he deflected the conversation away from his many bumps and bruises that, to her, seemed to accumulate out of nowhere, and Izuku pretended not to notice her pretending not to notice, and both worked hard to try and get through the rest of the day with as little issue as possible. Delicate yet flimsy system, but a working one nonetheless. When he's 8, his condition changes. It's during class, and his teacher introduces daily journals to everyone, something to encourage expressing their feelings and helping with developing their writing skills. For 3 weeks the teacher would give them a subject and they would write whatever came to mind, before allowing them to continue filling in the notebooks on their own. Izuku opens his own and looks at the teacher, waiting for instructions. And then it happens. The words above her head glimmer and shoot towards him. He lets out an inaudible gasp as they lay themselves on the pages, forming longer and more elaborate sentences than they once were, line by line. Like, this is so stupid. Who the heck came with this dumb assignment anyways? Not like any of these little brats have anything interesting to write about. Why couldn't I have been assigned to the 6th graders? At least I could have been spending more time with Junsuk. Then he looked nice in those tight. He shuts the notebook with a loud snap that has everyone in the room looking towards him, staring. That I thought I saw a bug. Izuku decides not to tell his mother about what happened when he comes home. Izuku's life falls into an easy rhythm: school, home, Quirk studying, and the occasional visit to Dr. Tsubasa's ward for yearly checkups. The doctors who worked under him were all very nice, even if they were a tad strange. Lunch and recess were filled with isolation and dinners as home were filled with silence, but all in all, nothing much changes. But oh, how they both wish it did. One day, Izuku Midoriya dreams that her son will make kinder friends and enter a world more accepting to him, so she could see that dazzling, hopeful smile of his once again. One day, Izuku Midoriya dreams that he'll have the chance to become a hero, so maybe he won't have to see his mother's sad, flickering words when he brings it up. Those dreams came true around his 10th year. It had been a small, silly thing. Izuku had gotten a flu shot and had a bad reaction to it, so around his annual checkup, a few extra tests were added. Usually they went to Dr. Tsubasa's ward for this, but the man had been called always last minute for something important and the other doctors' schedules were too filled up, so his mother changed their destination to a small clinic closer to downtown. Blood was drawn, lollipops were given, and then a trip home while they awaited the results. Simple. Then a call from the clinic showed it was not. We were concerned as one of the blood tests showed the presence of a Quirk factor despite his file labeling him as Quirkless. We attempted to contact the doctor who made the original diagnosis, but so a trip to another hospital was made, just in case. His mother says, as the words above her flicker in concern, for tests and exams and interviews and whatever else the doctors could come up with to figure out how. They could have missed something so important. You know, I have a daughter who's just about your age. One of the nurses said, tightening the cord around his arm, we thought she was Quirkless for a while too, until she used it on her babysitter by accident. Some quirks tend to be harder to see than others, so there's nothing wrong finding out about yours a little late. For once, people wanted to know what the glowing words said and what they meant. He was told to speak them aloud, to write them down, to point them out when he could. Every day was a different question. What number am I thinking? What letter is that? Can you understand this man's words? What font does that woman have? How many words was that? What color do they come in? Days passed in slow, painful agony and weight of news as the tests, the words, and his own confused frustration melted together in an untamed haze. What did this mean? What was happening? What was it that everyone was avoiding explaining to him? Finally, they were called in and sent to a small little office, not unlike the one Dr. Tsubasa had back at his hospital where he gave Izuku's dream its death sentence. Your son has a quirk. The both of them sat there in full shock as Izuku's notebook fluttered to the floor, barely making a sound. He couldn't remember which of them spoke first. How? It looks like he has some form of mind reading. The doctor answered, flipping through his charts. Seems to manifest visually, the glowing words he said he's been seeing, which is unusual for mental quirks. The standard tests for this type of quirk weren't used either, which might be why his previous physician ended up misdiagnosing it as synesthesia. The words above his head glinted impatiently in the bright office lights. Embarrassing mistake. Avoidable. No one knew? Still, the way your son described his symptoms should have tipped someone off that wasn't the case, or at least gotten him another Quirk exam. If that clinic hadn't run that allergy test, we would have never caught the error. His mother sat hunched over, tears silently spilling forth. She could barely suppress the astonishment from her voice. I can't believe it, all these years and I. She turned to Izuku, who was still staring at the doctor, slack-jawed and still processing events. Mournful words of apology flickered above her head, but he barely even registered them. Well, the doctor said, smiling at them both, now that we know it's there, we can get started on helping him learn how to better control it and adjusting to having it. His words shimmered with encouragement as he spoke. 6 years is a long time to lose out on practice, and it won't be easy. But if we work hard and take it step by step, we can help get him up to speed to where he needs to be. After officially registering him in the National Quirk Registry, it was like a switch was flipped. Kids suddenly acted like they wanted to be around him again. Except Katsuki, there was still that undercurrent of fear in his words, now layered in anger over the news. Teachers paid more attention when he participated in class or came in with a bruise. The other adults' looks of pity washed away into faces of joy and pride. Suddenly, the glowing words of disgust shifted into words of praise, of joy, of belief. For the first time in years, people believed him when he said he wanted to be a hero. It was everything he wanted and more. Mom, Izuku asked, eyes glued to the space over his mother's head, can I become a hero now? It had been 4 weeks after that fateful visit, and Izuku Midoriya had just finished cleaning her husband's study. His son seemed to have had appeared out of nowhere and startled her with that sudden question alongside that dreadful feeling of déjà vu. It happened like this last time too, didn't it? Last time. The last time he asked that question, I'm so sorry, Izuku. She shut her eyes furiously. No, this time she was going to handle it properly. This time she wasn't going to pretend there was nothing she could do. This time she wasn't giving in to her despair. This time she was going to be on side for once. So Izuku, eyes glistening with pride and joy, smiled as she looked at her son and let the words she couldn't bear to voice 6 years ago form in her mind. Izuku stared, eyes hardened, as the words he dreamed of for so long shimmered into view. And that was the last time Izuku Midoriya called Izuku Midoriya Mom. In the heavily trafficked intersection of downtown Mizudafu, chaos had erupted. A man with a transformation quirk had robbed a nearby liquor store and was now going on a rampage after getting cornered by the police and turning into a 10-foot creature. Several heroes had been called on scene to deal with the damage and evacuate civilians, but so far none of them could really handle the man's quirk. Just when all seemed lost, a lone figure leapt over the watching crowd, dressed in a navy blue jumpsuit and hooded mask. He slowly made his way over, causing the crowd to relax in his presence. They all recognized him as Kamui Woods, a hero who had made his debut recently and had taken Muzutafa's hero scene by storm. At this point, and with the way the crowd was cheering, you'd expect him to start bowing and blowing kisses out to the watchers. However, his priority at the moment was dealing with the villain occupying the roads and blocking traffic. Good, he hasn't caused too much damage yet. If I can distract him long enough and keep his attention from the crowd, I can just bind him with my quirk and let the police handle the rest. Assault, robbery, and illegal quirk use during traffic hours, he announced, causing the giant scoundrel to turn towards him as Kamui jabbed an accusatory finger in his direction. You, sir, are the incarnation of pure evil. He drew his arm back as his opponent turned to charge at him, small branches growing out of his arm. Needed to have a big enough wind-up to be able to surround his target properly as well as avoid his branches getting caught in any loose spaces and aimed at his target only. Now if he could just remember though right. Preemptive binding lacquered chain pre-dash. However, just as he was about to finish calling his attack, an extremely large blonde woman in a purple and orange jumpsuit jumps out of nowhere and literally smashes her backside into the charging villain. Canyon cannon! She yelled, and the man went flying, crashing into the pavement below. The watching crowd and Kamui all stared slack-jawed at the unfolding scene as the woman stood to full height, towering over everyone present as well as the surrounding buildings. Alright you got the villain and their attention. New patrolling around this area was a good idea. My grand debut splash is all set to proceed. Now, like you practiced, hair flipped, but out, and howdy, the name's lady, she winked, coyly brushing her hair away. Nice to make your dash, and stuck her rear end out for all to see, but quaintance. The arriving paparazzi and lingering witnesses clamored around with cameras and phones out to get in their money shot of the new hero, all but forgetting that their recent rising star Kamui was still there, staring at the empty space where he was about to capture his target. Deep in the crowd, a young boy with deep green hair was nose-deep in his notebook as the scene unfolded, scribbling in a light blue notebook with the words, Hero Analysis for the Future Number 13, written in neat, black ink. On the left page was standard analysis, thoughts on Quirk capability, technique, assumed power level, potential weakness, everything the boy could glean from watching their battles. On the right page, however, Kamui Woods was immediately focused on accessing the damage caused by the villain and assuring he didn't accidentally cause any causalities through capture. Expected, considering he's been official for a month or so he's got plenty of experience, the boy mumbled, green eyes twinkling in thought. If he hadn't gotten so caught up in memorizing his attack name, he would have likely captured him quicker. Meanwhile, MT Lady's sole focus was stealing the spotlight and hadn't put any thought into assisting Kamui, though she made sure the villain was not only farther away from the crowd, but recalibrated her strikes so he'd be both incapacitated and unable to move. She'll probably grow out of the attention-seeking, seeing as it is her first day, but hopefully it'll happen sooner rather than later. You a hero fanboy, son? The scritch-scratch of pencil on paper stopped as the boy turned to see a large bald man smiling down on him as the police shuffled away all the looky-loos from the scene to keep them out of the way of cleanup. He flushed, embarrassed to be caught red-handed, and pressed the notebook against his face. Was I that obvious? The older man's grin widened and gave a hearty laugh. Saw you eyeing that villain fight like it was free chicken dinner, he teased, plus you were mumbling the entire time. This caused the freckled youth to blush even harder and mumbling out something about being more aware of surroundings as the man's eyes fell onto the notebook's name. Hero Analysis for the Future, You looking to becoming a pro-hero, fanboy? The green-haired boy's eyes flickered upward, as glowing words unseen by all drifted into view above the smiling bald man's head. Bright kid. Bit of a nerd. Would be fine hero. Izuku Midoriya smiled back, and shut his notebook with a gentle clap. You could say it's something like that. Name: Midoriya, Izuku. Age: 15. Address: XXXXXX. Quirk: Mind Reader. Description: the quirk give the holder the ability to view the thoughts of other people by manifesting them as visual script. They are only visible if the holder is looking at his targets. Inside a classroom at Orudera Middle School, a teacher attempted to get his excitable class settled so he could get on with his agenda. As you are well aware, we're in the final semester, which means preparing for your high school exams. A few groans escaped from the rows. Now, no whining. This is an important next step in planning your careers after all. It's getting time to start thinking seriously about your futures. Everyone in the class reluctantly nodded in agreement as their teacher continued, mouth pulling into a small smile. Now, I was supposed to hand out these future career surveys to you all, but... With no other forewarning, the teacher threw the papers into the air as his smile bloomed into a full-blown grin, laughter ringing through the room. I already know what your plans are. You all want to be heroes. The statement was met with cheering students proudly throwing around their quirks as confirmation. Fire, water, rocks, and extended limbs launched into the air along with the discarded forms. The celebration was interrupted by a taunting snort, and a spiky blonde-haired boy sitting in the fourth row dragged his leg onto his desk as he lazily regarded his audience. Don't lump me together with these extras, sensei. He huffed, letting a few explosions light up the center of his palm. Unlike these losers, I'm actually destined for greatness. The teacher ignores the protests of his annoyed classmates and hummed approvingly at Katsuki's declaration, "Oh, of course, Bakugo-san, you're planning on attending UA, aren't you? With your grades and Quirk, you're a guaranteed shoo-in. UA would be lucky to have someone of your talents in their student body." The blonde snorted at the hollow praise, but made no move to dispute it. No one could. He got excellent grades, his permanent record was squeaky clean, and he aced almost every Quirk assessment the school threw at him along with the mock exam. Katsuki's admittance into UA was practically written in stone as far as everyone was concerned, himself included. "That's right, I'm the only person here going to UA," he announced boldly. "I'll surpass All Might and become the #1 hero, no, even higher than that. You extras couldn't even dream of ifing touching me." In the midst of Katsuki's bragging, the teacher suddenly frowned and looked down at his clipboard, flipping through a few pages. Actually, now that I think about it," he squints at the form, then turns his gaze to the far back of the room. "Midoriya-san, you said you wanted to go to UA too, didn't you?" The classroom went silent, and all eyes turned to the boy in question, who flustered under the sudden attention and tried hiding behind his notebook. "If that's right," he answered awkwardly, not even attempting to make eye contact with the class. I've always wanted to be a hero, and UA's been my dream since forever. I know it'll be difficult, yes, especially with my Quirk, but I'm absolutely determined to go." The teacher nods amicably at that. "Of course, Midoriya. You're a hard worker, and some of your other teachers have complimented you on the work you've done in their own classes. UA's certainly not an impossibility if you plan on going." The boy beamed shyly at that, and few classmates nodded in enthusiasm at their teacher's compliment towards their classmate, and some even found their own goals of heroism bolstered by his claim alone. Aiming for UA was like aiming for the moon, not impossible, but you'd definitely die trying. Midoriya might get average grades and wasn't the easiest guy to pick out of the room, but they couldn't deny his intellect or his determination. If he wanted to go to UA of all places, he was going. The rest, however, stared ahead in abject terror, because they all knew exactly what was to come right after that kind of declaration. If there was a contest for fastest time to get out of a chair to threaten someone, Katsuki Bakugo would have been the contending world champ of 3 years running. One minute he was sitting, seething over hearing that dumb Deku was having fantasies of attending his first choice. The next he was in front of the green-haired boy, leaving scorch marks on the desktop as his Quirk popped and blistered around his hands. "No way," he screeched, leaning in. "Forget dumb Quirks, yours is the shittiest out of all these other bottom feeders. Do you honestly think it's even good enough that you can face off against me, let alone get into UA?" Izuku's shy smile didn't fade, but the pleasant, determined gleam in his eye turned cold right quick as he met Bakugo's burning glare. "Facing off requires an actual fight, Bakugo," he says, tone unamused. "I'm not trying to challenge you, I just plan on attending UA and trying for the heroics program, nothing more." "Bullshit." Katsuki's palms hissed loudly as he pressed harder onto the desk. "Like I said, I'm only person in this shitty school who's going to UA. No way I'm letting a shitstain like you jeopardize my perfect debut." Izuku's smile drops at that. "Last I checked, I don't remember any of the UA staff announcing they were making a one-person-per-school policy," he replied blankly, further stoking the fire of the blonde's rage. "Me applying for UA isn't going to hurt your chances that badly, you have nothing to be so scared about." Katsuki actually took the moment to let out a laugh, harsh and feral. "You really think I'm scared of you, Deku?" Izuku's eyes move upward, and the words above Katsuki's head whirl and glimmer in fearful, angry spurts. "Challenging me. Stop mocking me. Don't understand. You're not acting like you aren't scared, Kakin." He smiled pleasantly, as the blonde's upper lip curled at the sound of that overfamiliar nickname. A not scared person wouldn't think another person being interested in UA too was a problem for them. Izuku then stood, forced to look up as Katsuki still had a few feet on him. "Not unless, of course, you think it might be?" Katsuki snarled, and dug his fingers into the desk in response, explosions increasing in volume and brightness. No one could even breathe as the scent of burnt wood filled the air and waited for something to happen. The teacher suddenly spoke up, Now, that's enough of that. Both boys broke out of their staring contest long enough to give him their attention again. We still have lessons to go through. Bakugo-sen, Midoriya-sen, if you could return to your seats please? The words above him stuttered in rage, and Katsuki leveled one last venomous look Izuku's way before heading back to his seat, kicking the other boy's desk leg in spiteful retaliation. Izuku remained standing for only a moment more before sitting back down as well, eyes returning to his notebook. As expected, once the bell rang, Katsuki was ready to make a straight line for Izuku's face with his fist for his backtalk this morning. Was bad enough for the nerd to mouth off to him, but to do so in front of witnesses, and even going as far as accusing him of feeling scared. That was beyond the pale and would not go unanswered. However, even in his anger, he was smart enough to know he had a better chance at giving Izuku a more thorough punishment, with less witnesses about. So instead he stayed cloistered near the door, flanked by two of his followers, remnants of the Katsuki hype train in their class. While the rest of the school still suffered under Bakugo fever and thought rather highly of him. Being forced to spend an entire year with the explosively vulgar blonde was enough to wear out his welcome for the rest of his classmates real quick, even if they were too scared of retaliation to say so out loud, as the rest of the students all scrambled out of the way and out the door to avoid being the radius of Hurricane Bakugo's nuclear blast zone. Though a few might have a soft spot for the green-haired boy, none of them weren't crazy enough to put themselves in the way of Katsuki's wrath for their own grandmothers, let alone their sort of friend-acquainted classmate. Izuku had put away the last of his things before taking out a worn green notebook, edges curled and torn at by constant use over the years. He opened it up to scroll through the pages and then turned his eyes towards Katsuki, allowing Mind Reader to make his thoughts envelope the empty pages he stopped on. Deku, thinking he can go around challenging me. Where F does he get off thinking he has the FING right to intervene with my plans on becoming number one? What if he no, don't be ridiculous. The fucker nothing, a useless pebble in my path and nothing more. Dumbass shitty nerd's just forgotten what his goddamn place is, and looks like I'm gonna have to remind him where the F he actually stands. He sighed and closed the book, watching the words shatter into golden bits of light. Should have known. Despite himself, Izuku had suspected this was how things were going to go down even before the teacher purposely announced his plans for UA to his classmates, and he had done it on purpose, thinking of it as encouraging healthy competition between students when he knew exactly how Katsuki would take the news. Everyone knew how important being the one and only UA hopeful was for Katsuki, and that anything threatening that position was anathema in his eyes and would be immediately marked for death without hesitation. After all, Katsuki was the best of the best, the king of the mountain, the absolute and unopposed ruler of all, and because he was best, that made Izuku the worst of all the worsts, a pauper, a piece of trash that belonged on the way bottom of the ladder below everyone else, specifically Katsuki. And the last thing trash should be doing is announcing that it had plans for UA as far as he was concerned. He couldn't have his one chance at success be threatened by the likes of Izuku after all. Not that he'd even admit it, mind you. Heavens forbid Katsuki have to admit stupid little Deku was enough to make him worried about something, let alone be a threat. Deku, Katsuki growled, stomping over to his desk as the last of their classmates filtered out. We need to talk. No, we don't. Izuku countered, not even turning to look at him. You just want to pick a fight so you can better convince yourself you're not feeling threatened. Katsuki's eyes narrowed, and Izuku found himself knocked to the floor from an exploding punch as Katsuki's posse hooted and hollered in glee. There you got again, spouting weird a shit that makes no sense, the blonde snarled. I said it before and I'll say it again. There's no way I'm scared of your shitty nerd butt. And like I said, he began, doing his best to keep his tone even and face neutral as he pulled himself up. You sure as hell aren't acting like it. Katsuki shoves another explosion his way and he finds himself on his butt again. He takes a breath, don't react, it's what he wants. Keep calm and you keep control. Why do you even care that I'm going? Izuku asks, glaring coldly up at him. I thought I was just a pathetic Deku who couldn't dare match up to you? Why am I suddenly a threat? Katsuki's fists shook in fury as he glared down at Izuku blank stare. Fuck. Challenging me again. Not a coward. You know well why, the blonde bristled, baring his teeth in frustration. All the great heroes, from Endeavor to Captain Celebrity, have one thing in common, one single distinct thread shared among them, that they all came from some no-name middle schools, before making their debuts as heroes. Every single one of them a literal diamonds in the rough that forced the world to see them shine. He then threw his arms out majestically, as if posturing for a phantom crowd. And that's exactly where my grand legacy lies. UA is going to be the first stepping stone in my story of how I became the #1 FING hero. It's my dream, my purpose, hell, my effing fate to surpass everyone, even All Might himself. Becoming the #1 hero has been my dream since I was effing born. He walked over and jabbed a finger the downed boy's way, red irises flashing triumphantly. And a worthless pebble like you has no place in it. Remind him. He's below you. He's worthless. Just a useless Deku. Izuku blinked and carefully pushed himself off the ground. So basically, I have to sacrifice my higher education because you want to have something to brag about to your future coworkers? Katsuki sent another explosion his way, only this time he had the sense to actually stumble out of the way. Of course a loser like you wouldn't understand. He huffed, rolling his eyes at the other boys like he had just explained the most simplest thing in the world. I've spent years preparing for this day, and the last thing I need is you effing it up. I'm the only person here who needs to go to you, understand? Flunkies 1 and 2 stepped forward, sensing it was their time to back up their illustrious leader. He's right, you know? UA only takes the best quirks, and yours is the worst of the litter. A useless wimp like you wouldn't even be allowed to go past the front gate. The first smirked, sneering boldly from the sidelines. They'd never let a loser like you in. Better just give up now and save yourself the embarrassment, the second added with a laugh. Your quirk's completely too pathetic for them anyways, Katsuki says, grinning at the tremor that shook through Izuku's shoulders. It's shit for fighting, it's barely useful, hell, you didn't even know it was a quirk until the doctors realized they f'd up your exam. You're no better than a effing quirkless person, he jabs a finger into his chest, and you say you want to become a hero? Don't make me laugh. Pick some other trashy school to f around in, you'd be better off for it. He in a breath, gritting his teeth. While one of the benefits of knowing Katsuki for so long is that he knew exactly what buttons to press to push him over, it came with the downside of Katsuki knowing what buttons to press to push Izuku right back. Keep yourself steady, don't take the bait, don't play his game. You know, there's a girl in 3B who said she wants to go to UA too, Izuku says, bunching his hands against his uniform's pant leg. And I'm pretty sure I overheard some second years talking about taking extra lessons to prepare for the exams next year. There are plenty of other kids in this school who have their eyes on UA just like the both of us. He looks Katsuki right in the eye, not even flinching at the hardened stare. And yet, I don't see you threatening them? Why is it that only I need to learn my place? Why am I the only threat to your amazing grand vision? What are you so scared is going to happen if I get in? Katsuki's arrogant grin grew wider, and a few explosions escaped from his flexed palm. Will you get the effing wax out of your ears? I told you I ain't dash. Won't back down, stop challenging me, don't understand, scary. He listed off, and Katsuki's smile dropped into a thin-pressed line. You can lie all you'd like, but you know you can't hide anything from me, Kaken. That one earned him an actual punch, no explosions. You've got a lot of nerve, acting like you're even worthy of being on the same level as me. He roared as the green-haired boy rubbed his now-bruised jaw. UA is for the elite, the best of the best. Before he could even stop him, Katsuki snatched his journal away, bending the spine in his iron grip. And last I checked, that didn't include you. Izuku's eyes widened as he leapt up to grab it, the blonde's smirk return as he skillful dodged the other boy's rather poor attempt at getting his item back. Don't get upset, it's what he wants. Remember, you're in control if you remain calm. But it's hard to remember, not with the way Katsuki grins and his words sparkle smugly over finally getting Izuku's eyes to grow desperate, flunkies merrily egging him on with each swipe he evades. You can only read people's minds if you use this, right? How exactly do you plan on fighting villains with a FING book? Katsuki asks mockingly, keeping the journal just out of reach. And I took it so easily from you too? All anybody needs to do is knock it out of your hands and you're practically helpless. You'd be nothing but a FNG burden on the battlefield. It's getting harder to breathe, from both the running and his rising anger. He almost doesn't notice they have switched positions since the start of their little dodging game. Now Katsuki's standing with his back to the window and Izuku's right in front of the entrance. If he wanted to, he could easily blindside the other two and run out, grab a teacher or someone happening to be listening in on the commotion in the classroom. Whether or not they'd believe him, Katsuki would have to back down in the face of an authority figure, no matter how unlikely he'd think that. They'd go through with reporting the event, because even if they can't allow their golden meal ticket Katsuki to be caught in any controversies, they had to at least take actual reports semi-seriously. They could get away with playing ignorant to a hallway scuffle or two, but with the school's reputation and graduation being so close, actively lying about a harassment complaint was social suicide. But they both know he won't. Don't get upset, he knows you're right. Izuku laughed, actively pushing down a stutter that threatened to come out. Better a burden than a cowardly paper tiger. Katsuki's eyes twitched, and Izuku literally had to bite the inside of his cheek to keep from crying out over his journal getting battered by explosions between his tormentor's palms before unceremoniously being tossed out the window. Dumbass, like you have no right trying to be main characters. He scoffs coldly as he slams the window shut and walks past, ramming his shoulder into the freckled boy for extra indifference. So do us both a favor and stay out of my way. Izuku had to start breathing through his nose, fearing he would not be able to keep his voice steady. Don't get upset, it's what he wants. You're winning, you're actually winning, he can't make you stop and he knows it, just don't show your... I'm going to become a hero Bakugo, he wheezes through gritted teeth, hands shaking violently and eyes stinging with familiar tears he was desperately trying to keep in. You can't stop me. That actually makes Katsuki halt his exit, if briefly. You want to be a hero that badly? He asks, and Izuku can almost see the spiteful grin he was making behind him. Then take a swan dive off the roof and pray you get a better quirk in your next life. All the oxygen in the room seemed to evaporate in that moment. Katsuki hadn't meant it, even if the words over his head told him that much, they both knew he hadn't really meant it. Katsuki was, and became, a lot of things over the years since their childhood friendship had fractured, but even he wasn't enough of a BSRD to say something that like with any real, meaningful intent. He wanted to be a hero after all. He knew Izuku wouldn't actually do it. He was just trying to get a rise out of him, hurt him badly enough to get some form of victory out of this dumb spat, because Katsuki has to win, always has to have first place, even if it meant saying something like that in the heat of the moment. But still. Okay. Katsuki's head turns with eyes widened as Izuku headed for the window, and the lackeys guffawed at poor little Deku, throwing a tantrum over getting his feelings hurt. What a baby. He opened the window and the laughing stopped. Izuku looks over to see Katsuki has turned his back on him again while the other two paled and poorly tried to laugh off the scene. They obviously hadn't expected events to turn out this way, thought it was just going to be another fun day of watching their grand leader torment his favorite toy while they waited in the wings, cheering on his cruelty. Dude, come on. The first flunky, what was his name anyway? He only ever heard Katsuki call him dumbass or some other insult, and he hung out with no one else except Katsuki and his fellow bully. It was actually kind of sad when he thought about it, said nervously, obviously unnerved by how close he is to the window. His partner's words flutter in a hazy panic, concerns of repercussions if Izuku was going to take the blonde's word to heart. Seemed a tad late for concerns, if he was honest. But still, what kind of quirk do you think I'll get after this regeneration? Flying? Adaptability? He asks loudly as he stuck his head out, trying to be heard over the non-existent traffic. Frankly, I'm kind of hoping for strength enhancement, seems much more useful for hero work. Or maybe I'll get a water quirk, the koi pond's right there after all. Katsuki still hadn't turned around, so Izuku pulled his head back in before turning to sit up on the windowsill, admiring the view. Their classroom was on the 3rd floor behind the school, overlooking a small koi pond and the surrounding neighborhood. A lot of his classmates complained that the view was dreary and confining, but he thought it was pretty okay, even if his own desk was too far center to really appreciate it. The lackey shook, saying that he was bluffing. No way a chicken shit like Deku would even think of taking him seriously. He knew they were joking. Izuku smiled, "Bye, Kaken," and leaned back, letting go of the classroom door slides shut, and Izuku is coldly reminded that the window is still closed. The journal is ruined. Its spine is bent, and though its thicker cover had protected it from the water, it did nothing to save the pages from becoming waterlogged nor from warping under the heat of Katsuki's palm, which has now left 5 fingerprints on each side, 1 on the back and 4 on front. "It's a journal," the voice on the receiver says as he eagerly tears into his present, staring wide-eyed at the journal's olive green cover. "Your mother tells me you've been writing a lot more in your notebooks lately, already on your 5th one even. You can use it as a more personal book, to focus your thoughts." "That's not food, stupid fish," he grumbled, retrieving his soaked item. Part of him tells himself it isn't so bad. Some time with his mother's hairdryer, a bit of glue, and it's usable again. Nothing he can't fix. Another part is screaming vengeance, wanting to find Katsuki and smash his ruined journal into his face. He knows it will earn him a true pummeling, that all the calls of cowardice in the world won't protect him, but it would be so wonderful to have the first punch for once. But he can't, because he's just as much of a coward as Katsuki claims himself not to be. So instead he clutches it to his chest, taking deep, heavy breaths as he tries to keep the world from crumpling into his small frame, the familiar sting of tears pricking his eyeballs. "You don't care, don't let him win, you 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 don't care, if you get upset now it'll just prove him right, don't let him win, you don't care, don't let them win, you don't care." The empty streets seemed to roar violently behind him even though he was the only one there. "You don't care." With everything said and done, Izuku attempts to make his way home as quickly as he can, not wanting to spend even a moment longer on the school grounds. He decides to cut through the old bridge downtown, as it's the quickest route to the train station and then home, where he can decompress and hopefully forget about his awful encounter and the building anger itching at the back of his brain. He's so cluttered with repressed disappointment at himself and self-pity, he almost misses the sound of the manhole cover ahead of him shifting. Almost. With a quick backtrack, Izuku quickly hides behind the wall of the underpass entrance just as a goopy river of murky green sludge slinks out of the sewer drain, 2 panicked jaundiced eyeball floating on the surface alongside a set of cracked, yellowing teeth. "Sheet, that was close," the living sludge swore, the word's stiff print flashing above seemed to match his apparent unease. "Got away. Can't let him catch me." He stared as the sludge seemed to move around the underpass hurriedly, obviously trying to figure out where to go from here. Had he just escaped from somewhere? His Hero News app didn't go off though, and he hadn't heard any police sirens pass by, so maybe it was still in progress or something. But that brought up the question of what he could have possibly done that required fleeing like that. The underpass was pretty far off the beaten path too, so he probably traveled quite a ways away to get all the way here in the first place, which means whatever or whoever he was running from, he was that desperate to get away from, a feeling Izuku could unfortunately relate to, that swimming through miles of raw sewage just to escape. His quirk obviously helped matters, as it appeared to make him viscous enough to glide throughout the sewer and across the ground with ease, with enough strength to just push the manhole cover off with little issue. Now that he thought about it, he had heard some mutation quirks did come with slight strength enhancement. The words above the villain's head shifted as he vibrated with terror, slamming a fist against the ground. Dang, it was just supposed to be a simple purse snatching. How it'd get to this? Easy job. Heard no heroes. Why All Might? Not fair. That makes Izuku's eyes light up with curiosity. None of the hero forums he frequented said anything about All Might being in Mizudafu, though there were a few claims of sightings that were believed to just be view bait. Still though, the number 1 ranked hero being in the city was a major thing, and it shocked him no bystanders or media hounds were making any noise about it. Was he keeping a low profile for some reason? Is he on a special assignment or covert business? He assumed he had to be because All Might was well, All Might. You can't be All Might and enter a city like Muzutafu without alerting someone, right? The most excitement they've had is that time Maricane held a concert to open up one of their new specialty stores. This was... the slime's moving again. He makes a frustrated gurgle as he slinks around, trying to figure out a proper escape route it seems. His options are pretty limited though. The moment he leaves the underpass, someone will spot him eventually thanks to the lack of cover, and going back down into the sewers isn't really an option as there's no telling where the next manhole opens out to. It's either wait to be captured or risk getting caught leaving. Need to escape. Must hide. Can't get caught. Gotta make plan. It's at that point that the boy remembers that he really should be calling the police. Honestly, he should have done so the moment the slime came of the sewer. He shifts back to his hiding spot and pulls out his phone, quickly typing out the number for emergency services. It shouldn't take them too long to get to his location. He just had to be quiet and hold out for their arrival. It rings twice before he suddenly hears light footsteps coming from on the other end of the underpass, and a feminine voice echoes against the walls. Oh God, am I still lost? Izuku blinks. It's English, right? He's watched enough HeroTube videos of All Might's interviews from his time in the US to at least recognize it, and feels his stomach tighten as the footsteps get closer. Someone was here? Why was someone here? Almost no one comes to this place if they can help it unless they lived somewhere in the area, too out the way from any hero agencies for some people's liking. Did she get lost? Was she heading to the station like he was? He peeks out quick enough to get a glimpse of the villain's new thoughts, eyes flashing in wild panic at the slime's gaze turning predatory. Someone's coming? Perfect. Free new meat suit. The word meat suit has Izuku's stomach churning as the slime man presses himself back down into the manhole cover he had exited from just moments ago, sliding the cover back over just enough to hide his presence while also making it quick easy for him to pop back out and surprise his new guest. Izuku's chest tightens. What does he do now? Does he warn her, tell her to turn around? But then the villain will know he's here, and had been watching him, and might come after him. But that's a lot better than him attacking some stranger, and he couldn't live with himself if something happened he could have prevented. But he's not confident he can even fight the villain on his own long enough for her to get away if he did get caught, and there weren't any houses for miles, so calling for help was out of the question too. Maybe if he's fast enough, he could go around to the other side and lead her away? But his English isn't really all that good. He can say, "How are you?" introduce himself, and ask for the bathroom, but that's about it, and he's bound to freak her out just popping out of nowhere like that. Maybe he should just wait till he gets connected with the police, but by the time they get here the sound of the receiver clicks against his ear. "Hello, this is 911, what is your emergency?" The girl takes a step forward, and Izuku takes one as well. Run! But the warning comes too late, and the slime villain is upon her, enveloping the girl in its gelatinous form. Hold still, it'll only take a few minutes. The living sludge laughs crudely as the girl rides in his grasp. Really thought I was really screwed for a minute there. Good thing this free meat suit came waltzing out of nowhere. I really owe you one, girlie, you're my hero. Logically, he should have just told the operator what was happening, followed whatever instructions he would be given, and hoped for the best. His quirk, no matter how he felt about it, would do nothing against a man twice his size and 10 times as strong. But he didn't, because even though he couldn't see her, he could see her sleek words shining bright over the slime like a beacon. Can't breathe. It hurts. Someone help me. Izuku ignores the yells of confusion from the operator and instead rushes forward, phone forgotten as he tugs off his backpack and throws it as hard as he can. The slime villain is startled for only a moment as the contents spill out, allowing the green-haired boy to swiftly grab hold on the girl's one visible flailing arm and begin tugging with all his might. The person, a blonde girl with tearful blue eyes in a pink and gray sweater, looks upon him in shock as he pulled. The slime villain, however, recovered from his sudden bludgeoning, looks over at the boy futilely trying to free his prey and lets his eyes winkle with mirth. Oh ho? Another meat suit's appeared? Well, this just gets better and better. The sludge moves towards him, crawling over his limbs, and Izuku realizes he's done the most stupidest thing he could. Instead of getting help or ensuring the police knew what was going on so they could arrive to save them, he literally ran into the villain's grasp with no plan or exit strategy, effectively sealing his and the girl's fates. He then spots his All Might pencil roll by along with his other school supplies. That's gonna be a hell of a mess to clean up, provided he lives to do so, then turns his gaze back to the villain's eyes, floating aimlessly through his syrupy form. This was a worse plan than his early one, but at least it was something. Izuku lets go of one of the girl's hands. Her eyes shrink in terror before he's squeezing the arm he's still holding, assuring her he's not leaving her, and begins reaching out, fingers brushing past the pencil. The villain luckily doesn't seem to notice, preoccupied with taunting his hostages and bragging about how hard it will be to pick which of them to ride. Was that how his quirk worked? He called them both meat suits, so that means it must require physical contact with his victims, with the implication being that he has to have access to stop that. There's no time. On his third try, the pencil is finally in reach, and Izuku looks over to the girl, who looks back in a mixture of panic, confusion, and exhaustion. She looked close to passing out actually. Sheet, that's bad. With a valiant and desperate scream, Izuku stabs downward wildly onto one on the villain's eyeballs, immediately sickened by the squelching sound of the tip piercing the iris. The villain screeched in pain as it finally released his hostages, allowing Izuku to crawl away while dragging the girl behind him. "Go now!" he screams over the slime's rattling cries. The girl looks like she's about to argue, but Izuku ignores her protests and instead shoves her ahead of him, just in time to suddenly lose his footing as his legs are swept from under him. The villain looms over him as Izuku's dragged forward, his pencil still in the stabbed orb that bleeding and mixing into the slime man's grimy viscous body. "You F brat!" he screeches, and Izuku feels the sludge surrounding him convulse wildly as the villain's words flare with his growing rage. "My hurts. Think kill you." Panic overrides his senses and he futilely kicks his feet out as the slime continues to engulf and compress him. Another squeeze forces Izuku's mouth open and slime pours down his throat and covers his nose, blocking any oxygen from reaching his burning lungs. Someone was screaming and he couldn't tell if it was him, the girl, the villain, or all three of them, but it's making his ears ring. His heart hammers and the world darkens, the villain's thoughts the only source of light. "Kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you." Before he could even begin accepting that those were the last words he'd ever hear, a familiar boisterous laugh echoed throughout the underpass, distracting the villain from his murder attempt. "Have not fear, for I am here." The last thing Izuku saw was the villain suddenly being flung away from him. When Izuku finally comes to, he immediately rolls over onto his knees to vomit out the excess sludge occupying his stomach, cheeks stinging as he tries to take desperate sputtering breaths. Oh God, it was disgusting. As you'd expect from someone who had spent God knows how long slicking around the city sewage pipes. It was going to take him forever to rid the taste out of his mouth. But at least, to his enormous relief, he can breathe again. An unknown shadow blankets over him. "Kill you." And he whirls to get away, frozen as he finds himself staring up into the face he's only had the pleasure of seeing on TV and newspaper clippings. "Good, you're awake," the large blonde man said as the boy blinked owlishly at him, seeming not to notice his rescue victim's paling face. "Had me worried for a second there." "Why, you dash," Izuku stuttered through his trauma and fanboy-fueled stupor, trying to process the sight of the #1 hero of Japan towering over him, and in casual wear no less. The man laughs, tossing his head back before striking an impressive dynamic pose. "Yes, it is I, All Might," he announces boldly before handing Izuku his backpack back. Well, more like tossing. Words above his head flashing just as dramatically. "Smile big." Is probably still shaken. "Show him there's no problem." "I must apologize for what happened," he says apologetically. "I had been chasing that villain earlier when he ducked into the sewer system. Had I caught him sooner, you too would have avoided being placed in any danger." Despite the slight distraction of how simplistic All Might's mind font was, he expected something a bit more bolder from Japan's #1 hero, the mention of another person immediately reminds Izuku exactly why he was almost dead, and his earlier panic resettles itself. That girl, is she okay? All Might stares for a moment, startled by his outburst, then laughs. Yes, she's perfectly fine. He points down back at the bridge. I asked her to wait back while I checked on you. She's very grateful that you came in to try and help her, by the way. Even went as far as to call you her hero. As a pro, I must commend your bravery in face of such a terrifying ordeal. Izuku squirmed over the praise, and felt himself flush. Even though he was still jittery from earlier and his main priority had been the girl's safety, it made him feel a little embarrassed being told by the top pro hero he had done a good job. However, he adds, grin turning stern, as a pro, I must also tell you what you did is very reckless. I can understand it being an emergency, but the last thing you should ever do as an untrained and unarmed civilian is directly confront a villain. Oh, he mutters, his small bout of pride deflating just a bit. Any other time, he would have been a little miffed he was being scolded for trying to help someone, especially since they were in such an isolated area to begin with. That waiting for help that probably wouldn't have arrived in time seemed a lot worse than running up to a villain who would have killed you without even giving it a second thought. He can feel his neck burn from how tight it was gripped and how fast the slime pushed through his esophagus. My fault. Civilian was harmed. Melissa almost died. Should have been more careful. Got too sloppy. It's rather obvious he's got other things on his mind aside from Izuku's questionably reckless heroics, so he'd bite his tongue for now and ignore wanting to ask how he knew the girl personally. Sorry. Izuku says carefully, letting his gaze move down. I really couldn't think of what else to do. I just saw she was in trouble and outran. All Might nodded, thoughts relaxing just a bit. Understandable. I imagine anyone in your position would have a hard time staying put. Still, these rules exist to protect you both. The next time something like this happens, contact the proper authorities first. I did though, he thinks huffily, but says nothing and instead takes the scolding in stride. Everything worked out, so best not to get hung up on semantics and whatnot. I meant what I said though, the hero adds, grin seeming to stretch wider. The girl truly does consider you a hero. You should take pride in knowing your actions help prevent a heinous crime from being committed. Markings of a good hero in the making. Izuku grip on his backpack tightens, the hero's words settling warmly in him. He'd never imagined hearing All Might of all people telling him he showed markings of a good hero in the making. Hell, he didn't even expect to even run into him today. He was expecting the day to end on a sour note, but with such encouragement from the #1 hero, all the dread and anger from this afternoon had buried itself into a deep, unreachable place where it could no longer touch him. He couldn't think of anything that could ruin his happiness now. It's good you didn't use your quirk to fight him though, otherwise I would have had to take you to the station too. Quirk regulation laws and everything, you know. That took the wind out of Izuku's sails quite quickly though. Right, his quirk. The one that hadn't really helped as much as it did when he thought about it. Sure. He was able to read the villain's mind to figure out why he was running, but it did nothing to stop the girl from showing up and being attacked. Or kept him from being nearly choked out. Another squeeze forces Izuku's mouth open and slime pours down his throat and covers his nose, blocking any oxygen from reaching his burning lungs. Someone was screaming. He shook his head clear of that thought and focused on his current dilemma. All Might didn't know about his quirk. He was saying all these nice things because he hadn't told him about Mind Reader or his using it on the villain. He doesn't know what really went down before he showed up. If he knew about his quirk, knew about how useless it was, then take a swan dive off the roof and pray you get a better quirk in your next life. He bites his lip anxiously. All Might's the #1 hero. He probably hears this question all the time from every fan he runs into on the street. Too many times to count even. He's said it in enough magazine articles and TV interviews that Izuku could probably riffle through one of those for an answer if he needed one so badly. But this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him, hell, for anyone, and if he didn't do something quick, it'd be gone forever and he'd have nothing to show for it except a memory and Katsuki's cruel taunts ringing in his head. Besides, it couldn't hurt to ask, right? Before he can even begin. Thinking of the question though, All Might is already walking past him back towards the bridge. He turns quickly, small stumbles barely keeping up with his titan-sized strides. Wait, where are you going? The hero stops to look at him, forcing Izuku to stop. I'm going to take the girl to the police station to make a report while I drop off the villain, he explains, holding up 2 soda bottles filled with familiar-looking green sludge and a deadened eyeball floating alongside its still functional twin. You can get home by yourself, right? While you seem fine, I would suggest perhaps stopping by a hospital on your way back. You never really know. I do hope you take my words to heart and execute more caution in the future. Farewell. Izuku watched him turn, realizing he was actually leaving. But I dash. He cries, scrambling for an excuse to keep him longer. Oh, see, can I have an auto dash? All Might points to Izuku's backpack, not even turning around. Already done. Izuku scrambles through his contents and pulls out his journal. Other one young man. He stops, wondering how he even knew as he instead grabs his hero notes, eyes widening as he flips it open and sees All Might's name scrawled across 2 empty pages in black ink. He can practically feel his heart swell with joy, quashing any mild irritation his analytic side probably felt from losing out on page space. He'd probably end up needing to clear space in their curio shelf to make a family shrine for such a treasure. Now then, he says as he continues on his way, breaking Izuku out of his excitement and reminding him of the task at hand. As much as I would love to stick around longer, I must hurry to the police station. Boo, but Izuku stumbles, seeing the man get further away. He realizes he would have to think fast if he wanted him to stay long enough to even get a word in edgewise. He goes for his phone in an attempt to ask for a picture when he feels nothing and remembers. Wait, I called the police already. Unexpectedly, All Might jolts at that, stumbling as he comes to a complete stop. Why, you did you? He asks, trying to sound as calm as possible as he whips around at surprising speed. The words above him flickered from concerned to anxious. She didn't contact Tsukachi yet. Melissa didn't say anything. The boy files away the other name for later and tries to keep his gaze leveled as he spoke. Ida was calling earlier when that girl showed up. I didn't get to finish though, but I didn't hang up, so they must have tried to ping my location. I'm sure there'll be someone here soon. I could call them just to make sure. All Might nods slowly, thoughts still scrambled. How proactive, a very wise decision, young man. However, it is my duty to assure this criminal is processed accordingly. I'm sure it'd be no issue for me to simply drop the villain off myself. In fact, you can tell any officers who arrive I'm handling the situation personally. I'm sure they'll understand. That isn't it against the law to do that though? He counters quickly, and thanks God Arudara made hero civics mandatory for 3rd years aiming for hero schools. Article 539 states that if the police are on their way to a villain attack, any heroes on scene have to wait for them to arrive to process the suspect. Taking him in by yourself is against the law unless there's an officers on scene to contact their superiors to give you permission or the crime's still in progress. My goodness, you're well informed, aren't you? The hero chuckles nervously, obviously not expecting the response. While you make an excellent point, this villain is high priority. Yes, that's it. After all, he escalated from purse snatching to attempted murder in a single afternoon. Plus these bottles might not hold him for long. Best to just get him over to the station than risk him escaping, you know? Izuku stares, somehow simultaneously unimpressed and amazed at the verbal and mental gymnastics the man was putting himself through. Just what was the problem? All Might shouldn't be this worried about the police showing up to pick up a criminal, or resistant for that matter. If anything, it would make things easier and cut out the issue of having to hop to the nearest station. He can understand being a rush to detain the villain, but it's ridiculous how far he's going to make excuses to leave, and yes, Izuku sees the irony quite well, thank you. Honestly, it's almost like, why don't you want the police to see you? He asks, barely masking the confrontation tone his voice held. All Might, to his credit, manages to keep his response much more restrained this time. As I said, this is a dangerous criminal and the girl needs to make a report. It's best he be turned into the proper authorities as soon as possible. The police work with pros long enough to know we have our own way of doing things. I just wish to get this mess settled as soon as possible and let you kids get back to your day. Izuku frowns, eyes narrowed. He might not be that perceptive, but he's experienced it enough times to know when an adult's trying to give him the brush off. He's trying to get rid of me. But the real question is why? What is All Might? Is it All Might? Now that he thinks about it, it's strange the symbol of peace would be just randomly strolling around in casual clothes and not alert anyone of his presence. In such a hurry to do, he's twisting basic hero police procedure just to get Izuku to back off and head home. Pros are busy people. He knows that they have duty to protect the peace, and the last thing he should be doing is holding up one to bother him with such a silly question. Any other normal person would have just chalked it up to the man just being in a rush and leave it at that. However, there's a difference being in a rush and wanting to get rid of someone, and right now All Might's leaning heavily in the latter category. There's also the fact he's trying to get rid of Izuku specifically. He seems to have no issue with the girl Melissa, who he knows, and is doing his damnedest to make it look like they're complete strangers, tagging along to wherever he's going. Izuku could respect wanting to keep a secret, but this was beyond suspicious. Well, I must be off. Take care, young man. All Might says stiffly rather than answer him, readying to leave. Izuku's gaze shoots up, all attempts at secrecy discarded. Have to leave. Time limit's almost up. Can't maintain longer. He doesn't understand what the words mean, but he knows that All Might's not going to stick around for long unless he says something stupid and bad enough to make him feel he has to stay. So, Izuku decides to say something stupid and bad in retrospect. What do you mean by time limit? The man pauses in the middle of making his leap, shoulders tensed. Above him, his words flashed in panic. What did he say? Did he notice? Izuku questions how important this secret is that All Might had such a reaction and how much he should give away about what he knows. If he pressed too hard or said the wrong thing. You said your time limit was almost up. A half-truth it is, because he did say it, just not out loud, and it's vague enough to not lead to more questions. What does that mean? Ardata you dash. All Might is already upon him before he can finish, and he's sorely reminded of how big the symbol of peace is. In the heat of rescue, Izuku would have seen his giant frame as a welcoming sight, a sign that his troubles were over and put his fears to rest. But here alone, under the shadow of the bridge and the hero's warning glare, it made his feel weak and small, like the wrong word would lead to him being left in the alleyway forgotten with his neck snapped. He digs his nails into his palms to keep from reaching for his neck. How much did you hear? He asks, earlier amused tone now layered with a sharper edge. Well, All Might pressed on, you wanted to have my attention, now you have it. Explain. He gapes wordlessly, wholly unnerved by the fact that he even had All Might's full attention after that stunt. He had half expected the man to just brush the comment off. It's what most adults did, even before the mistake with his quirk was discovered. He honestly wasn't prepared for him taking him seriously, or for the secret to be so important that the #1 hero's barely contained fear is coming off in such heavy, terrifying waves. He knows he's not trying to scare him, he just wants to know what he said, is worried he let something important slip, but he's scared. I'm sorry, I promise I didn't mean to see it. I just want to know, he stutters, trying to reorganize his thoughts. He's not going to hurt you, you're fine. Did you think someone with a useless quirk can be a hero? All Might looks, and is rightfully confused at the sudden switch of topics, and at any other time Izuku would have gladly explained himself more properly and apologized, but right now he needed answers that only the symbol of peace could provide, and he was going to take them however he could. A lot of people have quirks that aren't, well, practical for heroism. Like being able to adjust your height slightly, or changing your hair color, or even being able to, know people's thoughts by looking at them. Silly quirks that really don't seem like quirks, or are basically just like being quirkless. Izuku holds up his now autographed notebook, seeing the pages glow below him out of his peripheral while the words above All Might's head flickered around in a frenzied dance. And my quirk's sort of like that, and because of it everyone keeps telling me I shouldn't be a hero. It didn't even help me fighting off that villain. But, well, you're always saying on TV how anyone can be a hero. And that must mean people with quirks like mine, right? I mean, just because it's not flashy doesn't mean it's not helpful. Sure, somehow, my quirk could save someone, because that's the kind of hero I want to be. So I was wondering could I become a hero, like you, when my quirk isn't all that strong or useful? Izuku told himself not to look up or down while All Might spoke. He didn't want to know, he couldn't know. He couldn't know what his hero truly thought of his dream. For once, he wanted to enjoy the fantasy he crafted for himself, to live in the world he built around his silly, childish hope. For once, he wanted to think someone believed in him. But try as he might, poor foolish Orpheus turned to look anyway, and truly knew despair as his dream turned to ash before his eyes. Izuku Midoriya is worried for her son. The police called to tell her he was involved in a villain attack. No one was harmed, thank God, and taken to the station to give a statement, and now required her to pick him up. It had been a stressful wait. The police wouldn't tell her anything beyond that they needed to ask Izuku a few follow-up questions about the attack, and the only company she had to deal with the building distress was the tall, gaunt fellow she met and spoke with in the lounge. He said he was the temporary guardian of the initial victim, who was visiting from America for a scholarship of some kind. Apparently, she was staying at a hotel until they could finish moving her stuff into his apartment and was supposed to meet up with him when he had finished with work, but went out earlier to look around the area and got lost, only to get attacked by the villain. Such an awful way to start out her time in Japan. You don't know how grateful I am to your son Midoriya-san, he smiles. Melissa's father is a very good friend of mine, and I think of her as family. If something had happened, I couldn't bear to look him in the eye again. Inko gave an easy smile despite herself. I'm just glad no one was seriously hurt, to think something like this could have happened. The man nodded, face turning grim. That's just the kind of world we've come to live in, I suppose. They were rather lucky the police arrived in time to detain the attacker. He then turned his gaze back to the double door leading to the interview room. You should probably talk to him about all this afterwards though. While I am grateful to him, jumping into the middle of villain attacks like that is rather unsafe behavior for a 14-year-old. Be bad if he started making too much of a habit out of it and something worse than today happen. Inko lets out a snort she meant to hold in, and has both the courtesy and decency of mind to look scandalized at herself before answering, Why you make a good point at UM? The man, realizing they've been talking for hours without him even introducing himself, smiles bashfully at her. Yagi, Tashinori Yagi. She smiles back. Yagi-san then. You're not wrong. It's dangerous behavior. But I doubt I could discourage him, even if I tried. The man's brows rightfully furrowed in confusion. Before she could start explaining though, the police had exited with her son in tow alongside a rather tall-looking blonde girl with glasses following close behind. Guess that must be the Melissa girl, she thinks as they're brought closer. The girl looks their way, and Inko has to take a quick double take. Are they really not related? Blonde hair and blue eyes are rare, even with appearance-altering quirks, and waves politely at the both of them as she's escorted over. Izuku, on the other hand, is quiet as the dead when she sees him. Not that isn't unusual for him. Izuku has never been a talkative child, outside of the subject of heroes and quirks of course, even back then, and his quirk hardly encouraged socializing in the first place. While Inko was no chatty Cathy herself, she often had to get creative to keep conversations going, if she could even get one started with him in the first place. Not to say they didn't talk, oh no, they said a lot of things to each other, like, good morning, and, I'm leaving, and dinner's ready, and is it garbage day? They weren't that detached from each other. They just didn't talk all that much is all. Izuku had become more closed off since his quirk was discovered, especially after. Izuku, I'm sorry. Point was, talking wasn't common in the Midoriya household. Izuku enjoyed his peaceful silences and Inko respected that. This was different than that though, it was like he wasn't registering her presence at all, or anyone's for that matter. He just allowed her to pull him into a hug with no resistance and then be tugged away as she fretted over him like a limp ragdoll. The only show of awareness he had made the whole time was the police telling them they'd call if they had more info or needed testimony and the girl Melissa thanking him for helping her. I was so shocked when you showed up out of nowhere and started trying to pull me out, she says, graciously, taking Izuku's hand into her own. Inko can't help but note that her Japanese isn't all that bad. I'm really grateful you came to my rescue, thank you so much. Izuku doesn't even quirk a smile or even look at her, answering so softly Inko near misses it. That I didn't do anything. My feet just moved on their own. The girl seems to miss his dead tone, and just beams brighter. Then I'm glad they were moving in my direction then. Yagi had finished with the officers and turned to face them. Well, we should be going, it's rather late. He then gave Izuku a rather strange look before schooling a much more cheerful expression. Thank you again, young man, you truly are a hero. Inko isn't sure what expression her son had made at the compliment, but whatever it was made Yagi spit blood, or maybe that was just something he did. Inko had go through 5 entire boxes of tissue provided by the officers to help clean up the 2 times he had done so during their conversation, and hurried himself and Melissa out the door. The cab ride back was as dreadfully quiet as the wait at the station. No matter how hard she tried or how many thoughts of concern she sent his way, Izuku just wouldn't speak to her, not even small talk. When they finally got home, he immediately rushed for his bedroom, not even stopping to hear her tell him she'd have dinner ready in a moment. For a while there was no noise, and that just makes Inko's anxiousness over the whole incident spike up again as she tried to get herself to focus on the rice cooker. It was nothing. The officers said no one was hurt, and Izuku hadn't said anything to her. You know why he hasn't. You know exactly why he wouldn't tell you if something happened. You know why, and you're ignoring it. If something had happened, he would have told her. It's been a long, exhausting day for everyone, and Izuku's probably tired from spending all day stuck in a tiny room speaking to people he didn't know after being attacked by a villain. She just had to make dinner, get him to come out to eat, and everything would be. The sound of Izuku's room door slamming shut is enough to make her realize she's stirred the soup for longer than the recipe stated and that the timer for the cooker went off ages ago. So with a heavy sigh and worry nipping at her heels, Inko turns off the stove and heads straight for her son's room. It was nothing. He was probably just tired and she was fretting over nothing as usual. It's nothing. She makes it 2 feet to the door before she sees it. A box had been left outside, and it had been filled with all of Izuku's All Might merchandise, his toys, his collectibles, even his posters. Some had gaping tears on the side and corners, likely from the haste of getting them down from his wall. Inko remembered taking him to buy these, how his eyes lit up when he held the toys in his hands and played hero, or asked for her help putting the posters up in his room, struggling to keep them straight and making sure the gum tacks didn't damage them. It took her hours cleaning his room because he spent half that time carefully moving every doll from his shelf and refused to let her do anything until they were all accounted for. What if the vacuum eats them up? All Might strong, but he can't fight Susu vacuuming powers. Even his All Might nameplate's in there. She had wanted to write it for him, but he insisted he was a big boy and had to write it himself. Got more ink on his hands than on the tag. He looks so proud of himself when they hung it up. With unsteady hand, Inko lifts a hand to lightly knock on the door. Izuku's sweetheart? She asks politely, can you open the door please? Silence prevailed until she heard the sound of feet shuffling against the wooden floor. There was brief pause before the door creaked open, and her son blankly peeked out at her. He looks rather worse for wear, or maybe he had looked this way coming home and she hadn't noticed. Yes. She begins to uneasily wring her hands. This was harder to do than she thought. Are you hungry? Dinner will be ready soon. Izuku stares, eyes moving slightly. A little. Inko smiles, secretly relieved. He said, a little, that means something. Not much, but it's a start. Oh, that's good. I'm trying out a new recipe I found online. Miso chicken and vegetable soup. I had to substitute a few things, but I think you'll like it. Izuku nods slightly and Inko feels her tense shoulders sag. Okay, this is good, he's actually responding. Whatever mood he was in at the station was lifting, or at least weighing less heavy on him. But that doesn't help with the real issue. She tentatively eyes the box once more, struggling to keep her newfound determination from clumsily tipping over. That box that I noticed your All Might toys are in it. Izuku flinches angrily at that and she flinches at his flinching. Not good, she should probably back away. He's obviously upset about it and she shouldn't press. She could wait until dinner when he's relaxed and feed. But she made it this far, and he hasn't closed the door, so he must want to talk about. Maybe if she just eased into it. Slide into the discussion slowly. Are you cleaning your room? She asks, ignoring the way her son's eyes narrow as they move upward. Do you need me to dash? Get rid of it. Inko blinks, unsure if she heard correctly. I am sorry? Izuku doesn't answer immediately, just tightens his grip on the doorway. Another look over him makes her realize his eyes are puffy and wet. Had he been crying? Was that why he had been so quiet this whole time? Just get rid of it, he repeats, voice shaking. Sell it, burn it, throw it in a river somewhere, I don't care. He chokes mid-sentence, eyes tearing up. Before Inko could ask more, the door to his room shuts close in her face and Inko is left outside feeling dread pile up in her stomach. It was worse than she thought. Izuku was always a crier. But she knows she should ask what's wrong, that something must have happened. Whatever occurred with that villain or at the police station before she arrived, it was bad enough to drive Izuku to throw away his prized possessions like this, to make him cry like that. She opens her mouth, "Don't ever talk to me again," and takes a shuddering breath. Do you want me to call you when dinner's ready? As expected, she gets no response. So Inko takes the box, hefting it up slightly to make it easier to carry. All right, she says lamely, earlier resolve now broken and scattered about her like a block tower. I'll come back later, just in case. Whatever it was that was bothering him, she'd have to hold off on getting answers. Because she is too cowardly to talk to her own son, can see her child's upset and needs some time to himself. Izuku would come to her with it eventually, Inko just had to be patient for now. So until then, she'd just hold on to all his things until he felt happy and comfortable enough to take them back. The last thing she'd want to do is toss them out and not have them on hand when he needed them most. Besides, he obviously hadn't meant what he said. It was probably nothing. Poor kid. There's no way he's going to become a hero if his quirk can't even be used to defend himself, let alone help people. It'd be too dangerous for him and others. He'd most likely end up like I did after fighting All for One. If I hadn't managed to make it in time, he and Melissa would have surely no thinking like that. They're both safe now, that's what's important. You can worry about One for All and your impending retirement later. Right now you need to deal with this kid. I'll just not tell the boy what he wants to hear for now. The last thing the symbol of peace should be doing is destroying some child's fantasy, no matter how unrealistic it is. He'll figure out the truth on his own eventually. After all, it isn't bad to dream. Izuku ends up not leaving his room. He spent so much time ridding his room of all that person. He knew there was no point, but it's not fair why, and exhausted by the whirlwind of emotions he was tumbling through that he just threw himself onto his bed and laid there for the rest of the night. He was just tired and wanted to sleep. Sleep did not come easy though. The hands are wrapped around his throat and he can't get them off. He's trying, but his hands are too small, they can't get a grip and keep slipping through the flesh like water. He can't get loose even as he desperately struggles to get away, and why can't he breathe? The hands tighten and slowly branch out, digging their roots into his skin. Flaming goldfish come flying out of his mouth as a soundless scream rips through him. They buzz around him like angry wasps, whispering in his ear. I'll kill you. I'm sorry, Izuku. Kill you. Beneath me. Kill you. When he finally escaped the nightmare, it was 11:30 and silent gasping sobs were escaping from his mouth. Izuku launches himself up into a sitting position, digging into his arms. You're fine, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine, you're fini hour finitiaran 30 hour finesse, stop crying Jor. A light knock on the door pulled him out of his panic. Is Izuku? The quiet voice of his mother. Don't call her that. She doesn't deserve it, not after, pierces through the thundering of his heartbeat. Are you awake yet? Izuku takes another steadying breath. You're fine. Yeah, I'm awake. There's nervous shuffling behind the door, like she expecting more. I'm okay then. Well, I'm going shopping and do a few errands. I put your breakfast in the fridge, it's labeled. Oh, There's leftovers from yesterday you can warm up for lunch as well. Izuku's stomach gurgles greedily at the mention of food. Right, he had skipped dinner last night? Okay then, thank you. An awkward silence filled the space between the two of them. Izuku wasn't sure exactly what else to say to her, especially since he was still somewhat reeling from his nightmare. He just wanted to lie down, and why is he still shaking? I'm going to head out now, she finally responded, taking his focus off his white-knuckled hands. Call if you need anything, okay? Izuku nods despite the fact the door is closed and she can't see him. Sure thing. He hears her begins to step away from the door slowly, as though she was expecting him to rush out and stop her, or her footsteps stop halfway though. Oh, I called the school to let them know what happened. You should be fine missing class today. Then take a swan dive off the roof and pray you get a better Quirk in your next life. His shoulders arch on instinct. Oh, alright. There's another hesitant pause before the sound of footsteps fade from the hall. He waits until he hears the front door clicks shut and before flopping back down into his bed, clenching his sheets. Izuku knows he should get out of bed, knows he needs to head for the kitchen and eat something. And he's sure he will, when his skin stops vibrating anxiously and his breaths have finally slowed. Katsuki is irritated, and as always, the blame lies solely on Deku. When he arrived at class, the little green shitstain was nowhere to be seen. At first he assumed the dumbass was ducking him because of their talk yesterday. He burns up the image of the stricken look on Deku's face before it could fully materialize. He deserved it, you didn't mean it anyways, until their teacher came in and announced he had gotten attacked by a villain after school and staying home to recover. The extras did their thing and parroted dumb useless words of concern on cue, crying about how awful it was something like that had happened to their classmate and how lucky he was to be alive even though it did nothing, and he knew for a fact none of them gave two sheets. They can crow about wishing him a quick recovery all they'd like, but at the end of the day they were just playing it up for the cheap seats to feel good. The teacher was no better, babbling about how they needed to always be cautious and be prepared and always contact the local authority if they're in danger or feel unsafe and blah blah blah, just regurgitated sheet of stuff their parents repeated just as mindlessly. That wasn't what had Katsuki all in a twist though. It's really cool that Midoriya went up against a villain like that. A random extra with veiny pink hair droned, bouncing on her heels anxiously. If it was me, I would have ran. He's so brave. I just hope he feels better soon, clucks some chicken-headed loser in response, patting her shoulder. It must have been really scary for him. He really is fortunate to have gotten away without a scratch. Katsuki pays no heed to the ridiculous praise while the two numbskull toadies sitting next him waste their time glaring enviously. Man, it's totally unfair, Numbskull one cried, slumping back into his chair. Midoriya didn't even do anything cool and everyone's acting like he walked on water. Numbskull too nodded sympathetically at his fellow dumbass complaints. I know, right? How's a loser like that get popular for just getting his butt kicked? Katsuki snorted but made no comment, taking a bite of his lunch. While he usually found their whining annoying, and still does. Only reason he doesn't blast them to Kingdom Come is that the teachers like how sociable it makes him look to being shadowed by the dweebs, and sociable looks good on a school resume. He had agreed with the sentiment, villain attacks happen every FING day, yet he never heard any of these fuckers throwing a parade for those victims quite like they did for Deku. Just didn't make any sense to make such a big deal of something so stupid. Wasn't like the fucker had died or anything. He's staring at him horrified, teeth clenched but eyes wide with hurt. Stop it. He started it, it's his fault. He was just playing you like always, and it was his own fault for being stupid enough to try and fight the villain on his own like a dumbass when he knew he was too weak and pathetic to even do anything. He's lucky the police even managed to show up in time to save his butt. There was no reward in praising something so minimal effort. All these extras were doing was worthlessly fawning over a fellow idiot for the same reason the numbskulls were complaining. They all knew they wouldn't have fared any better, would have done and gotten off worse, so they're all leeching onto Deku's stupid stunt so they can feed off his self-generated drama and all feel better about how useless they are. It was pathetic, and so were they. Not Katsuki though. If it had been Katsuki, that FENG villain wouldn't have even dreamed of touching him. He'd have that trash burned to ashes before it had known what happened, and the police would sit there in amazement of this amazing future hero rather than wandering around, dumbfounded at how they allowed a effing useless Deku do their jobs for them. However, bothersome as it was, Deku's undeserved praise wasn't causing him that much irritation either. In fact, after about 4 days the fawning had died down and everyone went back to focusing on actual important shit. No, what had really gotten his goat was what happened afterwards. "Why the F are you here?" he hissed as his mom rung the apartment doorbell for him. "The teacher said Izuku was fine and I need to leave the packet. We don't need to go see them." His mother responded with a slap against his noggin. "I told you, brat, I'm here for moral support." Poor Inko's probably really stressed. It'll help to see a friendly face, and watch your FNG language. He grits his teeth and bites back a curse. He really should have expected that the old hag was going to drag herself along with him to Deku's house after he told her about the teacher asking him to deliver the work he missed, because it was apparently everyone on Deku's week and Katsuki missed the memo. Despite how far the two have come to drift apart, their mothers were still thick as thieves since the day they meet on that stupid neighborhood playdate. It made the whole trying to avoid Deku thing a lot more tougher than it was supposed to be early on when the woman's first go-to for his obligatory playmate was that shitty big-mouthed nerd, though eventually she seemed to get the hint and stop putting them together. Unfortunately, that didn't stop him from being in regular contact with the Midoriyas every chance she wanted, and what Mitsuki Bakugo wants, Mitsuki Bakugo gets. Which now left him here, outside the home of the last fucker on Earth he wants to see because his bitchy hag of a mother wants to play concerned citizen, too, for some effing reason. The door opens at the second ring and Auntie Inko pops out, looking all sorts of surprised at their presence. "And Mitsuki? And Katsuki-kun, what are you doing here?" "Just wanted to make sure you were fine," she says, pinching Katsuki's back as he rightfully snorts at the polite plastic smile she put on. "I know we talked about it on the phone, but I just wanted to be sure things were going well. How's Izuku holding up?" Auntie Inko's eyes dim at the mention. "Oh, he's that fine. We just finished dinner and now he's resting in his room." His mom smiles on, but there's a sharp glint in her eye that catches on to the hesitation in the smaller woman's voice as Katsuki has. "You mind if we come in?" "Oh, I couldn't dare bother you," she says, even though they're the ones intruding on her, and unannounced no less. "We really are fine, no need to trouble yourselves." "Don't be silly," his mom replies smoothly, taking Auntie's hand. "You know you're never a bother to me." And so Katsuki found his quick Dielvoy turned into a stupid house visit, stuck sitting on an armchair with warm tea in hand while his mother made empty small talk. A repeat of school only. Katsuki can't simply drown it out by focusing on schoolwork or calling for everyone to shut their traps already. So he focuses on his environment instead. The apartment really hasn't changed since the last time Katsuki's been here, which feels like ages ago. A few more memorable pieces of furniture are missing and some new unfamiliar ones are taking space, but there are still little things, like the picture of them from the first day of preschool, and the badly hidden stains in the carpet from a poorly planned game of tag in the living room, and dent in the wall they left when Deku wanted to see if he had gotten his mom's quirk and convinced him that throwing a baseball with assistance of his own was the best way to find out. He mentally kicks himself before getting dragged too far into the nostalgia, before he drags up worse memories, and his eyes are wide, staring at him as if to ask, "Why stop making that face? I didn't mean it, I didn't know that would happen." After what feels like an eternity later, his mother subtly glances his way and levels him a look that basically reads, "Scram, the adults need to talk and you're being an eyesore." And Katsuki, being a spiteful beeb, would have happily ignored the signal and continued his unsubtle fuming on the armchair because her, the old bat had taken over the entire FNG point of this trip from him, but the last thing he was willing to let her steal was his sulking. But then he sees Auntie Inko, sees her hands shake as she hands them snacks, watches her squint her puffy red eyes, push back another loose strand PF hair yet miss several others. She looks so worn and tired, like even the smallest breeze will snap her in two. So he excuses himself, grabbing the packet from the table as he heads down the hall to Deku's room. It's irritatingly surprising that he automatically knows where to go despite not visiting for so long. When he gets to the door, An immediate sense of wrongness hits him like a freight train as his eyes scramble to figure out what's so out of place that it has his senses raised to search and destroy what the F ever's freaking him out. It takes him only a second to realize what's wrong is that Deku's stupid All Might nameplate isn't there. He remembers because he was so used to seeing it so many times when he used to come over, before their quirks came in, before the anger that bloomed at the sight of each other, before he found out Deku for the fake sack of shit he is. He goes for the door and leaves the packet laying against the door frame. It's why they came anyway. The quicker he does it, the quicker they can leave and he can stop being assaulted by this building unease and the blurring image, that stupid hollow smile at those confused, hurt eyes. It's not my fault, didn't want that to happen, don't feel bad, that's how he got you last time he lied first, not you. He turns to head back, only for noise from the living room area to get his attention and keep him frozen in. Please. Katsuki's not one to snoop, because that's a coward's move to just FNG hide and listen into shit that's none of your business, but the talking's loud enough to draw him in anyways. I just don't know what to do, Mitsuki. Auntie Inko sobbed, voice thick with worry. Something obviously happened, but he won't tell me. He hears his mother move from her spot on the sofa. Maybe it's just shock. That happens a lot with villain attacks, doesn't it? Maybe he's still processing it. But it's not just that. There's the sound of tissues being pulled. I thought it was fine. He's just tired, he just needs rest. He's always been careful about villains, so I figured everything was okay. I mean, he'd tell me if it wasn't, right? The sofa shifts again and a desperate sniffle follows the movement. But it's been days and he still won't leave his room. I can barely get him to eat anything or even talk to me. I've never seen him like this. Inko. What if it wasn't just a fight? What if the villain did something to him and he's too scared to tell me? What if it? The rest of the sentence is lost to the sobbing and the thundering of blood rushing past his ears. Katsuki is feeling too many things from this conversation that he doesn't understand, but what he does understand is that the source is only a step away from him. Katsuki doesn't stay to hear the rest, just marches over to the room, teeth clenched and hands popping with violent sparks, desperate for kindling. He's not sure what he wants to say, but his mouth is already moving despite nothing really human sounding coming out of it. Katsuki, we're leaving. Katsuki hesitates, fist raised as he stares down the bare door and wonders about his next act. He should do it. He should just bust in and smash dumb Deku's face in and ask him what the F he's doing, putting poor auntie through this, acting like a goddamn baby just because his feathers got ruffled a little. He doesn't understand. Katsuki's knocked Deku around plenty and he's never reacted to it, but he'll buckle and tuck his tail between legs over trash that couldn't even handle him and FING background character. Is he weaker than some trash villain to him then? How weak was he if a villain derails him so easily? How can you say you're going to FANG beat me and then lost to one shitty villain? Oi brat, did you hear me? Katsuki turns on the dime, eyes still flaring red with hate and conflict. I heard you, I'm already on my F way. He ignores his mother's screech over his cussing, with cussing of her own mind you, and levels the door one last look. FING pathetic. He spits harshly, and to think I was about to take your challenge seriously. What a FING joke. He walks away before he can even hear the lack of a response. Izuku sits in his room, staring at the bold, striking words decorating his 13th hero journal. His mother has gone out shopping again, so he's just alone with himself and his thoughts. Now that he's getting a better look at it, he realizes how sloppy the handwriting is, like it was done in a rush with very little care for legibility, yet enough practiced ease you'd never even notice. He must be used to it, Izuku thinks, blankly following every slide. He's the #1 hero after all. Thousands of people have probably asked for his autograph, enough so that he probably does it on instinct at this point. He's surprised he even came to the conclusion that Izuku even wanted one, and he would have wanted one, enough to sell his kidney and half his liver for it. Then again, all his stuff had the hero's face on it and was laid out in that tunnel for all the world to see. Anyone would have thought so. God, he must have looked so FNG pathetic. He throws the notebook in anger, an action he'll definitely regret later, but right now he's too wound up to care about future him or his feelings at the moment. and screams into his pillow for what feels like the 100th time. Ever since that stupid incident in the tunnel with All Might and the slime villain, there's been something thrumming under the surface of his skin, something that was constantly prickling at him and leaving him frustrated and exhausted, and Katsuki's little visit yesterday had somehow made it worse. He's just so mad. Mad at Katsuki. It's not fair. Why did you come here to gloat? Why you don't know you didn't see that glare, see the threats, see the sea of slime, and he's drowning, someone help. Mad at his mother. Why did she bring them here? Why did she let them in? She knows how he feels. Why? Mad at All Might. Don't saw his name, liar, you looked me in the eye, you smiles while you did it, how could you? You're supposed to a hero, right? Mad at his stupid, useless Quirk. Tell him what he wants, can't get him mad, he'll tell everyone. He removes his face from the pillow and lays on his back, staring at his ceiling. His eyes sting from overuse, unable to produce any tears because he already cried himself dry this morning. He's mostly mad at himself though. You're certain to become a wonderful hero. For being so stupid, for thinking he could fight a villain when he could barely face Kaken even on a bad day, for foolishly thinking that maybe it'd be different, for hanging his hope on such flimsy thread that the fact that they took so long to snap despite the years of fraying was a miracle in itself. For believing, even hoping for even a moment that anyone would take his dream seriously. Did he honestly think things would be different? Did he really think if he kept asking for belief he knows he won't receive, and that he's too cowardly to even give himself, that it would just plop into his lap one day? Why ask a question he already knew the answer to? Why put himself through the charade of playing the bright-eyed, bushy-tailed boy who could read minds and would receive the noble blessing of his hero to become one himself? Was he so weak, so cowardly, that he needed someone, his hero, his friend, his mother, anyone to give him permission to seek out his dream? He hates it, hates this stupid heavy weight on his heart, hates this hopelessness, hates that he's so pathetic. He clicks his tongue furiously, also hating that, unfortunately, Katsuki is right. He's being pathetic, hiding in his room like this. It wasn't the first time he's had a close call with a villain, a natural casualty to be expected of someone who made a habit of running towards the flames and screaming to watch heroes and their enemies fight it out in broad daylight. Once or twice a battle got too heated or containment took too long and Izuku found himself in near peril, but it never was that bad. But those villains have never been that close before, never touched him. He can still feel the slime crawling down his throat. He can't breathe, help me. The buzzing under his skin increases full force and causes the inside of his mouth to burn. So Izuku forces himself up and begins to wander his room with no real destination or goal except to avoid keeping still because that seemed to be the only thing that made it bearable. He needs to do something about it soon because he's not sure how much longer he can keep it at bay, or how many more days of school he can miss before it starts piling up. He circles past his desk for the umpteenth time when he finally stops to stare at his calendar. It was the only piece of All Might, liar, he had left in his room. He rips it down to flip through the pages and lands on August. I zeroed in on the date circled with red ink. Izuku Midoriya sits calmly in her kitchen, thoughts cold and muddled. She thought when Izuku finally stopped locking himself in his room, that things were going back to normal. It made her sick she couldn't do anything to help Izuku those past 4 days. As always, you wait till the problem solves itself instead doing something, but she was happy her son was okay now. He was finally going to class to catch up with his studies, holding down his meals, going out more. He even started exercising recently, saying it was training for the UA entrance exams. The conversation went no further after that. It was a touchy topic for both. Izuku honestly though things had gotten better. As of 2 months ago, that was no longer the case. She's no sure when it started, but as the days passed Izuku started coming home later and later, bruises and scrapes littering his knees, and this time there are no half-baked stories of roughhousing from neighbors and children to explain them away. He's also been staying up more, and getting dark circles under his eyes from the lack of sleep. He's gotten more clumsy too, bumping into things right in front of him, tripping over his own feet, dropping things after being handed them. The worst of it though is the growing absent-mindedness. Day after day his mind seems to wander further away from everything. This teacher called with complaints about him zoning out in class, and he's become so forgetful, leaving behind his textbooks, his lunch, even his backpack at one point. Yesterday at dinner she had to use her quirk to rip his knife away from him because he came too close to chopping off his fingers without realizing it. Inko keeps telling herself to say something, to sit down with him and ask what's going on. Exercising can be brutal, yes, but not to the level her sons seem to have taken it. But every time she gets close she falters, she hesitates, she makes excuses. He likes his privacy. I don't want to seem overbearing, I'll ask when he gets back. Now she was sitting in the kitchen, listening to her son shuffle around in his room for his books. It's Sunday, so he's heading to the library for studying, preparing for a conversation she has no idea how to start. Just ask him to take the day off. She hisses at herself as she hears the door to his room close. One day, just tell him to stay home for one day and get this over with. Izuku barrels out into the hall, a mess of curls and a sloppy hoodie he's still trying to put on as he mumbles something about Quirk ethic laws in the prefecture. She calls out to him, breaking the spell and allowing her to get an actual look at him. The poor thing's barely keeping steady, his socks are mismatched, and his hair's a bigger bird's nest than it usually is. She's surprised he hasn't collapsed in on himself yet. She begins, heart pumping as she steels herself. She knows she can do this, knows she needs to do this. For both their sakes she needs to power through. Then she makes the mistake of staring to her son gaze, his wild, dissecting gaze. Always searching, always trying to see something, and panics. She can't do this, he knows she can't say it, she knows she needs to, they need to have this conversation. Look at him, he's skin and bones, his eyes are bloodshot and bumped into the doorway when he came in. You need to say something, tell him. I noticed your hoodie was on backwards. You should fix that. Izuku has the decency to flush before righting his clothes, then sweeps past her, stooping down to put on his shoes. She knows she needs to call out to him again. She knows she needs to stop and tell him whatever he's doing is no good. She knows she needs to find out what's wrong. She knows she needs to stop being a coward and say something. So she instead sits back down and sighs, growing more frustrated with herself and the situation as the door closes with a solemn click. He always had close calls with villains. It came with being a hero fanboy who liked to run up to hero battles and get a front row seat of the action. Those times were plenty scary too, but he always got over it, just like he'll get over this. He just needed something to get his mind off it, and training for UA seemed like a perfect distraction. He should have been preparing ages ago anyway. He only had 8 months and he wasted a near week of one moping around. Izuku wasn't even sure why he put it off for so long. The most stablest of times in Izuku's life, sadly, is when his routine fell into patterns. So patterns are what he relied on. He starts by jogging, a little light workout that started around his neighborhood block and expanded itself street by street as the months passed by. He started putting more work into his studies, surprising his teachers as his average grades slowly but surely rose. He started learning English, and this time not just to spout out heroic catchphrases alongside the TV. He slowly added weights to his regime, updated his hero notes every chance he got, looked up videos on self-defense. Despite how much he would have liked real legitimate lessons, he realizes his deadlines way too narrow and his current schedule too packed to fit them in or get him where he needs to. If he lagged behind or missed a day, he'd put double into the next one, then triple into the one after, then quadruple into the rest. And every time his hands shook, every time his neck burned, every time his caught Katsuki's hateful eyes and angry words, every sight of that mocking grin and whisper, "Kill you," in his dreams that tried to pierce his skin, he'd masterfully smothered with a new hobby, a new skill, a new lesson. Anything to push the buzzing off into the back of his mind. It all worked out pretty great, until he collapses in the middle of his run about 4.5 months into his training. He's not sure what happened. He was doing fine, making his 4th lap when his body just suddenly quits on him. His chest seized and his legs turned to jello, tangling around each other as he hit the ground with a wet, painful thud and blacked out. Izuku bobs in and out of consciousness during the time, limbs heavy and head throbbing. Voices pierce the veil a few times, but overall it's all quiet and he feels oddly at ease with himself in the darkness. Then he feels something wet and slimy touch his neck. "Kill you." He jumps to his feet and scrambles away, heart leaping into his throat. Where is he? He was outside, now he's here, he doesn't understand what happened. Where is he? Don't hurt me, please. Hands slip into his and he grips them like they're anchors, certain he'll be pushed away by the roaring tide of his panic if he doesn't. Breath with me. He tries to do as the voice says, but his lungs are moving too fast, his skin is thrumming again and he can't. Something cool and soothing rushes through his veins, like small little ice cubes are being dropped into the hollow of his bones one by one. All of a sudden he's slowing down. He can actually feel his heartbeat fall into a calming, steady pace, echoing terror dying out long enough to let him focus and get his bearings. He's in a break room of some kind, sitting on a rather small couch, being blankly stared at by a dark-haired girl with swirling mint eyes who looked to be only 2 years his senior, dressed in a white dress, shirt and black slacks. He also realized there's a band-aid plastered to his forehead and a bloodied towel on the floor. What dash? One of the regulars saw you brain yourself outside, she answers coolly, releasing his hands in one quick motion. So we brought you into the back room till you came to. Feeling all right? Yeah, he slurs out, flinching at he numbly catches sight of the deep red divots his fingernails have left on the brunette's hand. She notices, the delicate formal script above her head twinkling with concern. That's good. Sorry for using my quirk on you, it looked like you needed help calming down. Izuku shakes his head. No, it's fine. I mean, probably good you did. He carelessly ripped his hand away from his neck when he realized it was moving too close. His mouth feels dry and those bleeding crescents seem to be staring at him judgingly. I would like to know what your quirk is? It seems pretty amazing. If she catches his wandering gaze again, she makes no effort to call him on it. It's called synchronicity, she explains. Lets me make people match my body's rhythm. Sort of a my-pace quirk, I guess. Only really works if I'm touching them though. He nods, brain greedily latching onto the info so it can explore every amazing and powerful avenues it can form with the ability so Izuku can stop staring at the slow trickle of red coming off her pale hands. Once they're cleaned and bandaged, Izuku's handed back his workout supplies and she catches his shoulder, gentle and casual. She makes sure to ask and confirm he can see her hand. You're not the first, she says gently, in a tone he would have found somewhat comforting if not for circumstances, gotten way worse than a few fingernail marks for the same. Don't worry about it too much. His eyes almost trail over to her hands again when he sees her words flash out of the corner of his eye. He feels bad. Probably a relapse. Don't let him dwell. So Izuku does his best to keep his eyes forward, and wonders, truly how often the girl has to force ice water down people's veins for their own sakes. They exit from the break room into a bar area of some kind. Or at least he thinks it's a bar? It's rather brightly decorated in honeyed golds and blacks, with a kitchenette and delicate little display cases showcasing food on the far left while the 2/3 of the back is occupied by a bar lounge with tables interspersed in between. It feels more like some diner-cafe bar hybrid more than anything, like the owner couldn't decide what direction to go with it and just put whatever they could in. It looks like they're getting ready for closing, it seems. The girl taps his shoulders. It was a slow day, you didn't interrupt anything. And he spots a tall-looking woman with bright orange hair putting away an instrument while talking to a scruffy-looking older mantis person leaning on some boxes. Hey boss, Sleeping Beauty's awake. The girl announces loudly, and Izuku can't help but squirm at the dissecting gazes being leveled at him. Hello, he manages to mumble. Sorry I passed out in front of your establishment. The ginger-haired woman snorts, visible golden eye twinkling with hidden mischief. Fine, so long as you don't make too much of habit of it. It's pretty lucky one of the nicer ones spotted you though, everybody else would have left you out there to get mugged. Izuku forces out a rather awkward laugh at the blunt teasing. Her words, despite their rather twisted font, seemed sincere in their relief. Hey, don't tell him that, cried the mantis, scythe-like hands waving around in a scolding fashion. Don't want him thinking everybody in the hood gonna jump him when his back's turned. Folks here are a lot nicer than dat. The brunette rolls her eyes. Don't take it too seriously. If it helps, you're a common sight around the block. Someone would have picked you up and brought you here. Izuku blinks. He's only added the area to his run about a month prior. He didn't really expect to seen as a community fixture so fast, really? Yep, everybody's kinda made a game of trying to spot you on your route. The ginger-haired woman grins, hand cupped over her hand as she staged whispered at them. Poor Scissorhands there almost fainted when he heard about your face plant 'cause he had money riding on when you'd make it past Karui's store today. If mantises could blush, they'd be ashamed that they couldn't achieve the color this man did, oh I. He leaves after being insisting yes, he did not need to be helped to the train station or have anyone called, being handed a doggy bag that he fails to give back or pay for. Consider taking it your way of apologizing for almost bleeding all over our floors. They say, and shut the door before Izuku could even think of giving it back. When he does get home, fails to avoid being spotted sneaking back into his room to hide the giant bandage, he opens the bag to find a box of peppermint tea and a package of rice crackers with a little note. Moderation is key. He falls back into his desk chair with the snacks in hand, stomach protesting the thought of food despite running on empty the entire day. He ends up ripping open one of the packages anyways, scarfing down the crackers with unrestrained fervor. They're honey-flavored, giving it a nauseatingly sweet aftertaste. He still finishes the whole bag. The day for the UA entrance exams comes quicker than Izuku expects. He dons a thick winter coat and an even thicker scarf and rushes out into the cool late August air to head for the train station, surrounded by thousands of other equally tense and excited hopefuls awaiting the place that would soon cast judgment upon them and the dreams they've been carrying for 6 long months. He feels the train ride needs to be longer but also wishes it would never end. You're fine, you're fine. Izuku whispers, clutching his backpack close to his chest. He heaves in a breath, feeling the telltale sighs of prickling buzz flaring up under his skin. He curled into himself, heart beating violently against his rib cage as every nerve in his body struggled to settle on being nervous of the coming trial ahead or paranoid over an invisible danger her couldn't perceive. He was fine, things were going to be fine, he was going to get through this and be fine. He's just being pathetic as usual. Izuku Midoriya sits in the kitchen, nursing a warm cup of tea. Her son has just left for his high school entrance exams and she hasn't any errands to run, leaving her with the house to herself and a lot of time on her hands. I'm going. I'll call after it's over. She takes another sip. It's rather delicious. The box Izuku gave her says the brand comes from a store in Shizuoka. Shame she couldn't get him to drink any. He always rushes out the door before she can offer to make him some. Izuku pores over his hero notes for what feels like the 100th time, barely even skimming over the words as phantom pins needled him all over. It had started on the train ride over to UA's campus and hadn't stopped the entire time. He couldn't figure out what was wrong. The train itself was adequately heated, nothing and no one wet was touching him or his neck, he had a good night's rest, he actually stayed to finish breakfast. What had he done wrong? He thought he was getting better at this, after 2 weeks had passed and the prickling hadn't occurred. Thought that he had finally killed the beast whose sole purpose seemed to be to sneak up upon him and peck at the back of his brain with this painful anxiousness that wouldn't tell him what there was to be anxious about. You're fine, you're fine. He repeats to himself, rereading a line about potential temperature limits on Endeavor's quirk, hoping that if he keeps his mind on anything else, the pricking will go away again. He couldn't afford to fall apart now, not when he's so close, not after all the work he put in, not when he's so close. Not when this is his only chance to finally give his dream flight. The buzzing doesn't stop, despite his best efforts. He manages to make it off the train and into UA as quickly as he can, muttering a quick apology to the girl he accidentally rams into on the way over. Once he's inside, he heads for the nearest seat and plants himself there, teeth gritted as he grips the seat arms for dear life. You're fine, what wrong with you? There's nothing wrong, why are you acting like this? Nothing's happened, so why won't it stop? You need to make it go away, make it stop. An unknown hand touches his shoulder and he smacks it away hard, looking up with sudden, unexplainable hostility that was pouring out of his every pore. The fuchsia-haired girl with pigtails stares at him stricken as she cradles her hand, and it's in that snap second of allowed clarity that he's able to realize is, oh, she just wanted to see if he was okay, and oh, there are more people than before, and oh. All staring at the both of them, all confusion and disapproval. Izuku stares wide-eyed, trying to come up with an excuse, An apology of some kind. It's the least the person deserves. She was trying to help him after all. But his mouth is bone dry and his voice is trapped in his throat, like thick layer of liquid is filling the inside and pressed against it. Say something, you need to apologize, what's wrong with you, why can't I breath? Geez, well sorry for bothering you. She sniffed, words seething in luminous fury as she storms away to another section, and Izuku is left with the last residues of his abrupt irritability being drowned in ice-cold shame and guilt. It makes him barely notice that the buzzing ceased and that the uncomfortable sting of goosebumps was slowly going numb. After some time has passed, the auditorium lights die down, leaving the only sources of brightness the stage lights below and the tiny twinkle of thoughts belonging to every student present. It's honestly a little blinding for him, so he tries to keep his eyes on the podium as none other than famous voice hero President Mike appears on stage. Good morning, listeners. The lanky blonde man shouts, all good cheer and smiles. Welcome one and all to UA's entrance exam. Can I get an, oh yeah? A few students managed to humor the man's request and whopped loudly while the rest flinched at the volume or stared blankly ahead, deep confused at the fact that the start of their exam intro was being treated like a concert opening. Hold on a minute there. He pouts, grabbing the microphone and strutting out boldly from behind of the podium. Don't tell me y'all are gonna leave me hanging? Now I know you little listeners got more, plus ultra, than that. Another beat of awkward murmuring passes before his grin grew wider. All right, now let's take it from the top, he says and shots a fist towards the ceiling. Good morning, listeners, and welcome to the UA entrance exams. Can I get an ooh ya ya ya? This time everyone joined in, some a little less enthusiastically than asked, mostly because most wanted to move on already, but they still managed to at least put some soul in it. That's more like it. He laughs. I know y'all came a long way and it's way too early, so sit back and relax while I give you the ditty on what you'll be expecting for this little test of ours. Mike begins going over the basics. The entrance exam is 50-50 for each section, and earning enough points on both would guarantee them a spot in the department of their choice. The written portion will be about 3.5 hours long, which seemed excessive in Izuku's opinion, but it was UA after all, and they're nothing if not overtly excessive. They would be given and directed to a randomly assigned classroom for their tests before being given a short break in the cafeteria. Snacks would be provided, of course, courtesy of UA's own kitchen staff. Afterwards, the secondary portion would begin. Those who were enrolling in the general education department would return to the main classroom for another test. Those aiming for support would be herded to UA's patented labs, where they would turn in their work portfolios before being given a practical exam overseen by the head of the department. The UA's business course hopefuls would go to the third year's floor for a rather lengthy and in-depth interview. Rather overwhelming, but overall simple tests necessary for showing off how much they deserved being made part of the student body and their respective departments. The hero course exam, however, apparently required a bit more in-depth explaining students where to go to the fields before being split into groups and sent to UA's artificial city, where they'd be going face-to-face with robots specially designed for their tests to allow them to show off the destructiveness of their quirks and the skill directing them. There were to be 3 robot types, according to the display board, released into the city for them to fight, each assigned with a different point value. The more you destroy, the higher your score, and you would do good to aim to get as many as possible. Izuku leaned back, biting his nails as he mulled over the information. He figured it wasn't going to be easy, but he didn't think he'd been given such a huge handicap. His quirk was at a complete disadvantage, and despite all the working out he had done in the past 6 months, he doubted he'd be able to land a punch strong enough to even put a scratch on any of them, or could outrun one if necessary. There's also the issue of the fact that they weren't telling them what the point cutoff was, most likely to encourage them to gain as many points as possible. That meant Izuku not only had to find a way to damage them significantly enough to count, but find a way to do so repeatedly enough he could pass. There was also the issue of avoiding getting ganged up on, if he couldn't use his quirk to predict his opponent's movements then. Excuse me, cries a lone voice from the third section, breaking his concentration quickly enough for him to see a rather well-built blue-haired boy with glasses in a rather prestigious-looking school uniform rise up amongst the crowd. But I noticed a mistake with your explanation. You claim there are 3 types of robots to get points from, but there are 4 on display. I do not wish to believe an illustrious academy like UA would make such a grievous error. Everyone turned to whisper to their neighbor. They had noticed too, and few felt it was a bit odd. But they figured they'd wait until President Mike had gotten to that point of the lecture to explain it. Apparently, the blue-haired boy was not as patient. And you, the dark-haired boy continues, stiffly pointing in Izuku's direction, you've been muttering this entire time. It's rather disrespectful to be talking during the introductory lecture, not to mention disruptive. If you aren't going to take this seriously, then I highly suggest you leave. Small pearls of stifled laughter echo throughout the auditorium, but any embarrassment he should have felt from hearing them or realizing he had been talking out loud was bypassed by the angry tone tickling at something familiar in the back of his head, painful, fearful, shameful, that mixes in with the leftover smoldered embers of his irritability from before, especially when he sees how the boy is glaring down at him. Before he could even tell himself that he was taking it too seriously, that red piercing glare was just his imagination, that there was no blonde hair hidden that sea of indigo, Izuku's already sharply turning his head, teeth bared and ready for a battle that's not even occurring. Hey now kids, save that fire for the practical. Mike cuts in, putting the growing hostilities on ice real quick. Now, to answer your question, listener number 7111, you're right about there being 4 types up here. The 4th is called the 0-pointer, which will appear in each battle quadrant. As the name states, it ain't worth any points, so while not impossible to beat, it's best y'all not to waste your time and just ignore it when it shows. The bespectacled boy bows, satisfied that his question's been addressed, and seems to level Izuku one last look at before sitting down while the other turns his gaze away from the whispers of the crowd as the rest of the exam lecture continued. Izuku spends the remainder forcing that ice-cold shame from earlier to return, to make him acknowledge what he was about to do, to make him remember he had no clue where Kaken Katsuki was sitting. As expected, UA does not work in half measures, especially when it comes to their written exams. Everyone receives their assigned classrooms alphabetically, and each group is ushered into a classroom down in the south wing of the school. The rooms are all overseen by an instructor, who tells them the test will consist of 3 packets to fill out. The test shall be covering a variety of subjects, from arithmetic to the heroics zeitgeist, and includes a lengthy essay. Yes, you are allowed to skip questions, yes, bathroom breaks are allowed, yes, the test really is 3.5 hours, and no, they aren't joking. No speaking is allowed once the test starts. All eyes are to be kept on your test packets, and remember that the instructors have been thoroughly informed of the quirks of the applying students, so no forms of cheating, physical or quirk-like, will be tolerated. The seriousness of this threat is made abundantly clear 40 minutes in when a boy with an X-ray quirk is caught attempting to see through his neighbor's back to look at their test sheet. One quick, "You're done," and he ends up escorted out of the room. The first hour goes by in a slow, unending blur of bubble sheets, calculations, and historical speech translations. Twice a student gives a noise of hopelessness and frustration, but they power through. The next hour moves just as snail-paced, with the steady sound of pencils and breathing being the only sign that anything's happening. No one attempts to ask for erasers, no one stands to stretch, no one stops for anything. A student abandons their test 15 minutes into the 3rd hour and ignores the instructor's calls for them to return to their desk as they slam the door shut, and still no one moves. This test in their only way into the haven of UA, into the place they spent a good 6 months bleeding, sweating, and crying over to get to the first stage for. They aren't ready or willing to risk it for any reason. Eventually Izuku ends up getting close enough to done that he decides to take a quick bathroom break. He pops his limbs and moves down the hall as quickly as he can, attempting to remember the instructor's directions while he takes a moment to settle his brain. The phantom buzz under his skin hasn't made a reappearance yet, but he can't help but feel anxious about it, worry that it will reappear when he's least able to defend against it. He gets past a corner when he spots a gray-haired boy in a rather oversized school cardigan standing nervously in the middle of the hall, words flickering with worry over searching for something. He looked rather confused and he had all his stuff with him. "Did you finish early?" he asks, catching the boy off guard and causing him to quickly stand at attention. "Oh, why yes. He mumbles quietly, running a finger nervously though his rather long bangs. I was going to head to the bathroom first, but Ida got lost. Izuku's eyes move upward. The boy's font is surprisingly smooth and direct despite how quiet the boy himself was. Izuku could almost barely hear him when he spoke. Oh gosh. Saw me just standing there. Looked so stupid. You didn't look stupid. Izuku answers automatically, and the boy looks ready to die on the spot as his thoughts flutter and blink in bewildered embarrassment while he himself flinched at his own tactlessness. What was wrong with him? He should know better, know not to answer a stranger's thoughts like that. I mean, I don't think you look stupid. Why, as a thing. The boy doesn't respond, tugging his bangs even harder than before. Izuku panics, tries to recover himself. Sorry, my quirk showed me you were worried about looking stupid, and, I wanted to tell you you shouldn't be worried about it, which I just did because I didn't want you feeling bad about being lost, and not that you should, just that, well, you shouldn't have to feel you should, Izuku sighs. Do you want to just, follow me to the bathroom? It's where I'm heading anyways. The gray-haired boy nods, and moves aside as Izuku leads the way. The entire trip is filled with a rather awkward silence that never really gets filled, despite both their best efforts to form a conversation. Izuku's quirk didn't help either. He could see how uneasy and jumbled the boy's thoughts were, and it made it difficult to engage with him when he knew he was directly contributing to the socially stifling atmosphere with no clue how not to. Furthest they got to anything remotely conversational was acknowledging how gargantuan the UA campus was and how it would have been more helpful to have provided them with maps. Once their business if taken care of, they exit the bathroom hastily, avoiding eye contact as Izuku checked the time. He still had 24 minutes left, should have enough time to get back to the testing room and finish the rest of his test. Izuku begins stiffly, rubbing his arm awkwardly. I'm not going to head back now. Good luck on the rest of the exams. The boy nods, shuffling about as equally uncomfortable. Thanks, you too. The meeting ends just as briefly and awkwardly as it began, and both split apart. The designated break PRD was a godsend to the gathered students after spending so much time hunched over a desk for 3+ hours straight. Everyone dug into the handed-out miniature box lunches with the intensity of starved men who had just escaped from the Sahara, barely caring for manner or dining etiquette as they stuffed their faces and filled their stomachs. The meal was light, but God was it filling to those who had been forced to forego breakfast to avoid being late to the earlier orientation. Besides, most there understood why they had kept the meal so small. The second part of the gauntlet couldn't be faced properly on a full stomach. Once the teachers had announced that the break had ended, the students all stood with their empty boxes in hand, eyes burning with blinding determination. It was time to face their Goliaths. General education course applicants tensely headed back for the main hall, where they'd be splintered off again for yet another round of tests. Support course applicants were sent off to the eastern side of the building, portfolios in hand and eagerly awaiting the practical they'd receive. Management course applicants shuffled off heartily to the northern staircase to head for the third floor, excitedly wondering who would be handling their interview portion. The hero course applicants grew quiet, however, nerves tightened and hearts steeled as they threw away their plates and made their way outside. The artificial cities were special training grounds owned by UA that were used for heroics training by the already enrolled students. They were built in concert by a famous hero agency architecture firm, several construction companies, and pro-hero Cementos, with the idea being to create something that could help students learn more about urban battle tactics. There were about 12 sectors in total, with each city ranging to about 9,842 square kilometers, that slowly expanded by the year as the heroics program evolved, and designed to perfectly mimic a real-life cityscape. Rumor has it that it even rivaled Tokyo's metropolitan area in size. Izuku was unable to take in and admire any of this, however, as he was doing his best to wade through the gathering students and their near-blinding waves of nervous thoughts. After he and the rest were speedily brought to off-campus changing rooms, hero course applicants were informed ahead of time to bring a change of personal gym clothes with them for the second half. They were split into several groups and taken by bus to the artificial city's arena for the second half of their exam. Izuku's group was dropped off at City D, only given instructions being that they were to remain in the area until the start of the test was announced. A bit vague and frustratingly unclear, if he was being honest. All the students present in his group had begun to do warm-ups or chat with each other, but it did nothing to dim the growing unease they were all feeling as they fretted and worried over when the test was starting, how they would fare against the robots, how big of a point doc did the written portion have. And poor Izuku was in the thick of all that worry, near blinded by the intensity of their anxiousness. He at least near bumped into someone trying to get away from it all and find a place to clear his head and his line of sight. Izuku finally managed to find an open space where he could stretch and think for a minute, wondering how he's going to handle the issue of his quirk. I could use the environment to my advantage, he mumbled, calculating all the various potential sharp corners, uneven ground, and narrow alleyways he could use to damage or slow down his robotic opponents. There was also taking advantage of the various building and open window stores to escape ones he's having trouble dealing with. He spots a few students staring in his direction, scaring them off as he turns theirs. It makes him realize that he doesn't know a single person in the area, or recognize them from anywhere. A small part of him is relieved that Katsuki is nowhere in sight and nowhere near him. That's the last thing he needs right now. Maybe I should try talking to someone, he thinks, pushing down the embarrassing hallway encounter before it could rear its ugly head. It would be nice to have a warm-up partner, and it definitely wouldn't hurt to try speaking to someone, establish some form of early friendship so he can shake off this growing unease and do some damage control for what happened during the introductory assembly. Izuku looks around and spots an orange-haired girl with a side tail in a teal top, doing arm stretches. She seems approachable, and her thoughts are squarely focused on her warm-up, so he doesn't have to say any stupid and look socially inept or mentally invasive. When he looks back on the memory, when he pulls back the haze of panic and anger, he honestly wished he had handled it better. He turns and takes 2 steps forward. A hand tightly clamps onto his arm, pulling him back slightly, and a cold, accusatory voice rumbles behind him. "What do you think you're doing? Where do you think you're going, Deku?" Izuku's brain stops and he freezes, not even listening to the rest of the words blowing onto the back of his head as his body sends 10,000 different messages to itself. Run away. Stand your ground. Get away. Let go. He rips his arm away like it's being burned, and it feels like it, like there's some unseen heat building up under his skin. Turning around and ready to yell at Kaken to leave him alone, already it hurts. Except it's not Katsuki, but the bespectacled boy from the assembly behind him, now dressed in what looks like a custom-made blue and black running suit, and expensive too, if that elastic sheen is anything to go by, staring down at him like he had just caught him trying to stab someone. His eyes drift over other surrounding students who are making passing glances at them. Weirdo from the assembly. Look how he flinched. Shaking like a leaf. Looks like less competition. I asked you what you're trying to do? The boy repeats sternly, and Izuku's attention moves back as his mouth rushes to make an apology he's not even sure he even needs to make. Say no. That was the last thing on his mind, that he just wanted to say hello and make a friend, and that was it, to please stop staring at him with those cold, doubtful red amber eyes. Then he looks up at the boy, past the disapproving from, past the eyes coldly narrowed at him in suspicion, past the overlapped phantom blonde hair fading from the dark blue, to the shimmering words above. Trying to sabotage someone? Such shameful behavior. Unfit for you. He doesn't hear the boy repeat his question, or the watching students whispering, or even the sound of his own breathing, just the words, unfit for you, echoing against the hollow of his skull, loudly, hissingly, cold and cruel, and digging into every part of his brain. And last I checked, that didn't include you. Just shut up. It takes a few hushed gasps from the crowd that's gathered around them to make him realize he said this aloud. The taller boy is taken aback, and sputters in alarm, I beg your pardon. How utterly rude. A small part of him is screaming at himself to apologize, to explain, but it's being drowned out by that grating echo and the loud beating of his own heartbeat. The scratching from the assembly returns, digging at that familiar feeling that has him suddenly feeling too much all at the same time and overclocking every brain cell. No, he bites, and nearly inwardly bristling at how cold yet strained his own voice sounded. Rude is yelling about someone talking under their breath when you were being louder than they were. The other boy's eyes narrow sharply at that as he takes a step back, and Izuku's mouth's already moving before his brain can have a chance to run interference. Tell me, are people aiming to be heroes supposed to make a habit out of harassing people they don't even know? The boy looks alarmed at that, and Izuku hates he's taking some small satisfaction from it, that he's thinking good, be shocked, you deserve to feel embarrassed Kaken. Wait, that isn't right, Katsuki isn't here, he doesn't even know where he is. However, just like before, President Mick's voice cuts through the coming reply like a hot butter knife as a rather loud buzzer rang through the air. Hey there listeners, the cheerful MC's voice cried from the speakers stationed throughout the city. It's time to begin the second half of UA's entrance exam. Every stops whatever exercises or conversations they're in the middle of as they leapt to their feet, limber and ready for their second step in becoming heroes to begin. All the eyes on the confrontation turn to search the rooftops for the speakers, silently waiting with bated breath for further instructions. What, you waiting for a countdown? Mick's voice responded bluntly, ain't no starting call in a real battle kiddos, better get a move on, 'cause the test has already begun. With that they realize the second half was already underway, and everyone scrambles out into the city to regain their missed head start. The boy levels one last withering look at Izuku before speeding off ahead in a flurry of dust, leaving Izuku to stumble slowly behind to catch up, just like he always is. As Izuku expects, he's doing absolutely terribly. The robots are a lot bigger in person than they are on screen, and hit a lot harder than he predicts. The first one he runs into is a three-pointer, standing 4 times his height and armed to the teeth. He only barely gets near it before being immediately knocked off his feet when it strikes the ground to get at the one of the other examinee students. He barely recovers in time to see a pink-skinned girl with some sort of acid quirk leaps out of nowhere and melt her hand through its head. That's 6 points now, she cheers, words glinting victoriously as she jumps off the down machine and runs off to find the next one. He and the rest don't even give themselves a moment to be stunned before running off to find another robot to fight. Lightning, fire, rocks, drill hands, spikes, gases, and every quirky element possible were flying through the air alongside broken machine parts as students rushed their metal foes and attempted to rack up points. Parts that barely benefit him, as none of the pieces are big or sharp enough to do him any good, and the ones that are end up too heavy for him to lift or carry for too long. What was the point of working out for 6 FNG months if I can't even lift a stupid piece of scrap metal? He cries as he hopelessly pulls at part of the halfway detached shell of a two-pointer, unable to even pry it away from its now lifeless host. He nearly loses his fingers when his grip falters, and eventually forces himself to move on. All around him students are effortlessly destroying robots with their quirks, and Izuku lets a twinge of childish envy sliver into his mind. Robots don't have minds to read or thoughts to pick apart. They're soulless wires and gears that act on pre-installed inputs that were near impossible to predict unless you were given enough time to observe their patterns. If he was facing off against people, if the test involved using his notebook, if his quirk actual went beyond simple things like mind reading. No, don't get distracted. Focus on the exam and earning points. He dives through one of the alleyways in hopes of it getting him to the next block over quicker where the sounds of fighting are loudest. He does his best to push down the memory of cold slime running up his arms and legs as he runs through the narrowed, trash-covered path. President Mike calls the 10-minute mark only 3 minutes ago as Izuku slides into the empty downtown shopping district and runs into a one-pointer. Unlike the 2- and 3-pointers, this one was more closer to human size, though still reasonably big enough to require actual care and caution when confronting. Also unlike the others, Izuku is fully prepared and focused when he finds it rolling through the streets alone and unguarded, allowing him the perfect opportunity to strike it down and finally earn a point. Earlier, he found the broken arm of a two-pointer that was actually light enough to carry around as a club. He lets it follow him a few blocks, keeping enough distance to be grabbed yet still be close enough to make his move. He gets in close and gets it to follow him, waiting for them to be some distance away from the center streets before sliding under its windy arms, gripping the arm and tilting it towards its head. He's proud to have fallen back on some of the baseball skills he forced himself to pick up during his hobby hell. His foot slides out and his arm moves back in a sloppy arc, swinging out fast and against the side of its monitor. The club is made immediately useless once smashed against the head of its lesser point kin, breaking into shards of metal and wires. The attack is equally as useless, only serving to scratch off some of the paint and damage the large red lens acting as its eye, thus causing it to flail helplessly before tripping Izuku by sweeping under his feet. He desperately crawls away, eyes glued to the raised claw, slowly turning translucent green in his blurring sight. It doesn't even get a chance to strike before being blindsided by a boy with gleaming metal skin that comes out of the street corner screaming while Izuku wasn't looking. It happens all too fast in Izuku's panic-muddled thoughts. The robot was looming over him, bringing too many buried nightmares back to the surface they had been banished from, before a roaring battle cry comes out from behind and it slumps over before him. The silver-skinned boy stands proudly over his kill, pulling his fingers apart from the hammer strike he formed them to make. Someone's "Don't look hurt" should warn him. "Careful, buddy, almost hit ya there," he calls out, then darts off to the next street and disappears behind the grocery store. Izuku doesn't watch after him, drowning too deep in his self-made silence. He can still hear it, the noise of the ongoing battles and the robot's dying sparks, feel it dig its nails into his skin. So he grabs onto it and let it tug him back on solid ground before he falls too deep. Focuses on the now totaled one-pointer, at the large cracked dents in the metal the boy left in comparison to the small scratches and the cracked lens he himself had made. His brain is struggling to stop estimating the density of metal he's probably made of, to stop comparing the potential metal types of him and the one-pointer, yelling for him to stop and look at the small hairline fractures of the glass, at the barely visible dip in the metal ring holding it, at the small pieces of red only now flaking off onto the ground because that other boy's punch shook them loose. Look at it, Izuku. Look at what you did. Look at the damage you did. Look at his enemy you were so sure you could handle on your own, that you needed someone else to destroy for you. All that trouble, all that strength, all that practice and training and exercising and you didn't even break the goddamn lens. Izuku doesn't even notice he's thrown the remains of his impromptu weapon until he finally back on solid ground in time to hear the sound of the jewelry store's window breaking on impact. Time passes, and still Izuku has barely gained any points. Every time he found a robot, either another student swooped in to take out his target, or he was just too weak to actual face off against it and forced to flee. Now he's low on time and the amount of opponents has now dwindled to the point that everyone of the similar position is running around like spooked chickens, trying to desperately seek out a lone robot that hasn't been felled. At this point it probably wouldn't matter, but they're all desperate and they all realize their chances are slowly being slimmed. 1 point. He thinks as Mike calls out the 5-minute mark. I just need to find a robot and get 1 point. Just as he stops to consider going back around the marketing area, the ground begins to rumble, nearly knocking him off his feet and startling everyone else around him into halting and trying to discover the source of the tremors. They all turn to the far north of the streets, and out of the city horizon comes the zero-pointer. As like before, it's larger than it is in person, dim and near engulfing the entire skyline with its presence as it slowly drove through the city and over the buildings unlucky enough to be in its path. The sight of it alone is enough to make the wandering loiterers decide it's time to abandon any dreams of last-minute point collecting and book it to the furthest end of the city, with the following 2-minute call only serving to make them move even faster. Izuku breaks out of his shock just in time to notice almost everyone has left him in the dust, and he begins to turn to join the other fleeing examinees until a distress sound coming from ahead makes him pause once more. One of the students, a blond boy in a black t-shirt, was limping around in a daze behind everyone else, with not a single person passing by stopping to help or get him to start running. While too far away to read his thoughts, they're glowing as sluggishly as the boy's moving, and he's seemingly paying no attention to his surroundings, including the slowly but surely approaching zero-pointer that's mercilessly crushing a street lamp underfoot with little effort. His eyes scope out the area again, conflicted and terrified, There's no one nearby that he can ask for help from, and he doubts he could take the robot on himself, even if his quirk were more battle-oriented. The robot's getting closer, and the boy is only now stopping to notice that the ground is moving wildly beneath him. He'll hate how stupid he was about this. Izuku doesn't even remember telling himself to stop, that logically speaking, UA isn't negligent or reckless enough to let a robot crush a potential student, no matter how rigorous and dicey their entrance exams appear to be. He just ran forward and tackled the boy into the adjacent empty building, dust and darkness falling over them both as they went tumbling across the ground, and the giant treads smashed through the front half they were luckily not anywhere near. It was deafening and terrible, and all he could do was press both their heads down and pray as the building shook and the windows in front of them imploded on impact with the tremors. Izuku laid there for what felt like forever, covered in cement flakes and drywall dust and glass, and a cold, naked fear that hardened his limbs and kept him there shaking and crying as he flails against the weight that's dragging him down, down, down. You're fine, everything's fine, you're okay, you're not there, stop being pathetic, you're fine, stop it. It feels like it drags on for hours as he warbles his way back to reality, but it's only after a blink or two that he's back in the artificial city, and hears that fateful buzzer ring. It's only a week later that he finally gets the letter from UA. His mother nearly falls over herself to deliver the envelope, eyes and words bright with the same anticipation that Izuku was doing his best to keep fastened down as he took it to his room, promising to tell her the results before locking the door behind him. The inside is not a letter, but a thick metal disc and instructions explaining how to turn it on. He sets it on his desk, fiddles with a few buttons, and watch it blink to life. His hands clench at the sight of All Might appearing digitally from the display, dressed in a rather blinding yellow striped suit. Even though it was a hologram, the bitterness of the memory held fast. Greetings, young Midoriya. He grins, waving nonchalantly at the boy he had only encountered months ago as if they were old friends. I am here as a projection. I bet you're pretty shocked to see the number one hero speaking directly to you, and probably a little confused. You see, I'll be joining UA's faculty this year, so they put me in charge of delivering the news for incoming students. Izuku hums thoughtfully as All Might spoke on about how he was sorry for surprising him and that he needed to keep his new job under wraps, which was strange, because you'd think UA would be singing from the rooftops that they had the number one hero coming to their school as a teacher, especially since something like that was bound to increase their already high pedigree. Not to mention that something like that would, and should, be near impossible to keep a secret for too long. All Might had, likely, been in Mutsufu for months, yet not even the darkest deep web forums had spoken about it or given any hint they had a clue about any rumored sighting being related to a potential teaching job. In fact, no one seemed to even know he was here at all. While he was still spotted doing patrols and the like, no one really mentioned him frequenting the area enough to be suspicious or make note of it. It was like the man had vanished into the city's shadow, only choosing now to reappear and assure the world he was still alive. That is why the police told me they wanted to keep news about the slime quirk user limited. He mumbles, spiraling so deep into insurmountable theories that he almost missed the hologrammed hero finally moving on to the real purpose of the message. But enough about that, let's go over your scores. On the written portion, you managed to score rather high, ranking 9 in the top 10 students for the section, an excellent job and a good show of intelligence. You definitely made an impression on the graders. Izuku blinked, staring blankly at the hologram as he tried digesting the information. He had been so stressed over his physical exam he hadn't even thought about how his paper exam was being graded. He mostly just wanted to get a high enough grade to make the cutoff and avoid losing his spot because of it. There had been so much emphasis on the second half more than the first anyway that it had practically slipped his mind. He hadn't known anything about UA ranking their test scores, let alone considered he'd get placed in the top 10 spot. Now, for the physical exam, he stiffens at the mention, ears perked and eyes widened. He had known how badly he had done during the second half, failing to destroy a single robot and getting himself trapped in one of the destroyed buildings near the end before he could even look for more robots to earn points from. They sat there for what seemed like forever after the buzzer, Izuku completely shell-shocked and the blonde boy with him mumbling nonsensically, his words equally scrambled, until a few students came by. with Recovery Girl to help get them out of the damaged building. While Izuku didn't regret stopping to help the other boy, and even if he got the chance to redo it, he'd probably do the same thing all over again, a small frustrated part of him still felt he could have still done something, grasp one remaining thread left over that could have earned him a chance to get his foot in the door. But the time had passed, and now he was about to receive judgment for his actions. While it's true you didn't earn any villain points at all during the entire exam, All Might bluntly states, causing the boy to unconsciously flinch. There were other things from the exam the screening panel was looking out for aside from raw strength. The projection of All Might phases out, changing into an overhead video of the testing grounds, and right in the corner was Izuku, looking like a goddamn lunatic as he ran towards the blonde boy whom he ended up tackling into the building. You see, All Might begins as his image returns, tone remaining surprisingly upbeat. There is another set of scoring criteria used alongside the villain bots, completely unknown to the students, known as rescue points. Part of a hero's job is to help those in need and bravely risking their lives for others, and we look for that same sort of valiant altruism in our students, awarding them additional points for assisting fellow examinees and rescuing those in peril. The hero's projects pauses for dramatic effect, rubbing the bridge of his nose and humming approvingly. You yourself showcased such attitude in saving this young man from the zero-pointer with your quick thinking, though it seems he doesn't really remember you assisting him. In any case, you earned about 5 rescue points for that amazing show of bravery. He leans back, breathing stilled and eyes watering slightly. Something warm and bright blooms in his chest and begins to spread. This whole week he had despaired over failing to score anything during the exam, angry at himself, at the circumstances. Feeling he had wasted his one chance at showing his childhood dream was more than silly, childish talk. But now he learns he was unknowing given another chance to prove himself, and succeeded. He earned points, he had gotten noticed, he had helped that boy. Despite how ridiculously close to death he had almost put the both of them anyway. His stupid, reckless stunt had meant something. Unfortunately, All Might cuts in somberly, stomping down the blooming joy with his next words. Amazing as your actions were, it was not enough to qualify for our heroics course. In the end, your inability to defeat any of the test robots and the sole 5 point you earned did not meet the school's requirements. However, because of your excellent test grades and how well you did in the written exam. Izuku doesn't hear the rest of the message. Doesn't hear that he's getting dropped into general education because of his test scores. Doesn't hear about all the wonderful opportunities the section will provide himself. Doesn't hear how he did his best, that he showed promise, and that it was such a shame he hadn't made the cut. Doesn't hear All Might, smile disgustingly melancholic and kind, whisper lowly, I'm sorry, young Midoriya. You'll receive your uniform come next January, along with your class assignment. The hero finishes, giving a farewell salute. Congratulations, young Midoriya, and welcome to UA. The disc beeps twice and shuts off. Izuku picks it up and rises from his chair, staring at the device like All Might will pop up again and tell him it was a joke, that he is going to be part of UA's heroics department, that he didn't waste an entire week stressing and panicking, having nightmares about never being found, buried under rubble and his heavy cold fear, or of not making it in time and watching that boy crush like a grape, only for himself to be flattened next with no one coming to his aid either, just to be told he had lost before he even tried. That he didn't hand him his one small hope just to see them crush it to dust while he sat watching it fall apart. All Might stands before him near the mouth of the tunnel, grin strained as he quickly spewed out false hope to a desperate child that neither believed. He almost throws the projector in his frustration and grief, desperate to see it, the All Might hologram, and its horrible message all smash into a million little pieces that would never come back together. I'm sorry, Izuku young Midoriya. But instead he collapses to the ground, heart-shattering at the realization that all those months of hard work and training and suppressing have been for nothing. It's not fair. He whimpers on the floor, curling into himself and clenching the device so tightly he was certain it was cracking under his grip. It's not fair. All across Japan, various children clung to their parents in despair and disappointment, drowned in bitter tears of misery as their dreams died with nothing more than an apology and a golden smile. It's not fair. Inko silently shakes as she looks at the scene in her living room. Izuku is sitting in the living room, reading over a rather thick-looking book. Inko can only see part of the title, something about Quirk sequences, while curled up on the couch. Normally, such a sight wouldn't be concerning. She has rather fond memories of Izuku doing similar when he was younger, eagerly going through the books in the house and coming up to her or Hisashi when he had trouble reading a word or needing help reaching one from the higher shelves. None of the books around him are ones they own, and they're all vastly different subjects: sewing, fencing, geology, music history, magicians, chemistry, Quirk biology, biographies, autobiographies, historical records, encyclopedias, movie analysis, too many to even count. If she didn't know better, she'd have thought her son had cleaned out an entire library of its stock. Izuku. She calls softly, and Izuku's head snaps up, eyes settling from their sudden panic to an obviously practiced neutrality. It's be reassuring, make her believe she was imagining it all, if he wasn't still flipping through the pages while his eyes were on her. Oh, do you need something? She knows the answer, but asks the question anyways. Are you studying for something? He flips to the next page unseeingly. No. Oh, is all she can manage to say, and Izuku returns his attention to the book in front of him. She's certain he doesn't notice or care that he'd lost his place already. Ask him, she hisses at herself, something's wrong. This isn't right, this isn't normal. He's hiding something, you need to ask him what's wrong. She tries to ask again to get his attention, but her throat becomes paralyzed, trembles at the idea. He's staring at her, heartbroken, like the entire world is falling apart and she has no clue how to put it back together for him. I can't do this, I'm sorry. You have to. But some frustrated and hopeful part of her threw itself forward and pushed the real question locked in her heart to center stage. Then why? Izuku freezes, nearly drops the book in seems like shock, but is far too deep and desperate to be close to it. She'll never forget it, that frightened, lost look her son gave her before finally answering her. I just wanted to give myself something to keep busy. Izuku Midoriya falls asleep to the memory of sitting across from her son's bedroom door, listening mournfully as his desperate wails echo through the halls. She rushes to get in, to save her baby from his despair. She reaches for the handle. I hate you. But the door vanishes the moment she reaches for it, and she wakes in tears, grasping at the empty air. Izuku wakes up from a dream of sad doubting eyes and being forgotten under a tomb of cement and broken metal, silently reaching out for help that never comes. He ends up owing the library 2,680 yen for not returning the books he borrowed back in time. Izuku is a person who can happily say to anyone who asks that his classmates don't hate him. Or at least his classmates this year don't. They are mostly transparent when it comes to interacting with him, as they seem to be somewhat understand that he does notice when they try to softball him, mentally or otherwise. It's why they always greet him when they see him in the hall, always try to be engaged when he's talking, always try to be polite and courteous towards him. I didn't pass. I ended up in the general education course. So when his teacher announces to the class that both he and Katsuki had made it into UA and their classmates whoop and holler and gather around him during lunch to be regaled in his tale of passing the UA entrance exams, Izuku decides ripping the band-aid off himself is the more kinder thing to do than slowly wait it out and let his wounded pride fester. They're all aware he wanted into heroics, all aware how passionate he was about heroes, already knew how crushed he would be not being able to pass like he hoped. They were transparent with him most of the year, so he owed them the same courtesy. Everyone responds as he expects they would. Hey, don't feel too bad, I didn't make the heroics course of my first choice either. Knew it. Didn't make it. Not surprised. Well, that SCK. But hey, look on the bright side. You still got into UA. That's something. Didn't stand a chance. Thought you might though. Such a shame. Really sorry. That's unfortunate, Midoriya-san. I really hope you do well in general education. Too bad, but you tried. Still rooting for you. Izuku is a person who can happily say to anyone who asks that his classmates don't hate him. It's why he almost never heard them ridicule him when he said he wanted to be a hero, never heard them question if he could make it when he said he wanted to go to UA. The fact that he wanted to be in heroics that badly was crystal clear to anyone who talked to him for a minute, and they all certainly believed that he was determined to do it. Few even took his sincerity to heart and applied it to their own goals. But did they believe he could make it into the heroics course? Through a test with a 5 out of 80,000 student acceptance rate? Against thousands of other kids who had stronger quirks than Mindreader? Awkward as the relationship was at times, his classmates were never cruel enough to give him that sort of crushing false hope. They were always so careful to say, "You'll definitely make it into UA," when he brought it up. Not a word was ever uttered on his chance on making it into the heroics department. So they never ridiculed him when he said he wanted to be a hero, and never questioned if he could make it to UA, because the answer was obvious to everyone, and they felt no issue in supporting him to get to the answer with them. "Thank you," he mumbles, teeth clattering as he forced his mouth into a wide grin. "I promise I'll do my best." And they all smile and grin with him as they think about how great it is Izuku's being so understanding, that they're relieved he's not more upset, that it's wonderful he's being so accepting. And he smiles and grins with them, because what else can he do? What offense could he take against them for a lie he willfully participated in? Because he should have noticed, been made obviously aware the moment he told them his first choice was UA. Only deliberate ignorance could explain the shock he was supposed to feel seeing how little faith his classmates not really being there. In the end, they were just trying to be kind, because they knew he was going to fail long before he did. And knowing is supposed to make it hurt less, right? Izuku Midoriya wanders her living room, waiting for her son to arrive home from his trip to school. It's nothing really bad, just the teachers wanting to talk to him about his attending UA. Next year. They sounded quite excited about it on the phone, told her that they'd have him home by the afternoon and that she should be proud. And she was proud, really she was. How many mothers can say their child is attending the top-ranked hero school? How many can say that their child got 9th place in the written exams? How often do you get to brag, tell you former friends you ran into at the market how your own son is going to be at the same academy that the symbol of peace himself attended and was going to be a teacher at soon, as they gleefully stare at you with palatable jealousy, pretend they didn't once choose to ignore you on sight for so long that you're only talking on coincidence alone. It'd be a disservice not to be happy about his accomplishments. Izuku finally drags himself out of his room the next morning, puffy-eyed and shaking. He looks as though he spent the whole night crying rather than sleeping, like he'll collapse with a simple touch. Izuku knows what happened, knows the reason why he looks so disheveled, but still she offers him breakfast and a bleak smile, because that's all she has the courage to do, too frightened that if she asks, what's left of her son will crumble to dust and flit out of her hands. Yes, Izuku is very proud of her son. So she's decided to keep herself occupied by throwing herself into a conversation that needed to happen weeks ago, but she wasn't sure if either was strong enough to handle its weight. "So things are going well over there?" Hisashi asks, his curious voice dragging the stout woman back into their current conversation. "Absolutely peachy." Izuku chirps with forced cheer and a strained smile, both know can't be seen but in it comes anyway. It was mostly for Izuku's benefit, on the off chance he wandered in and caught her off guard. She knows she's not doing anything too wrong, but Izuku had enough to worry about as it was. She didn't want him to see her talking with his father on the phone and thinking something bad was happening, to know he was being discussed. Izuku's keeping up with his grades and his teachers haven't made any complaints. Nothing really much to worry about except waiting for his graduation next month and getting ready for the new school after. Everything's already set? They sent his uniform last month and I already planned out when to take him school supply shopping, now we just have to save the date. There's the sound of something being moved in the background, a glass? Before he responded, just a month left, huh? That's not so soon. I know. It's like they're in a rush to get him out the door as soon as possible. She says, false smile slowly coming apart. It almost feels like no time's gone by at all. It honestly did feel like that sometimes. The entrance exam PRD had come and gone so quickly, and Izuku was so busy trying to make sure there was no repeat of last time, actually making sure that Izuku ate, vaguely commenting about next day. Errands when she realized he was nearly an hour past his usual bedtime, going by his room constantly and actually forcing herself to knock when things got too quiet, that when she did finally find the time to let herself breathe, the year had ended and February was already halfway done. You're telling me? I still can't believe he's already about to start high school. Hisashi huffs comically, chuckles near drowning out the sound of liquid being poured into something he's drinking. It's still early morning where he is though. Seemed like just yesterday he was asking me what 2 plus 2 was, now he's getting ready to attend one of the top schools in the country. It's a little overwhelming when you think about it. Inko sighs, twisting a hand through her hair, sometimes I still can't believe it myself. She admitted, leaning back into the sofa, a few of my friends are still sending letters left and right congratulating him, and I get stopped on the street during errands almost all the time now. I'm worried I might need to start disguising myself every time I need to go grocery shopping. That actually manages to get a genuine laugh out of him. I know the feeling. Every time my boss brings in new clients he introduces me as the guy with the kid who passed the UA exams. You'd almost think with the way he gets all excited to say it that it was his kid going. Inko giggles in response, mood slowly lifting. Honestly, I'm surprised the media hasn't broken down the doors yet. I thought Mitsuki was exaggerating about all the attention she and Masaru were getting because of Katsuki getting in, but the discussion continued on from there, the two humorously chatting about their sudden shift to faux celebrity status thanks to Izuku. Then they moved on to how their day had been, to how their friends were doing, to what their plans would be like, to about any silly little thing they can come up with. It was honestly somewhat refreshing, really. Conversations like this with Hisashi felt so rare nowadays. She remembers the time when they used to talk more, spent every moment they could conferencing and mailing and getting every single precious second in. She'd sit a bouncy Izuku in her lap and they'd lose the time talking to her husband and hearing about how he was handling himself and how much he missed them. But the years passed and those opportunities dwindled at some point. His job kept him so busy, and she was always so focused on Izuku and maintaining the house. They tried to keep things consistent, had him find ways to make contact over the holidays and his vacations, but there always seemed to be something that got in the way or forced him to put it off. Then things slowed, gaps appeared in conversations, visits got shorter and calls got missed or put on voicemail. He always apologized though, and they never complained about it, even if she can't even remember the last time he made a video call to them or sent a postcard from his latest meeting destination, or even popped in on them just to surprise them with a hello. Like no time was passing at all. So being able to talk like this, even over something as silly as comparing lemon prices, was so nice and enjoyable. They never just talked to talk much these days. It made her wish this light, bouncy mood could last forever. You have to tell him. Speaking of Izuku, she says, forcefully swallowing the lump that settled in her throat, we, really should talk about his situation. Of course. Hisashi answered slowly, seriousness bleeding into his mirthful tone. Is he still upset? You know about? Oh, Inko stammers, grip on the phone tightening as she bites her lip and tries to settle on an appropriate response. Well, he's. Izuku is passed out on the living room couch, dozing away with a book in his lap. Inko found it endearing, the way he looked so at peace. It feels like Izuku spends almost all his free time on his feet, studying and running and writing in his notebooks, so seeing him asleep so soundly was rather adorable. Then she saw the mountains of books, the ones that was steadily growing larger as the days passed, the ones the library kept calling about, threatening to cancel his card over, and the image lost its sweetness immediately. He's getting used to the idea. Hisashi's chair lets out a stiff grunt. That's good. Her husband responds dimly, forced cheer just as evident. It's good he's doing that. It makes me sick I couldn't talk with him more after hearing he got rejected for heroics, but I'm happy to hear he's starting to cheer up a bit. She doesn't reply right away, focused on forcing life back though that weakened joy she had grasped moments ago as her eyes fall onto the family portrait from Izuku's 4th birthday. It's the few they have wears he's smiling so brightly, all teeth and good cheer, like he's ready to take on the whole world with a smile. He was upset about it for a bit, but it really seems like he's feeling better now. He's started getting more focused on his studies lately, and began taking walks around the neighborhood. And he doesn't suddenly turn the television off when the news comes on about All Might either. He's even finally started going over those brochures Yue sent him after his letter came. She doesn't tell him about how resigned her looked while reading them, about how she caught him nearly tear out the pages on heroics in frustration, about how both pretended she didn't hear the stiffed sobbing come from him when she went to check on him. Great! She hears him reply, that means he must be at least thinking his options through. Inko nods, feeling the smiling 4-year-old's stare burn into her scalp as she turned away. I'm just happy he's doing something. I got so worried when just spent the whole week after the exams cooped up in the house, so it's nice to see him trying to keep himself busy. Of course he's our kid after all. Hisashi laughs, a bittersweet undertone tinging his voice. Something like this won't keep Aiza down for long. I know how much he wanted to be in the heroics program, but there's a lot of opportunities to be had in general education, especially at a school like UA. He's bound to find something else to focus on and make it work for him. She bites her lip, unsure if she should voice disagreement or not. He wasn't wrong, general education wasn't all that bad a place to start off in, especially for a child like Izuku. She certainly didn't regret choosing it, even when it meant losing most of her middle school friends who had their eyes set on more loftier goals, in more ways than she could imagine back then. Painful as it would be to admit, he could definitely find plenty of other careers to work towards aside from heroing. It honestly seemed more efficient and safer for him to just take what he had gotten and aim for where he had better options, better chances. But still, I got placed into general education. Inko stares carefully at her son, mug gripped tentatively as she struggles to settle her thoughts, unsure what she can say, what she should say. She feels awful that he failed, sees the unfairness of it after seeing how hard her son's been working. Izuku's has wanted to become a hero for such a long time, spent all this time putting in the extra studying and exercising. He even managed to ask her if she could make adjustments in his meals to help with his workout regime. To tell him all that hard work meant so little would be the worst things she could do as a mother. Inko understood better than most, better than she let on, that there were so few opportunities out there in a world like theirs for her son to get another chance like this. But, Mom, can I become a hero now? But maybe that isn't a bad thing? Maybe now Izuku doesn't have to push himself like this anymore. Maybe now he won't have to come home half dead on his feet with bruised knees and scrapped palms, bumping into furniture and nearly cutting his fingers on kitchen forks. Maybe now Izuku won't have to look sheepish as she lets another call from the library go straight to voicemail. Maybe now he won't have to come up with half-baked excuses they both know aren't true to explain away sudden dark eyes and leftover tears. Maybe now schools won't be telling her there was a small accident during the exam, when her son returns home with a 1,000-yard stare and no one having any satisfactory answers for why. Maybe now, when Izuku goes out and Inko hears the phone ring, she won't pick it up thinking it's the police again, thinking they're calling to say they came too late this time, that her son is gone and it's all her fault. She should have said something. Maybe, just maybe, the sound of the chair scraping back is all the warning Inko gets too late, that she waited too long, lingered too much in her mind, allowed something to slip. You did it again. By the time Inko can settle on in response, Izuku has already left back for his room, slamming the door shut. Conversations as lively as this were rare in the house, and Hisashi was always so busy they hardly ever had time to talk at all. He worries so much about being overseas, making him so removed from Izuku's life, hated that he couldn't be there for him like he wanted. The last thing she should be doing was burdening him with more of that sort of thing. Why, you're absolutely right. Inko stammers nervously, fiddling with her shirt sleeve. Our Izuku's a bright boy, he wouldn't have gotten into the school if they hadn't noticed that. And I did hear UA produces a lot of good businessmen and researchers alongside heroes. He might not think it now, but I'm sure he'll realize this will be good for him. She can practically hear her husband bouncing on the other end of the line. Exactly. The kid got 9th place on the written for a reason. Why, I bet by the end of his first year, he'll have those eggheads at UA eating out of the palm of his hand. Inko smiles, pushing down the nausea that was building in her as they spoke of all the other opportunities Izuku could take, of the wonderful future in store for him now that heroics was off the table. It felt easy, it felt soothing, it felt like, you did it again. Things will be fine. Izuku is going to attend UA, his dream school. He was going to have all sorts of amazing opportunities for a good career and a stable, brilliant future. Was it that wrong? She felt they should be focusing on that because isn't that something to celebrate? To hold in such high esteem? Wasn't it a good thing to look towards the future, however painful it would be, with a smile? It was an hour and a half after their final end-of-term meeting began, and Izuku found himself sitting uncomfortably in the principal's office alongside Katsuki, chair cushions feeling like spikes in his backside. They had been called into the principal's office so the principal and their homeroom teacher could, personally, congratulate them both on passing UA's entrance exam. And by that he meant they were called over so the principal and their teacher could fawn over Katsuki's success and pat themselves on the back for helping such an amazing student bring such high prestige to their school by entering UA's famous heroics department while Izuku was just there to be window dressing with the quiet yet quick acknowledgement that he even passed in the first place. I must say, to think one of our students would be accepted into UA's heroics program and ranking first in the entrance exam to boot. The principal smiles as he shook Katsuki's hands. Congratulations Bakugo-san, we're all so proud of you. Their homeroom teacher nods agreeably with the older man and matches his enthusiastic grin. I've always knew Bakugo-san would get into UA. He's always been such a hardworking and dedicated student, and so talented too. It was only a matter of time before someone noticed the same great potential I had. Of course. With his quirk and prowess, the boy's sure to make a name for himself. He croons in response, beaming so bright it nearly outshines his thoughts. I see a bright future ahead of you, young man. We're all looking forward to hearing of your future success. Katsuki makes no effort to acknowledge to the praise directly because of course he won't. He's Katsuki Bakugo after all. Only an idiot would be surprised that he succeeded. It's only natural they'd only focus on such a perfect, obvious achievement. Izuku stops himself from loudly clicking his tongue out of distaste. He tries to tell himself it can't be helped, that they weren't meaning to be dismissive. Katsuki taking first place is beyond amazing. UA's heroics department had a low acceptance rate for a reason, and Katsuki went and succeeded beyond everyone's expectations by making the cut anyway. It's a given the adults would be ecstatic seeing someone with such an impressive quirk not only get the attention of the top hero school of Japan, but also ending up the top of the incoming freshmen for the course. He had near beaten Endeava's own record and earned highest score after him and All Might. After all, they've been saying for years that he was a perfect fit for UA, and now they were seeing their golden goose finally come home to roost for them at last. Katsuki was going to a hero, become the stuff of legends. It's always important to see such a rite of passage come to be. Meanwhile, Izuku's own admittance to UA was a rather humdrum affair. Sure, UA was the #1 school and their general education program might have been impressive on paper, but in the end it was still just general education. Every hero school had one, and with it came students who either went into it by choice or by virtue of not making the cut for the other programs. No one ever asks about their futures because everyone already knows what's going to happen to them, just as they knew what was going to happen to him. He'd go to UA, vanish into the crowd of millions like him in the general education course, and then graduate and vanish yet again into the sea of society through whatever job or college he'd settle for. It was a story too lackluster in its ordinariness, and no one felt the need to repeat what they're already certain he's heard before. Izuku's story was just of many about everyday students continuing to be as they were that distracted them from the masterful epic of Katsuki Bakugo being weaved in front of them. Heroes may come and go, but in the end, a rising star's success story was a far more interesting thing to talk about than focusing on yet another child on his way to becoming another face in the crowd. Of course, neither adult says this out loud. What sort of educators would they be if they told a student their achievements were lesser than their peers? That they had seen his future already, and will likely see it again in another future, in another's face, and decided it so unremarkable that it was of no consequence to anyone to not even comment on it. Why, it's practically unheard of. Which is why they're so quick to change their trains of thought the moment they finally do notice Izuku looking their way. And a good job to you, Midoriya-san. The principal stutters while their teacher adjusts his glasses nervously. I hear UA's general education department is said to be quite high-end. with many diligent pro-heroes on staff to work with regular students in their educational pursuits. You're very lucky to have received such a grand opportunity despite the circumstances. It's a hollow gesture, said more out of obligation than sincerity. They don't really think he's lucky to have made it in, at least not in the way one gets aiming for a school like UA. He hadn't considered any other schools, hadn't even considered failing. Anywhere else would have probably booted him for not meeting their heroics benchmark, even the more low-standard hero schools, but UA decided it'd be worth keeping him on anyway. His score on the written alone was the only thing that stopped him from falling all the way off to the wayside, and he had stupidly, foolishly, arrogantly looked it over back them, thinking the practical would be his saving grace. But they say it anyway because they have to as his teachers and as authority figures. Because it wasn't their job to believe in him or the words they were told to say, just to say them and hope for the best afterwards. Just like it was his job to smile and accept the false accolades, because he had to as a student and future graduate, his own regrets be met. So he swallows his bitterness down and nods as he forces a painful ill-placed grin across his face. Thank you, sir. I'm honestly still amazed I'm even getting a chance like this. He pauses again, pushes the disappointment and bile building in his throat. I'm really looking forward to being in the general education program. Katsuki eyes him for that, but ultimately says nothing. A few more throwaway compliments and they're finally allowed to leave, Katsuki stomping ahead while Izuku is left behind to walk awkwardly in stride with their teacher, neither really trying to look the other in the eye, Izuku out of desperation not to see and his teacher out of desperation not be seen. He's halfway there when the man finally speaks. Why you know, Midoriya-san, he says hesitantly, as though he was worried his tone wasn't sincere enough. UA's general education course is considered very, well, prestigious. Managing to graduate from there is certain to set you up for many opportunities later in life. You did well to get in, even unintentionally. It hurts. Izuku can see he's trying to mean well, see he probably hadn't meant for it to come out so backhandedly, unintentionally, like it's all a happy accident, like he got picked for a winning raffle without putting his ticket in, but it still hurts to hear these words said so cheerfully to him, that he's supposed to be happy hearing them and forget his childhood dream of 10 years has just been, I'm sorry, young Midoriya. So he forces another smile and a quiet, thank you sensei, and lets the bitter realization that his teacher's relieved he's thinking more objectively now, sink to the pitch-black bottom with all the other truths he's been made all too privy to see. And he tells himself it can't be helped because of his quirk that he can't let himself pretend he doesn't notice. Katsuki doesn't waste any time shouldering past him once they're outside, thoughts blinking and sparking with irritation and confusion as he glared at him from his peripheral. Don't understand. Like at apartment. Won't fight. Stop messing with me. Won't let you. If you have something to say, just spit it out already. He hissed, and the blonde actual stops to stare at him, palms bursting with restrained fire and spark that was desperate for its favorite kindling. Izuku was certain there were enough teachers on campus to keep Katsuki from turning this into a full-on rampage, but that never stopped him, or them, before either. It was stupid. Trying to pick a fight both knew was pointless and too huge of risk for either of them to engage in. The term might have been ending, but that didn't mean either could get away with anything that would be put on their permanent records, though hero courses tended to be more strict on this type of behavior than general studies. It's stupid and worthless, and it's not going to change anything for him, but Izuku's skin has started to thrum and his neck feels itchy, and he can still feel the prodding of the sofa and the nervous staring and hoping he's saying the right thing while they hope the same that he's happy. See Midoriya, we're agreeing with you, you can see us thinking the same thing you are, so that means you should be happy, but he didn't want to be happy, he wanted to be angry, he wanted to scream. I wanted Katsuki to start bragging or yelling, why hasn't he said anything, why isn't he insulting him, telling him he was right, he's a Deku and always will be. Stop staring at him like that, and look at me Kaken, what did I do wrong? They meet each other's eyes, and in a startling, upset and sobering minute, Katsuki lowered his hand. This is a FNG waste of time, was all Izuku could hear under gritted teeth and burnt rage before Katsuki turned his back on him. As always, you're FING pathetic. Don't know why I bothered. He somehow ends up in front of the restaurant again. He doesn't remember wanting to head there after he recovered, or even considering it a destination. But he doesn't want to go home now, not after. You're FNG pathetic. He just wanted time to himself, and a walk seemed to be the perfect option. Just a simple mindless stroll to get his mind away from everything that was buzzing around in his head and under his skin. He didn't even realize where he was until the door opened and he literally runs into the mint-eyed girl from before. He opens his mouth to usher a quick apology, but she holds up a hand to stop him. Just get in. You've been circling the front for about 20 minutes now and it's making some of the others antsy, she says, leading a now flustered Izuku into the building. There are more people inside than he expects, all excitedly chatting away as their words light up the somewhat dim atmosphere. Guess he managed to show up during business hours this time. Didn't expect to see you again, the girl says, gentle navigating them between the tables. And me either. He stutters, thank you. He then realizes he has no idea what her name is. She wasn't wearing a name tag either, leaving him staring at her very awkwardly while he tried to figure out the politest way to ask her. Brunette girl notices and smiles slightly, words flashing above her with mirth. It's Yasumi, and don't worry about it. Like I said, you aren't the first. Izuku nods slowly, taking in more of the scenery. Now that he was a bit calmer, he can actually get a better look at the place. It still has that weird, one-of-everything feel, with each aspect clashing with each other in a comedic struggle for supremacy, and most of the patrons being in simple casual wear just added to the conflict. The place seemed more of a formal setting what with its color scheme. However, the sight of people engaging in cheerful small talk actually adds a bit of odd charm to the whole thing. The woman from before is there too, sitting on a small platform with a guitar and speakers. She seemed rather focused on the instrument, chords and timings and lyrics effortlessly flashing over her head as her fingers flew over the strings. She's really good, he mumbled, eyes flying between her strumming and her thoughts. The girl Yasumi nodded, smile growing. She said picked it up around my age for fun, but I definitely think she was aiming to be pro. She's pretty possessive of it though, doesn't even let any of us touch it during cleanup. He hums curiously, giving the site one last look before they moved on. Izuku is seated at a table in the far corner by himself. Yasumi walks off for a bit and then returns with a cup of water and a menu, leaving before he can try and tell her he isn't sure if he can afford any of the food here, or at least do so and still have money left over for train fare. Besides, the confrontation with Katsuki didn't really make eating seem like an appealing option at the moment. Everything seems so quiet now and a few people have turned to look his way for a bit, but it looks like they're just curious why he's here by himself, and he can understand how odd that must look to them for a middle school to show up at a place like this. In the late afternoon with no chaperone or parent. Actually, another look showed that there were really no other younger people there save Yasumi and maybe a few of the other waiters and waitresses, and seeming to at least be casually acquainted with one of the staff members well enough, but that's nothing too suspicious, right? He's been in the area on runs. They said he was a common occurrence, so why does it feel like everyone's staring, trying to figure him out, trying to see how quickly they can pick him apart bit by bit? The buzzing seems to be trying for a round two, so Izuku takes out his notebook and starts writing because that's the only thing he can think of to focus away from the sudden needling and that still present nausea. There's a few he needs to update and fix anyway, mostly the ones he left as skeleton pages during the last week before the entrance exam and the ones he realized he missed during his 5-day reclusive episode. He flips it open to the page on the hero edge shot. There was an old forum discussion that questioned if his quirk could make him capable of surviving getting put under a power presser, and a recent interview had put some credence to the idea. His pencil hits the paper and he gets to theorizing. The heck is that kid's deal? Yasumi turns to their busboy who has stopped picking up plates to join her in watching the green-haired boy she'd let in scrawling at his table, mumbling up a storm and looking ding near possessed as he scrolled over the pages with a sudden, unexplained fervor. He only ever stopped to either make a new mark or mull over a part of the page every now and then, and hadn't even touched his complimentary water since it was placed before him. She simply shrugs, don't know. Looks like homework maybe. Does he know this isn't a library? He asks, to which Yasumi snorts childishly. No rule against it, and he's hardly the only one, she says, pointing out a few of the customers who have files out or are exchanging papers. It got troublesome with serving orders, but was a common enough accordance in the shop that the other employees eventually learned to ignore it, especially since they didn't really want to get into it with the customers. They only really commented if it was disturbing everyone else, which didn't seem to be happening even if their more introverted patrons had stopped their seclusive whispering to watch the boy work. The busboy concedes with a nod, fair enough. He then looks over as the boy nearly knocks his glass over trying to rush writing something down. Still, he should order something. He's been here nearly an hour and I don't think I've seen him stop to even breath. Yasumi doesn't quit back, just lets her gaze move to his rather frenzied pencil movements. The kid had looked a little frazzled when she brought him in, not as much so as when he came in the first time, but still not looking all that good. She had considered using her quirk to help settle him down like last time, but, "You're supposed to help me, Yasumi." He probably just really focused on what he's doing. Offers, relaxing herself a bit when she realized her tone had come off a bit more stiff than intended. "I'll go up to him again later and see if he wants to order." The busboy makes no response, so Yasumi returns to staring at the kid as he pulls at his bottom lip, trying very hard not to immediately recognize the look of stress-chewed nails. He was right, this wasn't a library, or a hostel for that matter. Whatever problems the kid was having wasn't her business or place to pry into. But the bags under his eyes look way too dark to be fresh though, and his uniform looks more like it's wearing him than the other way around. Honestly, it had shocked her no one had stopped him before while he was wandering around outside like that. Oi! Both bristled before turning to see their manager staring them down, dark eyes narrowed. "If you two have time to even jaw like this, then maybe get going on waiting and cleaning the tables like you're supposed to." Both straightened up immediately before giving a quick salute and rushing off. "Right-o, boss man." Sorry. The two rush back out onto the floor, eyes lingering on the mumbling green-haired boy one last time. Maybe she should send one of the others his way, just in case. Point out the cheaper stuff so he doesn't worry too much about spending anything. Izuku doesn't remember how many hero pages he's go through, but he does know he's somehow started a new page without realizing it. At some point he ran out of edits to make and just kept going the pages to find something to fix, something to go over, something to improve, something. A foreign finger taps the table and the spell is broken, allowing Izuku to escape from the pages of his notes in time to see that the sky has darkened quite considerable and the place is near empty save a few stragglers. "Impressive." A distant voice drawl, "I almost didn't want to break your concentration to tell you we're closing soon." He looks up to see it belongs to the girl Yasumi, who's eyeing the page he had been rather sloppily working on alongside a taller boy with burnt red hair who is picking up his, still full, cup. "Isn't that the one underground hero that helped out suppressing burnout in Shermaine a few months back?" the older boy asked, and Izuku's elated nerves starting prickling with joy over the fact that someone had actually noticed when his notes were set. Yes. He's apparently still getting really popular in the downtown areas, despite the rumors about him, or at least that's what people here were saying. He begins, turning his gaze to the leftover ring as he grips his pencil. He's not actually an underground hero though, he just doesn't get much media coverage because he tends to work lower scale, like handling shoplifters or community work. He's been mentioned a few times in newsletters, but that was about it. In fact, that battle was the first time he's gotten large-scale media coverage. Which is strange because his quirk is honestly pretty. Amazing though, his body apparently produces these metal plates that he can manipulate at will. They're large enough to cover several vital areas and he can soften them to change the structure and shape of his constructs, and he can even combine shields to double their size and density. He's got good maneuverability with them and was able to switch between defense and offense rather smoothly and multitask between containing burnout and protecting civilians, so he's definitely used to fighting siege battles like Shermaine. If I could figure out what type of metal the plates are, I might be able to figure out how he's able to manipulate the structure so easily. Wrote all that and you don't know? Yasumi asks, and Izuku flips forward to the next page over, which is covered in crossed-out names and chemicals. Unfortunately no. I've been racking my brain around it because I can't figure out how his is able to be compressed and softened so easily even with it being part of his quirk's natural ability. All metal production quirks have their, well, quirks. The metals created aren't completely pure, because they're being made from a human body with human chemicals that would alter the metal's own. They're close enough to share enough of the same traits as the naturally occurring equivalent, but there's a big enough difference that you can tell which is from a rock and which is from a quirk. It's actually how a lot of counterfeiter cases get solved nowadays because there are tests to show if jewelry or metal being sold on the black market is artificially made via quirk. But this metal looks and acts like a fully, from the ground natural, from coloration to physical reactions to surface appearance, and I can't figure out how. I do know whatever metal it is plenty dense and extremely durable, and that it has a pretty high melting point too, which is why he managed to survive against Burnout's heat output for so long in spite of seeming to be at a disadvantage with a metal-based quirk. I've mostly narrowed it down to something in the platinoid group, but I'm not sure which one. At first I thought it was osmium, but I realized the color was too dark and the malleability was too high even if it was a less pure version of the metal, so it definitely couldn't be it. There's also the issue of toxicity since natural osmium oxidizes too easily and he was fighting with Aquaria Rex during the attack, so her quirk would have made his dangerous to use if her water hit them. I know it also can't be palladium either because they were much too resilient against Burnout's punches. He realizes from the sudden silence that he said more on the subject than he meant to and quickly adds with a blush, "Oh, of course, I'd probably have to ask him myself if I wanted to know what it is. It's all just theorizing at this point." Yasumi blinks while the older boy hums, carefully placing the cup into plastic bin alongside some dirty dishes as his word flashing with intrigue, high school vocabulary, considered chemical composition. Bit all over the place though. You got all this based on watching one fight? The question's framed innocently enough, but the way his thoughts sparkle make its true nature obvious, so Izuku nods hesitantly, forcing his voice to stay steady. I went to look up more online after, and I'm still ironing out some details. Like I said, it's mostly just guesswork at this point. The two of them stare, thoughts blinking wildly, wondering how old he was and how much had written and how did a middle schooler think about stuff like this. How did you know that? He quickly pushes himself out of his chair and starts grabbing his things, suddenly feeling sick again. I'm sorry I overstayed, I'm just going to dash. Hold it. Izuku feels his heart shuddering in fear even though he's not sure what there's to be afraid of. The girl hadn't done anything bad to him the first time, and her coworker didn't seem bad, but isn't how it always is. He thinks someone's being nice to you but he's making more of it than it is. She's probably upset that he nearly spent the whole day here without even ordering and was now getting in the way of cleanup. He's surprised they waited so long before telling him to leave. I'm so dash. Are you gonna be okay going home? It's pretty late. He blinks, sudden paranoia thrown off by how normal the question was. It was a normal question, because it was late and he was still in his school uniform, so of course they'd wonder why a middle schooler was staying out on a school night of all things. Why was he getting so worked up over something so stupid? What was wrong with him? No, he says, gripping his notebook. I mean, I can send a text to let her know where I am, and the trains are still running. Yasumi stares again, words flashing with slight suspicion, and Izuku feels himself begin to squirm under her sharp gaze, shrinking and breaking and chipping away until... Wait right here. Izuku watches as she shuffles off to the woman from the podium, who appears to be in the middle of packing away what's left of her equipment. They're too far to overhear, but their words flash dizzily around them as they talk. Izuku almost makes out a "forgot to ask" before she sped right back over to them, dull eyes flickering with what he almost thought was determination as she tells herself to calm down. What's your name? Apparently he doesn't hide his surprise as well as he hoped, because she cuts him off at his next attempted apology. You're not in trouble, just want your name. Only fair since I gave you mine. Izuku briefly wonders if he should just give a fake name to avoid whatever consequences are attached to what's to come next, but it sadly comes after he states, Izuku Midoriya. She's quiet for a moment, as if she's trying to digest his name and pull apart every flavor and bit of bone in the letters. Come back here tomorrow. She finally says, arms crossed over her chest. The place will be closed, but just say you know me and they'll let you in. You can stay in the break room if I'm not there yet. Izuku doesn't move, trying to make sure he heard her correctly while her coworker blinks owlishly at her. He's certain there are others staring, wondering what the hell was wrong with this kid that he was standing there shooting the breeze with an employee after hours instead of just taking his things and leaving. Yasumi tilts her head at him slightly. Well, oh sure, he mumbles, picking at the edge of his notebook. I'll come by if I can. She nods, words alight with joy that contrasted her blank face. Great, now get out of here. The train station managers clock out around this time, and I think you remember my boss's warning from last time? Izuku nods back, and quickly gathers his things before rushing outside, heart bursting with surprise and confusion as he stumbles down the street. He almost drops his phone at the amount of missed calls and messages he had when he boards the next train. He's honestly surprised he hadn't even noticed any of them. He arrives back to the restaurant, which he now sees is named the Open Palm, as soon as school let out as promised. Unlike the day before and the last time he was there, the shades have been pulled and a small but neatly written, "We're closed" sign is hanging on the door. He clutches his backpack strap before quietly knocking on the door, grazing at the bottom of his lip. You're fine. She invited you, didn't she? That means they want you here for whatever reason, and if it's a joke then you can just go home and feel sorry for yourself being such a huge dope like a ways, so stop being so antsy. And the door opens and a lanky gecko man with a tan knit cap peeks his head out, staring at him with confusion. Hey kid, the sign says the place is closed. He says, pointed at the flipped over sign, there's a cafe a few blocks east if you're looking for someplace to chow down. Izuku stumbles back at the sight of the stranger, nearly forgetting the instructions given to him. Maya. He stammers, trying to stuff his heart back into his chest. IW was invited by someone named Yasumi. Is she here dash? Suddenly the door pushes open and the gecko nearly stumbles over as a rather tall red-haired man with slicked back spiked hair and a goatee steps up behind him. He doesn't look at that happy to see him, if the scowl's any indication, and the all-dark clothes don't really help either. He regards Izuku for a moment, eyes twitching slightly as his stiff blocky words come into view. Kid Yasumi mentioned. Actually showed. Shidaka's in the back, he says grouchily, then jerks his head towards the inside. Just wait here and I'll go get her. Izuku just heads in without responding, head ducked and mouth snapped shut. The man seems like he's in a bad mood and he doesn't want to make it worse. Keep an eye on him, he grunts, and Izuku hears him stomp away before a door. Clicked open. Even once the footsteps truly vanish, he doesn't raise his head, worried that he'd see him thinking, worried that he must have made a mistake, worried that this must have been an elaborate prank on Yasumi's part and fell for it, and now he was interrupting whatever work that man and his friend was doing. Don't worry about Suga. Izuku nearly jolts when he realizes the Gekkoman was addressing him. He looks and sounds mean, but he's actually a huge softy. He's just a bit grumpy, 'cause Tamao told him to wait up here to meet ya after giving Yasumi some stuff to do. Izuku's brain is still, unjustifiably, on red alert, but he manages to relax himself enough to say, I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. The man's easy grin spreads as he casually leans against one of the tables. Nah, you're fine. We're still setting stuff up and Tamao's busy moving things around downstairs for later. It'll be a while before we actually get started. Izuku frowns, feeling that cold itch of guilt crawl further up his spine. Will she be okay? If she's lifting anything heavy, she might need help. The gecko stares for a bit before laughing in response. It's not a mean laugh, or at least intending to be, but it makes Izuku's cheeks burn a bit shamefully for some reason. Knowing her, she could probably lift the whole building if she wanted. He cackles, not even bothering to straighten up when he meets Izuku's confused stare. She'll be fine though. Mariu's with her and there's probably not much to move anyways. Suga just gets super antsy when it comes to her during these meetups even though she tells him not to. We've known each other for a while, so the dude tends to take the mother henning a little too seriously sometimes, you know? He was a lot worse with it back in the old days though. Izuku doesn't, and the words don't clarify things for him either. Things different now. Tamao gotten stronger. Promised old man though. Can't be helped. He almost asks why, asks who, but sheer politeness stops him from digging further. That and the man Suga decides then and there to materialize back into the room to smack his companion on the head. Don't go around saying unnecessary things. He grumbles as the gecko yelps and rubs his head, then turns and shouts, "Oi, Shikata, come pick up your brat already." As if on cue, Yasumi drifts in with a quiet hello. Izuku almost doesn't recognize her dressed in a rolled-up mint blue sweatshirt and gray legging. She waves casually at the two men before motioning for Izuku to follow her, leading him through the door next to the kitchenette they exited from the last time. The back room still looks the same as before, but now with the addition of a folding table that's been brought in. The couch and smaller coffee table have been moved to the leftmost corner, and the radio has been left on, playing a song from what he thinks is from Azure's recent album. He recalls some talk going around in the forums that they were selling out in stores because she was taking a break from singing to focus on heroing again soon. She starts rummaging through the cabinets while Izuku just stands there, taking in the room. He notices that there are a few posters around too, some from bands he's never heard of and a few old-school heroes, as in even during and before his mom's time. So how'd it go? Huh. He blinks, turning away from the poster from a huge hero event in Tokyo a few years back. The entrance exams for your hero school. Yasumi presses, cutting him off before he could ask. Only time you see kids running around in gym clothes around here is either for volunteer work or heroics, and you only showed up on weekends without stopping anywhere long. She quickly pauses her search briefly to point at his backpack. Plus you literally had heroic analysis for the future written on that notebook you had with you yesterday. Izuku squirmed as she returned to her searching, feeling a tad embarrassed he had been so transparent to a complete stranger. She then scoots away from the cabinet and pulls out a rather worn deck of cards, leaving it on the table before heading towards the miniature fridge in the corner. So again I ask Dash, she hums, words alight with mild curiosity, how'd it go? Izuku felt his mouth dry and looked away, briefly wondering much of his life story he should be telling a complete stranger. It really wasn't one of his best days, but when are any of them? He really didn't feel like having his failure dissected by someone for whatever reason. He might have accepted the invite, but didn't really have to share anything with her, and it really wasn't her business anyway either. You're right, it's not. She responds bluntly, and Izuku cringes at realizing he was talking out loud again. Was just asking 'cause you seemed really set on whatever school it was with how often you were in the area. If you don't feel like talking about it, it's cool. He almost refutes her, almost says that's not what he fully meant, but Shibakov looks upset. Where are sunchips? He picks at his backpack strap as he watching her thoughts shimmer back into the task at hand. She hadn't taken offense at his refusal. She wasn't upset about it. It technically wasn't her business and she knew it. She said he didn't have to explain if he didn't want to, and he really didn't want to. She understood. I mean it though, she suddenly adds, startling him out of his downward spiral. If there's anything you don't feel like saying, don't. I might have invited you here, but you don't have to, start writing out your autobiography here and now because I'm feeling chatty. Izuku blinks, staring blankly at the back of Yasumi's head, and the spiral of bright, distracted thoughts blooming from that choppy pond of murky brown hair. She understood he didn't want to talk about his entrance exams, because he didn't want to talk about them, because he made it obvious he didn't want to talk about them, because, don't understand. Thank you, he near whispers with strain, forcing his voice to take another octave when he finally manages to say, for, understanding. And for inviting me here as well. It's fine. And you're welcome. She says as she places a bowl of snack packages on the table, and she seems to mean it. Her words aren't sparkling with suppressed ire or generated politeness for him. Or maybe it's only this way because she doesn't know about his quirk, about how much he can see in her, just quiet acknowledgement of what was said. It's not relieving somewhat. Yasumi finally sits down, picking up the deck again. You know how to play old maid? A little. He stutters in surprise, taking a seat when she gestured to the other empty chair. Why? What is this? She cuts the deck a few times before handing him some cards, a small wry smile on her face as she picked up her own. A lesson. You really need to work on your poker face. Inka watches her son sit in front of the television, notebook in his lap as he's watching a news report, something about a vigilante being sighted in Saitama and helping with a drag bust of some kind. He looked so intent and focused, eyes flickering between the screen and the open pages as he mumbles over a comment over the vigilante's new costume. That's good, it means he's calming down now. A few weeks back he would have resorted to watching the reports in his room, pointedly making it clear where he was going and why, even if he didn't say so out loud. Once or twice he'd even stop watching in the middle just to avoid being in the same room as her. The fact he was sitting out and hadn't left meant that he was ready to talk again. She briefly wonders if it has anything to do with that new hobby of his he's picked up, that he eagerly leaves for every Thursday with a high head and a bright spark in his eyes she never seems to catch at home. She bites her lip, rubbing at her wrist as she stepped forward. Izuku makes no effort to move, either too engrossed with his work or too busy trying to pretend he can't see her. Why you did your best, she says quietly, unsure if she was being unheard or ignored. I might not have said it properly, but I really do think that. The fact that you tried so hard just proves how much you deserved a chance to be in heroics. I know you're disappointed, but you don't need this. You don't have to be a hero. You don't have to make yourself fall apart to reach something so. You did your best, she repeats, hands clutched tightly together and her eyes burned from tears that she long since failed to stop falling. There's nothing to be ashamed of in that. Izuku doesn't respond, but he does shift in his seat slightly, and surprisingly that's enough to her for now. Not a lot, but enough to know she hasn't lost him again. Today the radio was set to President Mick's radio show, where he was explaining to his viewers that his show would be experiencing a mild hiatus next month due to a slight schedule conflict with his job at UA now that the school year was starting again soon. So, Yasumi hums dimly, tapping against the table. How goes hero research? Izuku pauses from taking her leftmost card, certain it's the 3 of diamonds he needs. Why do you ask? No reason, she shrugs, just making small talk. School's been kicking my butt and I want to think about something fun. He nods, frowning slightly when he takes the card and sees it's a 9 of hearts. Oh right, Yasumi-senpai's going to be a 3rd year soon, so you have to start thinking about colleges and final exams. Yasumi groans immediately and flops her head down, nearly dropping her hand. Don't remind me. She grumbles moodily, sitting straight back up and stealing away his jack of clubs. Academics are anathema at the moment. Persona non grata. Any mention of the subject will be subjected to a firing squad. Oh, okay then. Appreciated. The game continues in silence for a while. Do you really want to hear me talk about heroes? He carefully asks, and Yasumi's face perks up at that. You haven't asked before, so I was surprised. People don't normally ask him about his notes. Most adults just go, oh, so you like heroes? And never go further than that, and classmates that tried to meet him halfway just got frustrated or creeped out when he ended up rambling off topic about minor details with a hero's quirk, and most of the time the initial question was just for helping with history homework or the like. Outside of maybe his parents, and Katsuki once upon a time, he really never had some ask him about his hero notes just to hear about them. Wouldn't ask if I wasn't, she says. Like I said, it's nice to get my mind off things, and I was kind of curious about them before. But if you don't feel up for it, then it's fine. Izuku just hums non-committally, and the two falls back into an easy silence. The radio station changes over to its soft rock variety hour by kicking off with a new artist whose first concert would be in 2 months. 3 new cards later, Izuku barely stops himself in time from looking up to see Yasumi's thoughts. Are you sure? I might go overboard with it. You won't get annoyed. That's up to me to decide. She finally says with a shrug, besides, talking keeps B from getting bored from thoroughly trouncing you. I could still win. He huffs childishly, feeling himself slowly got back at ease again. Going to the hard with my 6 cards against your 20. She points out, and makes an even bigger one by stealing his king of diamonds next and turning her 6 to 5. If you want, we can call this round a wash and start all over again. Izuku looks away and randomly plucks another card, cheeks heating up. That I have some new theories on MT Lady's quirk due to a recent battle she had with a villain uptown. It might explain why she seems to mostly go for already occurring villain fights. It also seems like she and Kamui Woods are teaming up a lot lately. Yasumi raised a brow. Celebrity gossip? Intriguing. And so the game is immediately forgotten as Izuku sits with his notebook out on the table and begins to babble excitedly to his one-woman audience about the potential stamina and lady size increase might cause her due to the change in size requiring her body to double its usual metabolizing efforts, cards and coming loss forgotten at the table. Everyone is smiling brightly as they sit together in the gymnasium, adjusting their flower pins and holding their diplomas tight in their hands as the student council president stands before the podium. He's making a speech about the importance of education and pride in oneself, but it's falling on deaf ears as everyone is anxiously waiting for him to finally stop talking so the final speech can be made and they can leave, their thoughts shimmering in a strange mixture of melancholy and boredom. Some have already broken into tears over realizing that they really have graduated and will likely never see their friends ever again, poorly still trying to stifle their waterworks on order of the disapproving teachers standing by the walls watching them all from afar. Izuku has been placed quietly between a classmate and another student from the other third-year class. They've never talked to each other, and continue not to do so for the remainder of the ceremony, eyes dully observing the president try to make an analogy out of paper cups as they fantasized over what their high school careers will look like once they finally leave middle school. His own eyes are locked onto his diploma, joylessly handed to him as one of the teacher avoided eye contact, words flickering with relief that they wouldn't have to do that anymore. Izuku barely kept himself from snapping back that they didn't even need to now. He had imagined the whole thing being a more joyful affair, more spark, more energy, more eventful, more that something really. The teachers certainly tried to make it that way with the band performances and the remembrance video reel and even the impassioned speeches by their homeroom teachers, but so far, the entire atmosphere had been dulled with an air of dissatisfaction and tedium. Or maybe it was just for him, who kept his eyes down to avoid getting overwhelmed by the thoughts of dampened nostalgia. Maybe it was just for the students whom he accidentally made eye contact with, that looked away quickly in a frightful sweat and unhidden panic that they forgotten he was still here and reading. For the teachers who count the hours they have until they no longer have to worry over those piercing green orbs, gaze locked above their head in constant judgment. Suddenly, the student next to him moves away and is suddenly switched out for a taller-looking girl with glittery red skin, platinum blue brows furrowed in frustration as she turns to face him. He looks over to the teachers and sees they're not paying them any attention, focused on the other restless students or zoning out on the speech themselves. "Hey," she asks in a low whisper, causing Izuku to blink in surprise when he realized she was actually meaning to talk to him. "Do you know a kid named Tasaki?" He almost asks who that is, but it seems his expression betrays him as the girl realizes quicker than he does that he's drawing a blank. "He's got brown hair and a weird finger quirk," she explains, wiggling her own digits for emphasis before pointing about 2 rows over to Katsuki, who was listlessly slumped in his seat as he watched the president meander off into an anecdote from their first year. "I think he hangs out with that blonde kid over there sometimes?" His brows furrow as he scours through his memories of class, tries to pick out the faces he's seen around Katsuki the most. The general rule of thumb for everyone was to give Katsuki a wide berth at all times and only talk to him when required as per a teacher's instruction if they could help it. Between the constant insults and threats of violence, most people saw very little value in trying to maintain any casual interactions with him. Honestly, the only people who hung around him were 2 of the male students, and they were. Visions of half-smirks and deliberate sneers flicker through, and his eyes then light up as the dots connect and he realizes exactly who she meant. "Oh right, him." He slowly lets his eyes flicker over to Katsuki before continuing, "We're not acquainted. Are you friends?" "Hardly," she admits, a tinge of bitterness in her tone that bleeds into her thoughts. "His cousin's in my class though, and she's worried about the BSRD since he hasn't shown his ugly mug yet." "You haven't seen him?" Izuku frowns at that, and then looks over the rows containing his homeroom classmates before realizing that yes, there was an empty seat in the lineup. He's more than a bit embarrassed that he hadn't made the connection sooner. In Izuku's defense though, he had been so used to hearing Katsuki call the other boy, chump, or dumbass, or some other derogatory title for so long the past year that he had nearly forgotten that they weren't actually his real name, or hadn't noticed that he hadn't been present or called up when diplomas were distributed. He doesn't think there's cause for him to miss graduation, or at least as far as he was aware of. Everything the past few weeks had been business as usual, him making fun of Izuku when the opportunity struck and generally being unpleasant to be around for the rest of the class. The only real change in routine was that he and the other boy, his name was Tsurime, right? He hopes he is spending less time with Katsuki, but that was a given considering circumstances. Katsuki may have a terrible personality, but he understood that one of the necessities of becoming a hero was maintaining a good image with the public, which for him meant looking like his classmates enjoyed his presence. Now that he had gotten his golden ticket and his perfect road to the title of #1 was prepped and ready for him, he now no longer had to play nice with the rest of the extras, which included Tasaki and Tsurime. And why shouldn't he? Why waste time and energy with classmates he barely could stand to be around in the first place when he had his grand legacy to prepare for? Useful as they had been in the long haul of his final year, continuing to humor their plays at friendship just wasn't a practical use of his precious talents and time. Tasaki's and Tsurime's were a dime a dozen anyways. The entire world was lousy with their type. But a guarantee to UA was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, one that Katsuki could not afford to lose for anything. No matter how friendly they like to think they are with him, there was no way Katsuki would risk his perfect hero school debut by linking himself to two lackeys he had no real attachment towards. In short, Katsuki, as expected, had just gotten sick of them, and they were slow to be brought up on the uptake. He's not even sure if they're aware right now that their little fantasy of future #1 hero Katsuki being their best friend and bringing them in on his charmed new life at UA is just that, and that he isn't going to give them a second thought the moment he steps out of these halls one last time. They still don't know that he isn't? I said I don't want you following me, you shitty Deku. Well, she repeats, and Izuku realizes he's been silent far too long, or at least for her liking, and dwelling much too far into an acritic familiar feeling that was rotting at his guts and making his arms burn. No, I haven't seen him, is all he can admit, and the girl sighs as she leans back into her chair, thoughts sparkling over wanting to kick the boys but over making someone named Tsumaki worry. He tries to return his attention the podium and the heartfelt speech he's certain took weeks of preparation and practice in advance, but they instead fall over to the empty spot in the rows occupied by his classmates, wondering how it is that no one in his class seemingly noticed the absence. How did the teachers not wonder why he wasn't present? How is it that in this auditorium of hundreds, not a single one felt unruffled at the empty chair 2 rows ahead and 3 seats down? He wonders why it bothers him so much when he himself hadn't noticed either. The speeches end, the underclassmen hand them bouquets and tearful farewells, and they all head outside to get ready for their final school photo outside before they head for the front gate and truly must say farewell to each other. Izuku found himself looking at Katsuki again. The blonde had looked as bored as he did when they had first entered, words flickering in annoyance over the celebrating and only that. His eyes then returned to the doors, where the red-skinned girl who hunkered down next to him is consoling a brunette with frizzy hair who is wildly worrying at her a mile a minute. Tasaki's name shimmers through her head more than once. Everywhere he looks, everyone is bursting with tears and laughter over the fact that they've finally officially ended middle school. He looks around at all the cheer and overwhelming sentimentality, but his brain is still focused on the empty space left by Tasaki. He still hadn't shown, even after the end of the ceremony, and still nothing was being said about it. None of the classmates seems to take note of his absence, and while some of the teachers, who were setting up chairs in preparation of the photo, were aware of the short head count, they saw no real issue with the missing boy not participating, a few even blithely being relieved he hadn't shown. Seems his classmates weren't the only ones with a sour opinion on him. Izuku doesn't even know why he cares so much. He didn't like Tasaki. Not after that first day of his 3rd year where he and his fellow cornered him in the hallway alongside Katsuki and he saw how joyfully their words flickered seeing him leave burn marks on his new backpack. Not since the first time he allowed Deku to slip off his tongue like an oiled-up coin the first chance he got. Not since that day he saw him passing down the halls with a split lip, courtesy of Katsuki, during break, and the thought, "What a loser," sparkled so deliberately and smugly over his head it could light up a darkened freeway. There was a myriad of reasons for why he wasn't there: illness, traffic, distraction, intentional truancy, and so many others. Focusing on it wasn't going to make him suddenly materialize out of nowhere, and Izuku had no genuine or legitimate reason to get so upset or in a twist over it. The other boy simply just wasn't present. And yet, the sight of everyone acting so cheerful without him present made something cold and sickeningly cognizant twist in his gut. Suddenly a teacher came rushing past them, thoughts in a mad flurry of panicked light as she made a beeline for some of the other teachers and began to usher them off to the side. He couldn't hear what was being said, but their words took a spark of conspiratorial worry. "Damn it. Keep secret? Need to fix this." A staff member then broke off from the herd and went to talk to his homeroom teacher, who then went and whispered to the vice principal, who softly murmured to the principal, who then beckons over the student council president to join them and held themselves in a quiet huddle that seemed to last forever as the students all turned to each other in worry and confusion. When their secret meeting ended, the principal and the staff suddenly made a call for them to return to their seats in the gymnasium, causing everyone to become disquieted as they loudly complained over being herded back inside with little to no explanation, all while the teachers continued their secret looks and nervous glance-arounds. Izuku couldn't help but let his face fall into a suspicious glare as the students all whispered to each other in confusion, watching the adults' thoughts ferry around with nervousness, restless hope that they'll take care of it, and noting that a few teachers were not present, likely leaving to deal with whatever problem was happening while the rest watched over them, while they took their places along the wall once more. Meanwhile, the president made his way back to the podium, nervously readjusting the microphone as he looked towards the principal with a hesitant glance before beginning to give yet another speech, this one on the importance of unity, as they all returned to their seats for what was likely another hour of pointless babbling. Except they don't get to, because the moment he gets to the fourth paragraph the doors fly open and they all turn to see Tasaki stumble in, eye blackened, nose blooded, and uniform tattered and torn to expose the patchwork bruises peppering his form. His thoughts are even more muddled and darkened, feral fury blinking brightly as he scans the crowd of confused and terrified students. His eyes lock onto a boy with dark slicked back hair who Izuku recognizes as Katsuki's other follower, and that, yes, his name is Tsurime. He's a little concerned about how long he worried over that, who looks panicked as his thoughts irritable shimmer over how he shouldn't be here and that they had said he ran back home. There was too much to take away from that sentence and not enough time in the world to break it apart. He then charges forward with a violent cry as he leaps and tackles Tsurime to the ground, causing several chairs and students to fall over as he crashes his fists into the other boy's face. The third years break out into harsh yelps and loud shouts as the teachers, now broken out of their shock, split into two groups to reduce the ensuing chaos. One half quickly rush over and splits Tasaki and Tsurime apart before leading the former away, cussing and shouting as he's dragged outside. The other half remain with them in the gymnasium, desperately trying to quiet them all down as their thoughts ran wild in a panicked frenzy. It happened? The fight? Is that why he's late? Jesus Christ. Still came here? What's going on? What are the teachers gonna do? Izuku, however, doesn't move. Doesn't panic, doesn't shout, doesn't demand explanation. He just keeps his eyes on the speckle of anger and red Tasaki left behind in his violent charge, the only evidence he had even arrived. The president doesn't stop his speech, not even during the fight, not even after order is re-established and they are forcibly guided back into their seats. He doesn't restart the whole thing or even double back once he believes he has his captive audience's attention back. He just stands at the podium and continues on about the virtues of sticking together through thick and thin, knowing full well no one was paying him or his words any mind anymore. So, how's it feel graduating? Izuku looks up from his hand, blinking at Yasumi with confusion. I'm not sure. He furrows his brows over the 13 cards in his hand. It's going to be weird not having to get up to make it to Taken Station anymore. I imagine, she says, plucking away another card. You excited about high school? He doesn't look up, not at first, kind of, not to say I'm not excited about it. I've been waiting for this day since that I can't even remember. Izuku hums, letting his thumb brush over the Joker, feel a little underwhelmed, I guess? Like it hasn't really hit me yet. Yasumi doesn't respond, just give a non-committal hum and lets him take a card from her and up his count to 14. The game continues like that until he loses and the whole thing starts again. Around their fourth game, she suddenly asks, "What about your middle school? Are you going to miss not being a little kid anymore?" "Not really," is his immediate response. "I honestly can't say I'm going to hate leaving." Yasumi doesn't really react to his abrupt bluntness, but the person on the couch stares at him wide-eyed in shock. Glasses askew while some half-eaten chips from the bag she was holding comically fell from her mouth. Izuku's not really sure who she is, but she was in his room already when he had arrived to meet Yasumi as usual, reclining on the couch with her phone out. He definitely didn't recognize her from his memory of the other employees he had come in contact with over his months of coming over though, nor the customers he spotted through the window, though he at least recognized the emblem on her blazer, the coat of arms for a rather well-off private school uptown. She looked to be a year above him at least. She seemed to know him well enough though, as she had greeted him pretty casually upon arrival while her thoughts blinked excitedly at finally getting to meet Yasuchi's secret friend. She didn't seem like the bad sort, and her font was just as flamboyant and friendly, but he definitely didn't feel comfortable talking to someone so intense. Yasumi hadn't really made any effort to introduce her, just telling him to not worry about it and focus on their game. "Seriously? There's not anything you're gonna miss?" The girl had cried, crumbs drifting off her uniform and onto the couch. Like, no friends you're gonna want to see again? Or classes you liked? Or teachers you really wished you'd told to go to hell? Nothing at all? Izuku can't help but hunch over self-consciously, shuffling his cards around. "I don't think so. There's not much to miss really. My school was dash." The sound of Katsuki's taunts echo over memories of burned uniform sleeves and knife-like smile and blood splatter sticking to the gymnasium floor. Boring to say the least. The room is too quiet and not loud enough all at once, and for a terrifying moment Izuku fears he said something wrong, that his answer wasn't sufficient enough for their tastes, almost starts rambling to fill the space he unintentionally left. Then Yasumi simply shrugs, finally taking one of his cards. He learned long ago to stop flinching when she got pairs from them, but it was hard to suppress a grimace. "Well, enjoy it while you can," she says, lips quirked into a small victorious smile as her thoughts flash over how close she is to winning. These moments of nihilistic youth are fragile and fleeting where you're heading. Izuku stares, unsure of himself, unsure of the response. He's still not used to Yasumi's hands-off approach to their whatever this entire arrangement is. Not to say he's unhappy with her not pushing, it's honestly surprising, relieving, that he doesn't have to say anything about his school, his life, about those moments the buzzing shows up unexpectedly and he's forced to fold his hand till it vanishes again, that all he's expected to do is come in, play some cards, and hold a conversation all the while, and even that's not enforced often. But sometimes it leaves him a little anxious, terrified of what she's really thinking of his vagueness, worried that one day she's get sick of the lack of answers and tell him to never come back. Sometimes he wants to ask if she means to not ask him, means not to dwell, means not to judge him for not feeling what he knows should but cannot muster for a place he only sees as fragments and burnt caramel and dried blood drops for him. So instead he asks, "It's not that bad, is it? I mean, I know UA is going to be hard, it's an elite school after all, but I don't really think it's going to be so awful that I'm going to regret going there, right?" The brunette snorted, throwing her hands. "You think that now, but come the middle of the school year, when you're surrounded by 18 different textbooks and your uncharged laptop, staring at 4 half-finished assignments due in 3 hours wondering where it all went wrong, you'll see." He almost feels himself blinks again. "Yasumi-senpai, you really should do something about that." He then takes a card from the far right, the 8 of clovers staring back at him begrudgingly as he added it to his hand, like, maybe get a tutor or something. "I don't need a tutor, I just need life to stop skiing," she grumbles, snatching another card to make a pair with. As someone who's personally watched you struggle to complete an essay and 2 translation assignments during your lunch breaks, calls the girl from the couch, flicking crumbs from her corn blue hair, I can support our little guy's claim that life sucks a lot less when you have a tutor helping you out. Yasumi briefly stares blankly back at her. Why are you still here? Because, she answers with a shrug, leaning back into the couch with a bemused smirk. The brunette simply rolls her eyes, swiping another card from him. I find it funny you think you get to judge me when your grades are worse than mine. Well, I find it funny you and your dumbass need to get it. Tutor, because I'm pretty sure you'd get marked down less if you had someone on you about making deadlines. The girl counters sing-songingly, honestly Yasuchi, you'd think accidentally leaving your literature assignment in the freezer of all places would tell you there's a problem. Yasumi doesn't respond at first, frozen in mid-action of stealing his one of diamonds. She then turns to face the younger girl, minty eyes narrowed. That aren't you supposed to be heading for summer lessons right now? Yes. She hums, popping another chip into her mouth. Maybe you can join me and someone there can help you find out how to turn your stuff in on time. Yasumi motions to retort, words sparkling over every and any type of witty comeback she could sling at her. Eventually, though, she turns her attention back to Izuku and his losing hand. After this game, I want you to play her next, she whispers, spitefully looking back at the girl as she reduced her hand again. Her poker face is 10 times worse than yours. You can definitely beat her. He didn't beat her, but he did at least learn the blue-haired girl's name was Maika Kayu. He also learned she was a huge fan of Yoroi Masha, and was eager to hear what he had to say about the hero in his notes when he brought them up later. When it finally came time for the final class photo, Tasaki wasn't allowed to join them, the teachers giving the excuse that he was feeling unwell and being taken to the nurse's office to rest with the promise that they would add him onto the photo later on. No one was allowed to bring up what happened, or ask if he was okay, or tell their parents what had occurred, and shut up and smile so we can take the DM in picture. Already stupid children, we don't need this kind of attention right now. How could he embarrass us like this on such an important day? Izuku learned later on that Tsurime and Tasaki had been having a falling out of sorts, had been since Katsuki started pulling away from them. It's surprisingly not a surprise because when he thinks about, the two really only had Katsuki in common and not much else. It had started with disagreements, that turned into fights, which turned into screaming matches downtown whenever they went out. Once the chaos of the event had died down and it was actually discussed outside the prying eyes of adults, no one was all that shocked it ended with a brawl. Not surprised. Figured it'd end like that. Was bound to happen sooner or later. He also learns that Tsurime had 3 older brothers. 2 of them were dropouts. He wonders if the teachers knew too. He's certain that at least Tasaki does now. Izuku stands in front of the bathroom mirror, staring at his reflection. The UA uniform was a bit ill-fitting, but that might have been more his own fault for not going through his next growth spurt yet. He tugs at his necktie, it's tied rather childishly, but online tutorials and his father's emailed instructions can only help so much, and takes a You're fine. He exits and picks up his backpack from the wall, quickly heading straight for the entrance. He stoops to toe his shoes carefully, trying to remember which lines he needs to take so he can get close enough to make the rest of the walk to campus. Izuku. The sound of her voice makes him stop briefly for a moment, straightening himself as he taps both feet twice to make sure his shoes are on tight and hitches up his backpack. He can hear her shuffles behind him awkwardly, trying to decide how close she should get in. He doesn't want to turn around, he doesn't want to turn and see what she's really thinking before he leaves. Neither of them want that hanging over their heads the rest of the day. The words come out chalked and startled, like they turned down the wrong hallway and ended up running into someone. And now they have no clue how to leave gracefully without embarrassing themselves further. I'll call if anything happens. He decides to say, because that's really the only thing he can force himself to say without moving, without having to see and make things worse for both of them. Oh, is the response. She sounds deflated, disappointed even. Okay then, stay safe. Then the shuffling stops, the footsteps move away, and he relaxes as he reaches for the doorknob. I hope you have a good day. He foolishly turns around, because he always has to look, no matter how painful he knows it will be, and opens his mouth, feeling it fall shut as he catches the sparkles of her last thoughts before she disappears back into the hall. His shoulders relax, and wonders why they were so tense in the first place. He feels quite foolish just staring at the doorway, like she's going to come back, like, that I'm leaving. He mumbles as he steps out the door, and reminds himself that the next train will be arriving in about 18 minutes. It feels weird taking the train past his usual stop now, but he manages to make it to campus with minimal issue. The classroom is surprisingly easy to find, though he's a little taken back by the sheer size of the door when he approaches. Guess they must have made it with mutation quirks in mind, he figures, eyes tracing the giant carved onto the doorframe. There's not much sound coming from behind, which might mean no one is here yet. He stares a little longer than he knows is necessary as he feels his hands shake, feels the heavy finality of it all as he stands in that empty stretch of hallway. It was one thing to be forced to acknowledge he had been regulated to general education before he arrived, to have to deal with seeing the letters 1D on his entry letter. But now he was actually here, at the school he'd been dreaming about going to since forever, in front of the classroom he'd be going to day in and day out, awaiting his teacher and classmates who companions for the next 3 entire years. He takes another steadying breath, squares his shoulders, and pushes the door open. The classroom isn't all that full yet, just a few people interspersed at a few desks either talking to each other or just keeping to themselves. Izuku decides to follow the latter half's example and immediately makes a beeline for the furthest desk in the corner of the room, attempting to figure out how exactly he's going to handle this. Positives, he had to think of the positives first. Katsuki wasn't here, because he's in the heroics class, like he should have been, like he could have been if he wasn't so, which means no more Deku. There's also no one he recognizes from Orudera, which meant that he actually had a chance to make a real first good impression without worrying over the well getting poisoned ahead of time or having everyone turned against him in one afternoon. Which meant it would be all too easy for he himself to screw it up somehow. He had no clue who his classmates were, what they were like, what kind of quirks they had, what kind of friends they had, if they shared the same route home, how fast they all were. There's the sound of footsteps getting closer, and it's only after he reminds himself he's not outside that he realizes someone's approaching his desk. He looks up and sees it's a girl, looking straight at him with her thumb and pointer finger pressed together to form a ring and held it against her right eye. She's almost his height, with snow-white hair and dull gray eyes that seem to be boring right through him. Her font's surprisingly compact, though the words are confusing. Some purple. Little bit gray. Lots of blue though. Izuku blinks as she lowers her hand before suddenly riffles through her pockets and pulling out a piece of candy, dropping on his desk. Your halo was looking a bit blue, she says bluntly as he looks up to stare bewilderingly at her. Hope this helps. And walks to the corner desk near the front before he can respond. Izuku picks up the candy, inspecting the bright, poppy print of the wrapper. There's a tiny cartoon head of a hero they debuted a year or two back, taking over a group whose leader died in a huge villain sting, telling him to have a sweet day, with a big, toothy grin. The wrapper still appeared closed, and it looked amazingly clean. He then looks back to the girl, who's sitting politely and quietly at her seat, lazily staring ahead while her thoughts idled. He wonders if she always carries candy in her pocket for strangers, if she always makes that strange gesture when staring at people, if those colors she thought were meant to be some supposed code. If she had just bought that candy today, he recognized the brand. It had only been out for a month or two, not nearly enough time to get popular enough to become ready on hand at any time. If she went up to him because he seemed like the type who would accept candy no issue, if there was something wrong with him it's just candy, damn it, why in God's name is he sitting here analyzing a piece of gelatin and sugar? He quietly looks over the candy wrapper for a few more minutes before deciding to stuff it into his pocket to wonder and worry about later. The classroom slowly fills with noise and bright words, groups clustering up from people who remember each other from the entrance exam orientation or recognized familiar faces from their own middle schools. Then the door slides open, and everyone gasps in awe as a familiar face enters the classroom. Greetings everyone, and welcome to Class 1D. The person says, eyes squinting cheerfully from behind the glass dome covering their head. I am Space Hero 13, though I'm certain most of you probably recognize me from the news. I'm going to be your homeroom teacher this year, so I hope we can all get along. Everyone gives the standard greeting, allowing them to continue. Since it's the first day and start of the year, we're going to start off with an introductory orientation for all incoming first years and returning students. So if you could all put your things away and follow me to the auditorium. Everyone looks toward each other before standing up and following the suited hero out the door. As they pass the windows though, a student with rather pale pink hair and fluffy-looking wolf ears paused and raised his hand. Space Hero 13. Sensei? Do we call you that? 13 stops to respond, you may call me 13 Sensei. I am going to be your teacher after all. Right? He says, then points outside. I just wanted to ask what those kids outside are doing. You said we have orientation, but it looks like they're getting ready for gym class instead. Everyone else turns to look outside, just in time to see a group of students dressed in what look like matching gym uniforms following a rather disheveled-looking man in black to the fields. A few whispers go back and forth as Izuku turned to their teacher, whose thoughts were blinking worriedly. Dear Aizawa's test. Wonder who he'll expel this year. Izuku unconsciously shivers. He understood heroics were tough, but expelling students on the first day seemed sadistic, unnecessarily so. Don't mind them, that's just one of the hero course groups. They explained, causing some of the students to return their attention to them. Their homeroom teacher is unique, to say the least. He's just choosing to hold a lesson instead of participating in the assembly. Is that allowed? Asked a blue-haired girl with face markings, looking outside with slight confusion. UA is a national school, so the teachers are allowed to structure their classes however they see fit. 13 answered, which is why I see fit to us getting to orientation, so let's get a move on, shall we? A few groaned as their words sparkled at how unfair it was the hero course got to skip, but complied nonetheless. Izuku gives the retreating heroic students one last look, tries to see if there's a head of blonde hidden in the crowd, before following his class down the hall. The assembly was terrible. Not as bad as it could have been, but definitely not the best of situations. It wasn't so much the cramped, arid arena or being stuck in the rather clustered row seating, or even the high-pitched squeaking of their principal, whose species Izuku still could not figure out, no matter how many times he reran through animal characteristics and genus traits to compare, made all the more grating by the microphone. No, it was the thousands upon thousands of myriad idle thoughts of Izuku's classmates and the other students buzzing in the air and causing him to nearly go half-blind. It was something he still couldn't get used to even after all these years with his quirk. His eyes were able to take in the lights produced by the thoughts he saw, but too much at one time was disorienting for him, especially in large crowds like this. The assemblies at Urudara and the entrance exam orientation were easy to deal with because the latter's school population was small enough that Izuku never had to deal with the issue often, and the former went by quick enough for Izuku to avoid getting overwhelmed by the sea of stay thoughts as long as he focused elsewhere. But here, in UA's Tokyo stadium-sized assembly room, with almost every student from their 4 insanely large departments present, and not just the new first years, the seniors are present as well, alongside their own homeroom teachers. It was a torture unlike any other. There were so many people around and in front of him so utterly bored out of their skulls that they were thinking a mile a minute about everything except the speech, and his quirk was picking up every last bit of it. It was not unlike being locked in a small cramped space where people would periodically shine flashlights into his face. Every 10 seconds. For 3 hours straight. All while someone was blowing hot steam in his eyes. It was painful and irritating and frustrating, and Izuku couldn't do anything about it. 13 was too far away to make an excuse at, and he himself was seated too far in to just quietly get up and leave for a few minutes without causing a scene. Even looking down momentarily didn't relieve him because then his neck started hurting, and that created a new set of issues he didn't need compounded over this growing headache and eye strain. He rubs his eyes for what feels like the umpteenth time, slightly flinching with every flash of thought that passes through his periphery. He needs to stay calm. He can't cause any trouble, not on the first day of school of all things. Not when the teachers and nearly his entire first-year class are here, when they'd see him cause a scene and eagerly pick apart his reasons for departing, happy to finally have their excuse. But the entire thing was going on for too long, and he could see the amount of people annoyed with how the principal's voice was so loud, He himself could even pick up the buzz of the mic every time the principal sniffed and squeaked. And everything was too aggravatingly bright, so much so that it hurts to even blink and makes his head throb. Why is everything so effing bright all the time? Why? Someone taps his shoulder and Izuku nearly falls out of his seat before turning to face them, causing the worried-looking black-haired boy behind him to press back against his chair. Are you okay, man?" he asks cautiously. "You're shaking like crazy." His words flash with equal concern, making the existing eye strain worse. "I'm fine," he whispers through gritted teeth, hoping that his seat neighbors continue to ignore them and it'd be enough for the boy to drop it. "Just Quirk problems, that's all. Sorry for bothering you." The boy doesn't respond immediately, oddly mulling over Izuku's response, which he can't understand what for. He hadn't said anything too odd, hadn't he? "You sure? My teacher's nearby, I could get them." He forced his eyes shut again for a bit to shut out the light. "It's not a big deal. It happens, I'll deal with it later. Just a few more minutes, the assembly's probably almost over, I just need to wait it out for a few more." "Seriously," he insists, and Izuku can literally feel the light blink through his corneas. "It's not a problem. They're right dash." "Please," Izuku hisses, louder than intended, and causes the other boy to back away. "Just leave me alone." Izuku feels a small kick to his stomach as he sees the dark-haired boy's face crumple under the brightness of the lights, and a few in their rows turn to see where the commotion is coming from, causing him to crumble into the seat even further as he presses the heels of his palms against his eyes, forcing himself to sink into whatever dark pit he could imagine to escape the noise and light and the terrible feelings ripping through his guts so ferociously. Down, 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 down. "Stop it, you're causing a scene, everyone's staring, you're being stupid, it was just a question, he was trying to be nice, what's wrong with you? Calm down, bury it, put it away so deep it can't reach you again." It feels like forever until the principal finally let them leave, ending his speech with a rowdy call of plus ultra to the present students. They then were instructed to follow their respective teachers out the door and back to their classrooms. Still half blind, he ends up banging his knee one of the armrests trying to head out with his class, rushing ahead of the group before either the teacher or they could say anything about it. "Now then," 13 states as the class settles down, writing out their name on the chalkboard. "Once again, I welcome you all to UA. I am Space Hero 13, a rescue hero and your assigned homeroom teacher. You may refer to me as 13 Sensei, as I feel more comfortable using my hero name than my civilian one." Everyone agrees to this condition, and 13 begins explaining their overall curriculum. The general education course is mostly for students with interest in careers aside from heroics, hospital workers, policemen, writers, lawyers, teachers, and other wonderful jobs. Most of your first year will be focused on setting the groundwork for your core subjects, while also engaging in fun and exciting projects. Everyone nods in open agreement, a few even whispering excitedly to one another over what sorts of event and classes they would be looking forward to. Now, to be frank, I understand some here may see general education classes as boring and unimportant. They stated calmly, eyes staring blankly at the group of teens before them. It's considered a rather unpopular department after all, especially when compared to the more highly demanded heroics. In fact, most students in this category only stay the year before attempting to get transferred into a different study course. A few looked away uncomfortably at that, and Izuku felt his stomach churn as he remembered All Might's digitized apologetic smile. However, they quickly added, eyes squinting encouragingly as their thoughts shimmered with understanding on how grim their last sentence likely sounded. While perhaps not considered as glamorous as the rest of the courses, it's still one of many ways to help you all prepare for your future outside the school walls. You all might not realize so right now, but these classes are here to help you develop your skills and learn ways to better utilize your talents to find success in your future goals, whatever they may be. It's my sincerest hope you all gain something positive and helpful in our first year together. Everyone began to mumble to themselves soon after, not quite placated, but at least feeling a bit less gloomy. With that said, how about we move on to introductions? 13 cheered, waving their hands out to the students seated before them. I want you each to tell everyone your name and your quirk. We'll start from the furthest right seat and go up by each row. The first, surprisingly, is the girl who gave him candy that morning. She stands readily, mouth quirked into a small smile as she looked around the room. My name's Madoka Kenshu. My quirk's called Mood Ring. It lets me see people's emotions in the form of a ring of colored light. She sits down quickly as Izuku mulls over her words. That's what she meant by that halo bit. Empathy quirks were pretty rare, not unlike teleportation and his own, but they had a low enough occurrence in gene pools to at least be considered uncommon. He wonders how exactly she learned to differentiate between emotions though. She said his halo looked blue, so did that mean he was sad? But she also noticed purple and gray in it though? Which emotions were carried with those two? The next few students announce themselves and Izuku's attention is grabbed by the boy he ran into during the first half of the exams. My name is Atsushi Kagetsuchi, the ashen-haired boy whispers, twiddling his thumbs. My quirk C called Hot Hands. It lets me heat things with my hands. Izuku unconsciously bristles, and the subsequent guilt that follows hits just as hard. He of all people should know better than to judge someone's quirk based on description alone. He might not be anything like Katsuki. Honestly, he seemed more approachable and a lot more soft-spoken than the blonde could even dream of being. The class introductions went on rather even-paced. My name's Inoue Ishida. My quirk's called Statue. I'm Najimesa Kamida. My quirk, Overgrowth, makes my hair grow out a lot. Kinda make getting haircuts a pain. Hiya. I'm Sakura Harukaze and my quirk turns me into cherry blossom petals. It's even in the name, Cherry Blossom Storm. Greetings, you may call me Hachibi Naori and my quirk, Healing Honey. I hope we all get along. I'm Ngi Sugiyama, and my quirk's name is Greenwood Song. Sup, Nariko Shiori's the name and Flip-Flop, S my quirk's game. Takudo Oguchi, as you can see, I have really big cheeks, which is why my quirk's called Big Mouth, though now that I think about big cheeks, would have worked better. Everything continued on without little hitch until they got to the second to last person in the row before a foreign-looking girl with sterling gray hair partially pinned back with 2 hair clips. Idam Chai One Hyen. She stuttered, stumbling over her words. With the thickness of her accent and the pauses, it seemed obvious that she hadn't been in the country long. From South Hamgyong. My Q quirk is .um. The girl paused and pulled out a miniature dictionary, racing through the pages until 13 held up their hand. It's fine, Hyen-san, I've been informed about your language issues and have your registry form here. They hummed, missing the way the girl flinched as they flipped through their clipboard. Let's see here it is. It's .o. Izuku watched the girl's shoulders arch in noticeable unease, words whirling in a language he didn't recognize. Someone else's words flash, she's from Korea? While 13 words seemed to be focused on something else. Nothing there. A typo? Registration mistake? The section for your quirk name is blank. Did you forget to dash? No, she answers quickly, causing a few students to jolt as her tone grew increasingly frustrated. I have not forget it. There's a hum of sympathy as they seeming to ignore her sudden heated glare. Can you tell me its actual name then? It would be helpful. Hyen's frown deepened, temper cooling in her eyes as they fall onto her dictionary. I can't say, I just have not forget it. There's a brief silence until someone's hand goes up, belonging to a smallish blonde girl with her hair in a bun. Izuku remembers her saying her name was Tomomi Fusei. He also remembers her sticking closely with Hyen before they left for the assembly. 13 sensei? She answers carefully, me and Hyen-san are from the same care facility. The director was supposed to be in charge of our registration forms and no one there knows Korean, and they couldn't get the translator in time. They probably left it blank by mistake. 13 stares at the girl for a moment, eyes going back to the form. Paperwork handled by state. No translator? Submitted without confirming? Izuku lets his eye drift back over to the gray-haired girl, who's now anxiously kneading her skirt folds. Her Japanese isn't really all that good, or at least he's assuming from how she's speaking, though she could understand well enough it seems. They must have misunderstood something and just submitted her registration form with the hope someone else would take care of it. All right then. They nodded, setting the board down. Hyan-san, after we're done for today, I'd like to speak to you further about this. Is that fine? The girl nods hesitantly, then sits back down, pointedly ignoring the quiet whispering of her classmates. I would like you to stay as well, Fuzii-san, since you seem to have some insight on this situation. The blonde girl nodded, and soon 13 had went to force upon the group, and everyone went back to introducing themselves, though their thoughts refused to waver on this sudden development with their new classmate. Izuku almost missed it when his turn finally comes, and as he stands he's suddenly hit by an unexpected case of stage fright. None of these kids knew who he was, which was supposed to be good. He had less to worry about, didn't need to get caught up impressing anyone, which made it all the more easier for them to become so afraid of him if he F'd this up. "And my name," he begins, near flinching at the way his voice cracked. "My name is Izuku Midoriya, my quirk's called Mind Reader." He pauses to let the initial thoughts of surprise and confusion to pass over everyone's heads. A mind-reading quirk? Sounds scary. Like reverse telepathy? Stop thinking. Can he hear us? Hello. It's me. Villainous? But looks nice. Wish I had. Don't listen. Izuku swallows the growing lump in his throat. It's not like that. He pauses, tries to stamp out the rising panic in his voice. Calm down, you're fine, it's different. Tell them that I can see thoughts. They, well, show up as words to me. Everyone looked towards each other and seemed to mumble in something close to understanding, a few somewhat unnerved at having their thoughts directly addressed. Soon after, a red-haired girl wearing glasses leapt up in excitement, bouncing on the ball of her field giddily. She had called herself Nariko Shirori, right? Dude, that's so freaking awesome. She beamed, eyes and words sparkling with interest. You'd be like the total king of guessing games 'cause you'd already know all the answers. Quick, what number am I thinking? Izuku blinked and flushed at the jumble of words that appeared. He at least had to give her A for trying to be so descriptive. Again, that's not how my quirk works, he mumbles nervously, smile strained. He could feel his palms go sweaty, could feel everyone staring, felt like he should be saying something. How do people do that? Maybe not make a joke or something. Anything really, if it would get them to stop looking at him like he'll suddenly grow an extra head. And one of my old teachers had the same idea, he jokes with a rub of his head. They'd actually made me sit in the corner with my back turned during lesson reviews so I wouldn't ruin it for everyone. Either the intended joke fell flatter than expected or his tone wasn't as witty as he had tried to make it sound, because Nariko's smile immediately dropped and a palpable tenseness thickened in the air as his classmates gaped at him like he had just told them he once ate a frog. Even 13 was staring, words flashing with concern as they began considering looking over his student file again. They're all thinking it really, in different fonts, in different words, but it's a share feeling all the same. So he quickly adds with a forced laugh, I mean, better that than a BGMI, right? Ha. There's another round of disturbed silence before someone finally takes pity on him and chuckles at the effort, allowing Izuku to sit down quickly before any more questions can be thought of or the air made more uncomfortable. It helped when the person behind him revealed that her quirk was called Radiohead, and the class tried to ask her to play a few stations to lighten the earlier mood, but he could still see how brightly their unrest over his comment shined on all the while. The rest of class was just explaining more about the general education department and how it worked, what was to be expected of them as students of UA, and handing out of a syllabus of their class schedule before making the rest of the day a sort of free PRD for the students to mingle and get to know each other better. Everyone naturally gravitates towards desk neighbors and assembly seatmates and hit things off surprisingly fast. Thoughts burst like happy little fireworks as friendships are formed and everyone jokes and laughs with each other. And Izuku watches it all from his desk, journal in one hand and his new hero notes on the desk, with not a single soul daring to make their way over. As he expected, his introduction has made everyone cautious. He should have just said his name and quirk and sat down like the rest had. Now he's made things awkward and everyone avoidant. It's just as fine, gives him time to himself, time to think, time to write. He wants to catalog his classmates' quirks while they're still fresh in his mind, and he needs to update his profile on 13 now that he's gotten up and personal with them, so to speak. He'll probably have to do the same for some of the other profiles in his journal once he meets the other teachers. Speaking of 13, despite their spacey tone and occasional horribly bluntness, they were surprising well-focused and highly organized, as one might expect it of a rescue hero, if their current thoughts were any indication. Okay, once I finish up with Hyan-san, I'll need to work on having the school get hold of her and Fusei's guardians so we can see if there were any other missed documents or parts of her form left blank. Actually, I should ask if Fusei's forms can be checked as well. If they neglected to fill out Hyan's forms properly, there's a chance hers might have some issues as well. And maybe talk to Nizu about getting extra help to assist with Hyan's language issues, like setting time aside for lessons or… Izuku feels someone tap his shoulder, and he shuts his journal close, in barely contained panic, as he turns to see the foreign girl from before staring at him. Her magenta eyes are cold but steady, greatly contrasting how wildly her, still indecipherable, thoughts are flashing above her head. He briefly wonders if he should try picking up Korean when he has the chance. It's not a popular language all around, but it might be useful for the future. Your quirk, she finally says, causing him to blink. Can you look? Izuku almost asks what she means until he sees her point to above her head and does his best to reason out what she meant to say. Yes, Izuku answers, but I can't read the language, so your thoughts are safe. She frowns, seeming a bit miffed at his response, then points to 13, shaking her head. No, teacher, she says, eyes narrowed as her words sparkled fiercely. They talked about a quirk. Can you look? Izuku blinks again, unsure of what she's asking, causing her frown to deepen. She points again, repeating herself as he follows her hand, wondering exactly what it is 13 had to do with his quirk. They hadn't said anything to him about it, and he couldn't really understand why it was she was so interested in seeing what the rescue hero was thinking right now. It doesn't work like that, he admits a bit unsurely, forcing himself to sit steady under her gaze as her shoulders flinch. But I think 13 meant it. The teachers are required to correct quirk files as soon as errors are found, so they're definitely going to handle it. At least what they should do. Issue with quirk entry was a responsibility usually held by record-keeping alongside the principal and usually took a long while to deal with, but from what he's read from alumni interviews online, the administration's close-knit enough they can get through most rubber stamping more quickly than normal schools. He's not sure if it's the right answer, but she at least seems to visibly relax at that as her words slowly shimmer, and Izuku hums to himself as he tries to recall what he remembers about how quirk registry process was usually handled for the school. Normally, the way it worked is that you, and your parents, filled out the basic information about your quirk on your registration form, and then have your previous school submit most of the official paperwork on it if you got in. The rest was on call from the state registry if necessary. It was mostly so the administration could be prepared to handle your quirk on the off chance you had issues with control or it was abnormal enough to be considered unwieldy and in need of further guidance, so to speak. There were exceptions though. I'm, sorry about your forms, he suddenly adds, and the girl just stares at him. They should have talked to you before turning them in. It's your quirk after all. Izuku is more than aware of how empty sympathy like that isn't all that helpful, but at the moment he's really limited on how exactly to approach Hyan without being offensive, or himself for that matter, but it's really all he can manage to offer as a stranger and new classmate. And besides that, he definitely knows how irritating this situation likely is for her. She seems to regard him for a few more moments before nodding, mouth moving slightly into what he thinks is a smile but is too small to really tell. She then holds her hand out, Chaiwan Hyan. Remember it please. Izuku stares for a bit in slight shock before carefully taking it. Her hands are surprisingly a lot rougher than his, despite looking so delicate. Izuku Midoriya, and I will. She nods again, and then shuffle back to her desk with Fusei, and Izuku feels his shoulders fall, just a little. No one else approaches afterwards, but he strangely doesn't mind. The day after is a bit more calmer, but still a little disorganized. Seats are now being assigned and Izuku finds himself near the window around the third row. No one's in front of him yet and he knows no good comes of worrying over it, but he can't help but feel the building anxiety wiggling in the back of his head, especially after what happened yesterday. A handful of his classmates are still giving him odd looks. But it's fine. A new day means a new chance to try and bridge the gap and make himself a bit more approachable. He just had to avoid saying anything too upsetting or that could be misconstrued like before. Easy enough, right? The next person up is a boy with light purple hair and green markings on his head that seemed to glow as he approached 13 and the bin, still deep in thought. 23 students in total within classroom. 6 seats have already been assigned. 59% chance of getting corner seat. 28% chance of getting front seat. 13% chance of getting end seat. Should dig around first. Izuku can't help but be fascinated by the calculations floating about as he stuck his hand inside the box, shimmying it around slightly. He remembers him introducing himself as Yashiki Azukoto. He said his quirk was called statistician, and it was easy to guess what that entailed, but it was quite the thing to see the quirk work firsthand. Did it just help him do the calculations to determine the percentages, or did he need to know the values of the objective firsthand? It'd definitely be useful for accounting or even PI work, but then again statistics weren't all that reliable on their own. There was always the chance that even the smallest chance could throw all your math off balance and nothing could stop the least likely event from actually occurring if that was to be. Maybe if he team up with someone with a prediction quirk or... The chair next to him squeaks and he lifts his head in time to see the line is now down 3 people and that boy from the entrance exam nearly jumps back when their eyes meet, stumbling jerkily into his seat before his hand goes for his fringe. Oh, so it's a nervous tic? He figured as much. Hello, he near whispers, eyes quietly peeking out from under his bangs as his words above flash brightly in wild panic. It's him again. What do I do? Was so embarrassing last time. Introduce myself? Still remember me? Should I ask? I still remember you. Izuku answers unthinkingly, and the boy goes red and starts fiddling with his hair even more while Izuku bites the inside of his cheek. He did it again, stupid. What was the point in resolving to not freak out his classmates if that's his opening act every time he talks to one? He's not saying anything, so maybe there's a chance to salvage the conversation still. Sorry, he begins, quietly tapping away on his desk. It's just, I recognized you before, from the entrance exams that is, and the day before too, but I figured you didn't remember me because you didn't say anything and that it was fine, but then you came over and I saw you thinking that I didn't recognize you, which is funny because, like I said, I thought you didn't recognize me, so I figured I'd let you know I remembered you, so we could both know we remember each other. Just like the last time, the ash-haired boy doesn't respond to him, and instead proceeds to hunch over his desk as he tugs at his bangs nervously while his words try to reassemble themselves into some form of order. He decides to try again, hesitantly holding out a hand. We never introduced ourselves to each other the last time, did we? He says, laughter strained. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you, Ken. You, said your name was Kagutsu-san, right? During class introductions. Is that okay or do you have a preference? It's really good we ended up getting seated next to each other. I hope we can get along. Izuku worries his lip, and Kagutsuchi's hands seem to be moving faster. He can actually see some of the strands fall to the desk from his fingertips. Your hair's going to fall out if you keep that up. Izuku says, and that actually gets him to slow down, just a bit, but he still won't look Izuku in the eyes. And so it ends just like before during the exams, neither attempting to pick the conversation up again as they surround themselves in silence. Izuku suppresses a groan as he buries his head under his arms. He's only been in class for 2 days and already. He's made half the class wary of him and his seat neighbor upset, or maybe Kagutsuchi's just like that always. How the hell did manage to screw things up so badly so quickly? He looks over to the line, it's shrunken down to 9 people, and then quickly back to Kagutsuchi, who has stopped fiddling with his hand and has proceeded to focus on his desk as his fingers drum lightly against his thigh. He doesn't seem like a bad person, not from his 2, if ever brief, interactions with him, But this rate he was going to be spending the whole school year trading radio silence with him unless something was done to bridge the gap he accidentally smashed open. He opens his mouth to apologize, to rationalize, to ask not to hate him, and doesn't get the chance to speak as a new person joins with them and takes the desk in front of the other boy. He recognized her as one of the students asking about one of the heroics department classes from the first day. The face marks made her hard to forget. "Oh, hello there." She smiles, easily twisting in her chair to face the two of them and give Izuku full view of her poppy little font. "I guess I'll be sitting with you boys then? I'm Tsuyoshi Hojo, it's nice to meet you too." Izuku deliberates over whether or not to hold out his hand before realizing he was taking too long to think it over and chooses to just awkwardly smile back. "Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you as well, Hojo-san." Kagutsuchi still refuses to look up, but manages to at least turn towards Hojo's direction. "Atsuhi Kagutsuchi. Feel pleased to meet you, Hojo-san." She looks between both of them and holds back a snicker. Now, you needn't be so formal. We're all gonna be buddies after all. Just feel free to call me Tsuyoshi." They both nod, and she seems to smile even wider before turning back towards the board. "Can you believe we're getting taught by an actual hero? I can't even believe this is happening. My mum'd be having a slide if she was here right now." Izuku can't help but watch her thoughts sparkling in glee over the idea. Is she a fan of 13? Nah, but she keeps up with the news. Hojo giggles with a wave of her hand. Sides, she's more of a best genius type of gal. Practically would run her own fan club for him if she wasn't busy with other things. Izuku does his best not to comment on the pub's close today, be home this time, and instead says, well, I can't say I blame her. He's pretty popular with female citizens after all." That gets Hojo to perk up and send him a slight grin. "I bet." Mum goes absolutely mad when he shows up on the screen. His patrols must be just bonkers. Actually, they tend to be on the more quiet side of things. Izuku admits, mulling over distant memories of past glimpses of the fabric hero. "From what I hear, Genist makes really big deal on keeping them contained and out the way so as not to disturb businesses. He does still end up drawing a bit of a crowd. Though, that's not surprising." She hums, seeming to not expect the answer. "I mean, I heard hero patrols tend to get a lot of attention, especially for the more popular ones. Sort of expected him to have, huge swathes of people stopping him in the street every time he twitches, like they do with All Might or even that Hawks fellow. Well, it's less an issue of popularity and more him just being less conspicuous about it than most." He answers, feeling that familiar spark of excitement that took hold when he got the chance to talk about a hero's patrol habits. "I think I remember someone mentioning it being related to him having issues with boutiques trying to hold sales during villain attacks involving him and causing traffic jams from all the people arriving." Kagutsuchi actually looks up at him over that while Hojo's mouth hangs wide open. "Why you're kidding, right? I mean, don't villain attacks usually scare off customers?" He shakes his head. "Not in this case. In fact, sightings of him actually help boost area sales. Since he's in the top ranking for most fashionable heroes, and because of how his quirk functions, he has a lot of ties to the clothing industry, which helps get them attention from advertisers and investors. If there's a chance he's there, they have the opportunity to make more of their business. As a result, almost all the stores downtown carry at least one of his clothing brands, and a few even offer him discounts because he's used their products to detain villains before. There are even online auctions claiming to be selling leftover pieces of fabric he's used in villain battles that go for millions." Izuku practically feels himself grinning ear to ear as his body trembles. He realizes too late that he's tumbling head first into his usual ramblings, but he can't stop himself. Speaking of his quirk, it doesn't just work with clothing fibers. He mentioned in a few interviews about the Tokyo Sky Egg incident that he can also control steel fibers so long as it's in a thread-like state. And he used a similar technique to help stop a bridge collapse a few years before that. It makes me wonder if this applies to other materials? I mean, his quirk is specifically thread manipulation, and he's admitted his limit of control varies on the substance, textiles being the easiest for him to use. But what else could he use his quirk on? Can he manipulate fiberglass? Well, silicon? Optical fibers? Carbon fibers? Would fibers? Is there a way he could make it so his quirk worked on microfibers even? There's also the question of if he can control multiple types of thread at the same time. Do fiber blends make it harder or easier to use his quirk? I mean, imagine how incredible it would be for him to help with maintaining building structures by combing fibers with certain tensile strengths to help make up for fragility, or maybe being able to subdue certain villains by using multiple types of threads material that could counter their quirks. Actually, now that I think about it, I do remember an article somewhere about a research center discussing the possibility of replicating quirk suppressant technology into clothing, mostly for helping children with full-body mutation quirks who can't get custom-made clothes made for their particular mutations. If he had a string of something similar and a way of not getting affected by it, it would increase his efficiency in. He doesn't know how long he was talking about the potential versatility of best genus quirk, or even if he had even stayed on topic about it, but the arrival of another classmate to their corner breaks his rhythm in time to see the confused and near-blank look on Hojo's face, casual accompanied by the scrambled swirl of her mind, as well as a few others who had overheard his ramblings, trying its best to put together what he's been talking about for the past moment. Izuku only has to, quietly, call for her twice before she snaps back into reality and realized he had already stopped talking. Sorry about that, kind of got lost there for a bit. Hojo murmured stiffly, leaning back into her chair a bit. You sure do know your stuff, Midoriya. Elle almost couldn't keep up with you. Talks a lot. So much. Was starting to mumble. Always does this? None of it's thought unkindly, but it plunges his earlier enthusiasm into cold ice water. It's fine. He laughs nervously, fingers thrumming against his desk to drive off his leftover energy and stave off his growing nerves. I'm just really passionate about heroes. I could talk forever about them if you let me. She flashes a strained smile and forces a giggle, the word fanboy, a fun little title from adults, but from another student's, blinking almost accusingly at him from above her head, better be careful then, wouldn't want you ending up biting your tongue or something. Neither seems to have a word more to offer, so the conversation, and the dull, sluggish lull that crept behind it, ends from there. They do later try again to go into casual talk of heroes and rumors in the free PRD between classes, but Izuku can't fully engage while restricting himself, and Hojo can't fully commit with keeping herself open. When lunch rolls in, she immediately flits away to another desk without a word, and Kagutsuchi has refused come back out of his shell, leaving Izuku to eat his lunch in silence. She had promised herself to ask about school after the 4th day, give him a chance to get settled in before learning about how he was doing. It's only the first week after all, and things were always slow during then, no need to get herself worked up over something that hadn't happened yet. UA was a good school, with a good reputation for good students and good teachers. If Izuku was having problems, they would call and tell her the second anything had occurred, because he wouldn't tell you, not after everything. She had absolutely nothing to worry about, everything was fine. But Izuku had been so quiet during dinner, and not his usual quiet, though not the quiet that had happened after that villain or the exams either. Maybe nothing had happened yet, but that doesn't mean something hadn't happened yet. Besides, that it wouldn't hurt too much to ask how his day went, right? How was school? Inko asks as she started to gather up the dishes, watching Izuku stumble as he freezes midway into his slow stride back to his room in surprise. It's not going okay, he answers, fingers curled against the pillar as he turned to her. She wrestles with the slight wave of paranoia that comes with the motion, forcing herself to stand steady. We got assigned seats. Oh, is all she can manage to squeak out, nearly dropping the next plate she pulls over with her quirk. That's, good to hear. He nods slightly. We start official lessons tomorrow. I think President Mick's going to teach English classes. She tries to remember the name, from the news and Izuku's excitable narrating when they appeared. That's wonderful news. I'm sure you'll have fun. He nods again and doesn't offer up any more information after that, so Inko just grabs what dishes are left off the table and drops them into the sink, running the tap with a quick flick of the wrist before grabbing the soap and sponge. The next few minutes are filled with the sounds of water and soap suds. 8 minutes in, she begins to scold herself for her timidity, noting that could very easily just have put everything in the dishwasher and moved on to other things, that doing it by hand is a waste of water and time. It's all just in a desperate bid to keep her hands busy and her mind distracted from the task at hand. It's fine, he'd say if it wasn't. Everything was fine and she didn't have to delve any deeper if he didn't. But she knows she can't do that. Say it, say it. You need to ask him. So with an anxious heart and scalded hands, Inko pauses from her work and turns back to her son, words slurring together. How about you classmates? She quickly asks, nearly swallowing her tongue in her haste. Are you dash? She feels his gaze burn into her and her throat turns to sand. Do you like them? She doesn't know which word makes him flinch, like, or, classmates seem the likeliest. But he doesn't answer her, just starts tapping against her pillar while chewing on his lip. It's not really an answer. They both know it's not an answer. Or at least, not the one she's looking for. Then he looks at her, and that familiar old paranoia and fright finds its way into her bones. It's only the first week, she finally responds, forcibly pulling her lips up while fighting to keep her heart quiet and her thoughts tepid. Stop it, calm down, you need to stop it, I can't. I certainly didn't get along with my classmates the first time around back then either. You just need give it some time, that's all. There's a brief flash of something in his eyes, not anger, not disgust, not anything she seems when they usually talk, before he eventually turns away from her. Sure, he mumbles, shoulders suddenly slack. I'm going to my room to study. She doesn't have the heart left to tell him that isn't an answer either, and he leaves before she can even consider trying to gather the courage to say so. But it's only the first week, and things were always slow during then. No need to get herself worked up over something that hadn't happened yet. The next day Hojo doesn't greet him, choosing to discuss a new episode of a TV show he was vaguely aware of with the girl next to her instead without batting a single eye at him or Kagetsuchi, who busies himself with his desk notes instead of addressing both either. Lunch rolls in, and the day before repeats. While searching for his pencil, he finds the candy Kanju gave him before and, after what feels like an eternity of self-deliberating, finally opens it and pushes it into his mouth. It's horribly sour, so much so that he feels it sting his mouth and salt his eyes, but he can't find it in him to spit it out. It's his own fault. He'd gotten too used to it. He had forgotten what it was really like. The next few days go a little bit more smoothly. Classes start out slow and simple, just little introductions from their teachers and them explaining their curriculum. Some decide to give them their civilian names to make talking to them easier, some only wish to be referred to by hero name, though the point felt moot as Izuku could see them refer to themselves by name in their thoughts. To his surprise, no single one had made comment on his quirk. Even after his disastrous introduction, 13 had made no attempt to approach him with the concerns that glittered over their head during. It seemed like things were going to be normal for once. That is until math with ectoplasm. They're about finished with introductions before he announced wanting to give them a small test, just something to get a better understanding of their current skills and so they'd have a feel of what was in store for them in his class. Naturally, everyone groaned and complained about the idea, but willingly accepted their fates as ectoplasm handed out a stack to each row be given to their neighbor. Everything was fine until someone near the front row spoke up. "Ectoplasm-sensei," they said, pointing a spiny tendril of their hair towards Izuku. "What about Midoriya-san? He has a mind-reading quirk. Won't that be a problem?" The room goes quiet and Izuku's shoulders bristle. He feels the entire class's eyes fall upon him, thoughts blinking and whirling over the same question. Didn't think about that. Can see what we're thinking. Know how we calculate. Would see the formulas. How will this work? He feels himself breath through his nose, forcing his nails into his palm as the flash of words increase. It's fine, it's fine. Stop freaking out, their normal questions, it makes sense they aren't thinking. That about you yet? It's fine, you're fine, calm down, calm down. And he almost does until he then sees those three familiar words peek out from the glow, and the world breaks. Isn't that cheating? Midoriya-san is all he hears, and then suddenly he's back in that last year of elementary school, classmates eyeing him distrustingly as the teacher hands back his work. Every answer is struck through, even the ones he knows are right, that he knows they know are right. thoughts shearing his eyes with their bright contempt while their mouth was pulled into a displeased scowl. "What have I told you about cheating, Midoriya?" And Izuku, with his mind still stuck on that silent memory, got up and left the room on pure instinct, oblivious to the calls of ectoplasm to return to his desk.